Bismillah Rahman Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome from Serena Hotel, Islamabad, Pakistan for the second day of fourth edition of Leaders in Islamabad Business Summit. We will start our today's proceedings with the name of Allah, the most beneficent and the most merciful.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. قل هو الله أحد الله الصمد لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد.
Jazakallah. And now National Anthem of Pakistan. Thank you. My name is Mohammad Asfar Ehsan and I'm founder of Corporate Pakistan Group and Nutshell Conferences Group. And with me is Rabia Ahmed, Chief Growth Officer, Nutshell Conferences Group and Nutshell Communications. This is our fourth edition of Leaders in Islamabad Business Summit. This is annual summit. We started this summit in Islamabad as Leaders in Islamabad Business Summit in 2017. And in the last three editions, we hosted over 3,000 delegates, including 200 foreign delegates from over 30 countries. Yesterday, we hosted the fourth edition of Leaders in Islamabad Business Summit. And yesterday, during the first day, we hosted around 250 delegates physically at Serena Hotel, Islamabad, and few thousand delegates from all over the world participated in yesterday's summit. So Rabia, please share whatever we discussed yesterday and the summary of yesterday's discussion.
Yesterday was a very vibrant discussion that took place. We had the President of Pakistan, His Excellency Dr. Arif Alvi, who graced the closing session. Before that, we had talks by the top CEOs of Pakistan, by federal ministers, senators. We talked about areas like the big social transformation, leadership for new economic realities, the future of the country's economy, what will Pakistan look like in 2047. Today, we have our international speakers who are joining us from a number of countries from around the world, and we're looking forward to as vibrant a session today as well.
So actually, last year we were unable to host the fourth edition in 2020 because of the global lockdown all over, but we decided to host this summit this year again, first day as hybrid and second day as virtual. So yesterday we hosted all the Pakistani speakers, as Rabia mentioned already, and today we are hosting global speakers on different sessions from different parts of the world. So this session is live on Facebook pages of Nutshell Group, Martin Dow Group, ACCA, and also the YouTube channel of Nutshell Group. So our opening keynote speaker is a very dear friend, and he is Ralph Simon, CEO of Mobilium Global Group, United Kingdom. Welcome, Ralph, to the Leaders in Islamabad Business Summit, and greetings from Islamabad, the beautiful capital of the world.
Adam.
Thank
Aap
you.
sab kaise hai? Everybody, what a fantastic privilege to be with you in Islamabad.
We all are
And
very good.
honored.
And we will love to host you very soon in Islamabad, physically as well. But thanks to digital mediums, and we are engaging the global audience here right now. And we will host you next year in Pakistan physically during the
Inshallah, it will be
Islamabad Business
wonderful.
Summit. So Ralph is a very dear friend of mine, and he is also the advisory board member of Nutshell Conferences Group. He always supported us, guided us in different avenues, in different projects. And first time we met in Russia in 2018, and since then we became very good friends. He's a global leader. And Rabia, please share his profile, read his profile, and introduce him to the global audience.
It's an honor to be reading your profile. I was just going through it myself, and I'm humbled. Ralph Simon has enjoyed a spectacular 30-plus year career in a variety of prominent fields, ranging from mobile, smartphone technology, social media and entertainment, commerce and content, experiential medicine and personalized health. He foresaw the potential of mobile devices and technology and its impact very early on in the mobile transformation of the world. Respected internationally, he is known as a distinguished moderator and interviewer around the world at major tech conferences, including the Mobile World Congress keynote stage. He's consistently been at the forefront of mobile media innovation, mobile learning and media, social media trends, and next stage artificial intelligence and machine learning, while engaging with a variety of global digital, political, and business leaders and global creators. Ralph is one of the founders of the global mobile entertainment and mobile social media industry, a visionary and a consistent innovator, popularly known as the father of the ringtone. His relentless curiosity and search for the world's smartest new mobile and wireless media innovation, creative VR, AI, etc. He is consistently developing new technologies to enhance business and commerce, and also personalized health, medical care, and media and entertainment content. One such development area is the creation of lifelike hologram technologies that allow for the creation of live performances by famous personalities like Mohammad Rafi, Whitney Houston, and legendary cricketers as well. Simon also serves on the as the executive board member and global juror for the World Summit Awards in association with the United Nations. He is special advisor to the GSM Association, who organized the Mobile World Congress conventions in Barcelona, Shanghai, and LA. He's also responsible for programming some of the world's most important startup and future tech gatherings worldwide. He's worked with co-founder of Global Moonshot for Education, with legendary Silicon Valley educators, the International Cool Hunters. He's based in London, but most of the time he's on a plane traveling to somewhere, and we're very lucky to have him stationary today with us. Welcome, Ralph. It's an honor to be introduced to you, and we look forward to a very engaging session today.
And his topic for his talk is what's coming next. And this is all about the future. And Ralph is the keynote speaker for inaugural session of second day. Ralph, over to you now.
Thank you very much for your introduction. And Mohammed, what a pleasure to be with you. And ladies and gentlemen, everybody, this is a real treat. It is my dream to come to Islamabad. And what is interesting is, with Pakistan being the world's fifth most populous country, some have said that it's been a little bit slow to adapt to the internet economy. It's trailed in the region in the adoption of technology, but things are changing. With 220 million people, almost two-thirds of whom are under the age of 30, Pakistan draws a lot of comparisons with Indonesia, which has rapidly emerged as one of the most vibrant technology ecosystems outside the US. So, after years of lagging behind over the last 18 months, I'm happy to say Pakistan's technology ecosystem has come to life in an unprecedented way in 2021. There are more on track to raise more money than previous 5 years combined. So Ugly, let's go next to the next slide, please. Can we pull up the slide? Okay, so we'll just, there we are. Leaders in Islamabad, that's what you all are. And what's coming next? I thought I'd show you some hot new trends to think about so that you can just see some of the stuff that is happening in the wake of everybody getting back to business and making Pakistan transform into a knowledge-based economy with 65% of your population between 15 and 40 years old, and a growth on the internet of 23% on a year-on-year basis. We know that digital Pakistan vision, the important vision of Prime Minister Imran Khan, is really going to be doing something. Let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, so here's an interesting one. Obviously, 2021, we're coming out of COVID globally. 85% of people across the US, UK, and China are prepared to rethink the way they live. Same in Pakistan. 70% are prepared to make dramatic changes to their lifestyle because it'll also help tackle climate change, one of the biggest problems in our world. And of course, Pakistan knows all about that with the floods and the droughts, and we really have a lot that we can do, and technology plays a great role. Let's go to the next slide. So 95% of consumers across 19 countries have said that after COVID, they want to build back better, and they've made at least one permanent change in their lifestyles since the outbreak of the pandemic. Have you thought of making a change in your lifestyle, those of you that are in Islamabad or around the world? So let's go to the next slide. So employees feel that mental health and well-being are less of a priority on their organizations. Interesting, less than in during COVID. But 60% of business owners say that well-being and good health is a priority. I'm sure that everybody in Pakistan shares that view. Ugly, next, please. So 54% of consumers want to buy from companies that prioritize inclusion, diversity, and equity in communities and workplaces. And 63% of people around the world in the major tech economies are saying that they want to buy from companies that are socially responsible. Social responsibility, that's a big theme, and also a big theme this week in New York at the General Assembly of the United Nations. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'm going to show you some interesting examples and some trends. Here's an interesting one for the product called Dettol. I'm sure many of you know Dettol. With coronavirus disrupting religious practices globally, Dettol provided Muslims with a safe space in mosques. The social distancing prayer mat, that's a special social distancing prayer mat, is an adaptation of the traditional mat or janemaz that measures 180 centimeters wide compared to the traditional janemaz of 70 centimeters. This mat is printed on sustainable, cost-efficient, and non-tearable paper and was distributed in Pakistan during Eid al-Adha in July this year, and an inscription in Urdu on the mat reads the following: "The decision to maintain this distance is one of safety." Who would have thought Dettol would be able to do something that could make daily prayers a much, much more healthy and agreeable thing? Let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, diamonds are forever. Rabia, I don't know if those are your diamonds, but here's an interesting picture because diamonds can now be grown in a lab. You don't have to dig down in the ground for them. Earlier this year, Denmark, a Danish jeweler called Pandora, announced plans to switch from mining diamonds to growing stones in a laboratory. Prices for the Pandora Brilliance collection will start at around £250, $300. And in April, Diamond Foundry, which is a producer of laboratory-grown diamonds, was valued at nearly $2 billion. Who would have thought that you can grow diamonds in a laboratory? Okay, let's go to the next trend. Here's one, Telenor Pakistan, important telco in Pakistan. An estimated 60 million Pakistanis are unregistered, meaning that they're unable to gain access to services like healthcare, and in an attempt to reduce inequalities, derived from this, and to ease the process of registering, Telenor Pakistan introduced an Android mobile app to replace the outdated paper registration process. The app was launched a couple of years ago, and the campaign went live, resulting in a 300% increase in birth registrations and 1.2 million adult registrations. The project aims to expand registration calls to villages, union councils, and here's the important thing about Pakistan and Pakistan technology. At the June 2021 Cannes Lions Award for Best Advertising in the World, Telenor Pakistan won a Gold Lion for the Sustainable Development Goals category of the UN. So congratulations, Pakistan. Congratulations, Telenor. This shows that technology in the sustainable development area really works. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, Evo Foods. This is Asia's first vegan liquid egg substitute. Using crops that are common in India, Evo Foods developed a liquid egg substitute with a taste and a texture resembling that of eggs laid by chickens. Eggs are one of the country's most prevalent animal-based food, and so to combat greenhouse emissions and animal welfare issues associated with industrial egg production, Evo Foods created a protein-rich alternative, very healthy. The product was sold out within an hour during a preview and is now being served in a lot of restaurants in Mumbai, with direct-to-consumer sales to begin soon after. So can you imagine, you might not eat chickens to lay eggs, to have your eggs for breakfast in the morning, or eggs for your kids. Evo Foods, what do you think of that idea? Is that an idea worth spreading? Let's go to the next slide. Of course, climate crisis is affecting everybody, and IKEA, the huge global furniture wholesaler and retailer, has come up with an incredible idea. They are merging wellness in the home right into IKEA's furniture in a move to improve and adapt to changing lifestyles. So this product is called the Stark Vind, due to be released in October this year, integrates an air purifier into a side table. The multifunctional product works with a 3-filtered design, one to capture larger particles, the second to capture 99.5% of dust and pollen, with a third filter working to suck up pollutants in the form of gases such as formaldehyde from the plywood. And the product contains a dial with a 5-strength level and can be integrated into IKEA apps so that you can then govern this on your mobile phone. Prices start around $189, and it's just interesting. Who would have thought that you can have wellness and climate crisis control built directly into your furniture? Is that a thumbs up or is that a thumbs down? We think IKEA have got a thumbs up for the climate crisis. Let's go to the next slide. Humdum. Now here's an interesting one. I don't know how this would work in Pakistan, but Humdum is a state-sanctioned dating app for Muslims in Iran. The app was created by the Tebyan Cultural Institute, part of Iran's Islamic propaganda organization, with the mission of finding wives for bachelors seeking permanent marriage and a single spouse. In order to join the platform, if you are single, you must undertake a psychological test, and once a match is made, the pair's families are introduced by one of Humdum's service consultants, who then monitor the relationship for 4 years after the marriage. Now, I know many people in Pakistan are very independent. They don't want to have someone monitoring their marriage or their relationship, but this is just an interesting way in which Iran, and particularly in terms of Islamic dating, have come up with a new idea. What do you think of this idea? Thumbs up or thumbs down? Let's go to the next one. Okay, Honda. Honda, obviously people, when you think of Honda, you think of cars, you think of Honda electric cars. Honda is creating a special navigation system for inside your shoes to help people with blindness or low vision. The GPS device, which is called the Ashtrays, ASHTRASE, comprises two square-shaped units which can be physically attached to the user's shoes and wirelessly connected to your mobile phone. The device was just announced in June and is expected to launch in March 2023 by Honda. Who would have thought that Honda, that makes cars and generators and electronic goods, is creating a special GPS device for people who are blind or with low vision? Okay, let's go to the next one. Now, here's an interesting one that might have some impact in Pakistan, where people are desperate to have a sustained and consistent food supply. A couple of months ago, a company in Japan saw agricultural asset management, Hosachiguru, rewrite the plot. It's a community farm management system set over two 100-acre plots, and it's actually taking place in Bangalore in India. And people in cities invest in these farm plots, and Hosachiguru helps to develop and manage the land based on the principles of permaculture, eventually rendering the food forest self-sufficient. Investors in this choose their crops, and Hosachiguru sends harvested vegetables to owners on a weekly basis. Owners can build their own farmhouse or choose to stay at the farm's retreat, which provides family-friendly activities. But imagine if you're living in crowded Karachi or Peshawar or Quetta, or if you are in Rawalpindi, here is an opportunity for you to have a share in growing fruit and vegetables that can sustain you and your family. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Yas Creative Hub. Where is Yas Creative Hub? This is in the UAE, in Abu Dhabi, and it's part of the UAE, the Emirates, bid to be the media and entertainment heart of the Middle East. Abu Dhabi is developing the Yas Creative Hub. There's a picture of the building. And when complete, this venue will host over 600 companies and 16,000 creative professionals across multiple industries. And the Yas aim is to create a collaboration space for companies in sectors such as content creation, broadcast media, and advertising, with companies working together to create innovative Middle Eastern Arab language focused production. And this is scheduled to open in the fourth quarter of this year. Interesting idea. It's time maybe for Pakistan to think of developing a special creative hub for the creative industries. Next slide, please. Here's a really interesting one. Those of you that wear glasses, and there are many in Pakistan who do, but Voy glasses, this is interesting. This is called the Voy Cador tunable glasses. You can tune your glasses. And listen to this. They can be adjusted for near or distant vision by turning a hidden tuning wheel located in the arm on the side of your glasses. Turning the wheel away from the nose creates more negative power. Turning it towards the nose creates more positive power. Originally developed for people who need multiple pairs of reading glasses and seeing glasses, this US-based company Voy, V-O-Y, claims that this is the first design suitable for anyone experiencing frequent changes in eyesight. So you can imagine if your grandmother or your mother and father are having difficulty and have to always put on reading glasses and take them off, here's something that hopefully can help them a lot. And the first iteration was launched in 2020. In August, Voy raised just $145,000 on Indiegogo to bring the product to market. And a pair of glasses will now today cost around $200 US, although backers could get them at a reduced price of $109. What do you think of Voy? Is this good? We think it might improve your vision, your insight, and maybe your view of the future. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, now here's something interesting, and the reason I'm showing this picture of a Japanese chef using a special cooking pot is he's got a pot that's made out of graphite. So the company is called Anna Ori Kakugama, and those of you who don't know, graphite is the wonder material that is being used for many developments now in the 21st century. It was invented, believe it or not, about 20 years ago in Manchester, in England. And this particular cooking tool is carved from a single block of carbon graphite. The material resists wear and acidity and minimizes cellular destruction within foods and helps keep taste and nutrients. It was developed with a chef, and you can steam, you can poach, you can grill, you can fry. And to celebrate the launch, the brand, Anaori Kakugama, invited 24 chefs to cook with the graphite for its global naturality tour. And prices for this cooking tool are around about $2,000. So it's expensive, but graphite is an incredible material. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Now, here's something I wanted to show you how the COVID pandemic has really brought some incredible heroes into all over the world, people that you would never have thought would have helped save the community, save the cities, save the country. And this gentleman you see here for this campaign called Aerial India unveiled a campaign capturing everyday pandemic heroes. The detergent brand Ariel, I'm sure you're familiar with Ariel, the cleaning product, they had a special campaign called Change the Cycle. It was a spot celebrating individuals who had performed extraordinary feats during the country's second wave of COVID, including this gentleman, 74-year-old Desraj Singh, who took COVID patients, frontline workers to hospital, and opened a multi-utility. A woman by the name of Daulat Khan opened a store for helping her community for everyday essentials, and they then delivered oxygen cylinders, they delivered food, and Sharat Verma, who's the chief marketing officer of Procter & Gamble in the Indian subcontinent and vice president of fabric care for Procter & Gamble, said, "At Ariel, we believe that progress is impossible without change, and each of us has the power to make a difference. We salute these ordinary citizens for their extraordinary contribution to society." And you know, and we know, and Mohammed and knows about the many, many heroes in Pakistan that really helped in terms of COVID. Let's go to the next slide. Next slide. Here's an interesting one. This is something that is unique, and maybe this is a good idea for Karachi or for Islamabad. While some governments are developing apps to fast-track business applications, this company called Las Condes opted to provide workspace. Residents can buy time by donating services to the city's bartering system, which runs on hours instead of money. So if you do something beneficial for Islamabad or for Karachi, you can you use your hours and you get benefits. This municipal government installed 20 cabins as safe working spaces for small businesses, and each cabin features air conditioning, Wi-Fi, UVC sanitizer lights, and ergonomic desks and chairs, and the spaces can be booked online, and residents can use the cabins free of charge for 40 hours a month if you do something to help the running or the management or the cleaning of your city. Interesting idea. Social responsibility in a post-COVID, build back better environment. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, there's a little baby drinking milk, but you know what? That isn't mother's breast milk. This is a product called BioMilk, B-I-O-M-I-L-Q, as you can see on the slide. And it announced just recently, just a month ago, that it had created a cell-cultured human milk from mammary cells outside of the mother's breast. The profile matches the compounds that are found in breast milk, and a company called Turtle Tree plans to commercialize cultured human lactoferrin, which is really the main constituents of breast milk, as the food tech's first major product. So isn't this amazing? All those mothers that struggle with feeding their new babies, here is a product that will save a lot of time and effort, where milk will be available as BioMilk. Okay, let's go to the final slide, and we'll go to a a company started by Jeff Bezos, now the wealthiest man in the world. And this is the Amazon salon. Now, why am I showing you a picture of a hair salon in London? It's a business that people are not really aware that Amazon has started, although they've started supermarkets where you can go and buy in the supermarket, and there are no cash registers. Everything is done by just picking up the barcodes and putting the bill onto your phone. But the reason I'm showing you this, and I don't know, Ravia, if you're interested in an Amazon salon like this, but this is a special salon that allows customers to experiment with augmented reality, virtual hair colors, and then you can enjoy what you see on a tablet, an iPad, and to share your looks on social media from a dedicated area. Customers will be able to scan QR codes for hair products and buy them through Amazon. But the store is staffed by hairdressers, and this is an interesting way in which a hairdresser can use augmented reality, and this is opened up in London, and who knows whether this might open up in Pakistan. Okay, let's go to the next slide. We're just about coming to the end of what we are doing, but here's an interesting thing. We know that there's an interesting gentleman in Pakistan by the name of Amer Hashmi, and Amer is heading up the Special Technology Zones Authority. We know the government is very keen to be able to develop this. After all, Pakistan is the world's third largest gig economy globally after India and Bangladesh. And Pakistan is now banking on these new tech zones to create employment for its masses of young people, nearly 2/3 of the population below the age of 30. And we hope that Hashmi, who told the Prime Minister, Imran Khan, that South Asia and Pakistan lacked a tech ecosystem for enabling the environment. So now I'm pleased to say that not only is this tech zone going to help develop things, but also just this last month, we were pleased to hear that Pakistan had been added into Amazon's sellers list. And due to the impressive growth, the Pakistan Stock Exchange earned the title of being the best Asian stock market and the 4th best performing market across the world in 2020. So I hope this has given you some ideas of some things that are coming next. I'd like to say a big shukriya to Mohammed and to Ravia and to everybody at the leaders in Islamabad. Hopefully one day I'll be able to come and see you all in person, but in the meantime, Mohammed, thank you so much for inviting me. I will now go off into the center of London to try and see if I can find some new companies to invest in.
Well, thank you very much. That was not only enlightening, but I'm really impressed with your Urdu, number one. Number two, the amount of research that you've done, and the number three, the tips that you've given me personally about the hair salons and other things. So thank you very much. It would be a pleasure to meet you soon in person, and hopefully we'll be able to have you over to Islamabad in good time once this threat is over. Over to us for now.
Thank you, Rolf, again, and you're always very kind, very generous, and I wish you good luck for your other ventures as well. And now we are starting inviting our second speaker of this session. One is Ralph Simon, and second is Nick van Breda from Netherlands. So one is from London, second is from Netherlands, and Nick is my brother. He visited Karachi, by the way, in November 2020, and we showed him Karachi, the beauty of Karachi, and he interacted with hundreds of individuals. And Nick, thanks for joining us. Nick's topic for talk is how to set up an exponential organization, leveraging tech, exponential thinking, and open innovation. And Rabia will introduce Nick.
Hello, Nick. It's a pleasure to see you, to meet you. Nick has grown up as a game addict that found inspiration out of complex problems to solve. After graduating in hospitality, entrepreneurship, and business innovation, he started his own innovation consultancy firm in which he started helping defining game challenges with organizations to invite outsiders to co-create solutions for them, inviting the best gamers and creatives to come up with interesting ideas Sooner or later, Nick hosted tens of thousands of people in these hackathon events. In the last year, he started working for Avans University as changemaker to bring in his network and knowledge of creating serious playgrounds, and started coaching students and teachers in bringing in more technology and business challenges into play in today's education, to give students the actual keys to help save our planet, going deeper and deeper into complex challenges like climate change, learning retention through sensor data, DIY measurement devices, into learning analytics and measurement tools, and chatbots and AI, into further progressing skills and knowledge education, into serious games and immersive team challenges. He currently develops tools and methodologies to bring climate-related issues closer to mind, and measures real-time feedback and a sense of responsibility, combining rubrics, heart rate, cognitive load data, while driving in immersive storytelling, virtual reality experiences. This to create more social entrepreneurs out of university that can scale up so rapidly that they can be called exponential organizations, those who can change the world for millions in very little time.
And most important is that Nick is one of the big ambassador of Pakistan today. Over to you, Nick, my friend.
Thank you very much, Mohammed and Rabia. Thank you for the lovely introduction, and yeah, I'm looking forward to be in Islamabad somewhere next year. And today we will be doing this online, and I really like the event to be hybrid, as it's also part of what I'm actually organizing in here in the universities and in the country to get more international audience on board. And I think that's a really great way to get the biggest problems together on one plate, everyone's plate, and to work towards exponential organizations, the topic that I will be speaking about today. So exponential organizations, as a little bit introduced already, is a company, an organization that can scale and ramp up to 1 billion people in as little as 7 years. So some companies that have done that are Uber, Airbnb, Google, Netflix. These kind of companies were able to use existing technology like the mobile phone to reach to 1 billion people, to actually make a positive impact on their daily lives. And I'm going to share a bit on how to set up such a company as a startup or as a corporate, transforming your organization into one. Because there has been a lot of research after these terms, exponential organizations, and after the recipes that companies are including in their organizations to actually ramp up faster and to actually make a more impact on the globe. So let me very quickly introduce you all to me. At the moment, I'm using a lot of technologies. I call it technology in the fourth industrial revolution. So a digitization step after the hardware technologies that we know. And these technologies are having a big impact on society, but most of all, they are changing business as we know it. So business models are changing because of the digitization. And digitization is making things cheaper and cheaper, and in the end, making it in more of an abundance. So code digits are endless. And one day we will have that with, for example, solar energy. And we will have an abundance of energy and so on, an abundance of storage and biology. So these exponentials, they can be applied on new technologies. And today I'm going to present a few of them to give you some hands-on experience on how can they actually change my organization, my business. This is all surrounded by a community of open innovators. It's called OpenEXO, openexo.com. It's an open to join community where people like me, but many others, over 5,000 people actually coaching other organizations to become an exponential organization. So feel free to join us and feel free to ask people questions about how to tackle your complex issues. Well, who am I? I'm Nick van Breda. I'm 29 years old. I started as a gamer. I actually played for 10 years. I played video games, and I figured out, like, okay, what is more important in life than just boosting myself it's actually making a change for someone else, helping someone else out there. So try to combine gaming and the fun element into complex challenges, and now I'm using technology methodologies like design thinking and exponential organizations to help and coach students to become social entrepreneurs. So from that point of view, I started working in a university now to help 700 business innovation students into actually becoming social entrepreneurs in their student career, in their 4 years bachelor. And I'm really big fan of technology, so I'm always trying to keep up with the latest technologies. But I was surprised by all the things that a previous speaker told about, because I didn't know any of them. So I think technology is going so fast that it's very hard to get to know all the technology disruptions that are happening. But for me, I think what my biggest purpose in life is actually to create playgrounds with the tools that are developed to give everyone the opportunity to work on their passion and to work on a good cause to make the world flourish more and get more excited for everyone, while also preserving the planet and making it a better place. So while we are just getting started with technologies changing the world, I just want to start with a small video that wraps up very nicely what the fourth industrial revolution is actually going to be for us. So I'll give you the can you show the video of my slides, and let's walk through what will be coming at us.
You are wondering what is happening to the world. Everything is changing.
The very idea of human being some sort of natural concept is really going to change. Our bodies will be so high-tech, we won't be able to really distinguish between what's natural and what's artificial.
Inside our own heads is the most complex arrangement of matter in the known universe.
You might ask yourself, can we get to be superhumans? The original Industrial Revolution was driven by the discovery that you could use steam engines to do all kinds of interesting things.
But that was followed by additional revolutions for electricity and computers and communications technology. We're now in the early stages of the fourth Industrial Revolution, which is bringing together digital, physical, and biological systems.
One of the features of this fourth Industrial Revolution is that it doesn't change what we are doing, but it changes us.
So this video is a beautiful representation of this next step in the step where we actually can enhance our human bodies, enhance our biology, can enhance our superpowers, our strengths, and everything, and it's going to blend the digital with the physical world. So we'll see more and more happening in the blending of those different things, and it's like a big mammoth. It's like it's so overwhelming. Those rapid changes, like chips in every 12 to 16 months, a chip is double as fast as the half of the size of the chip, and becomes so small that we can actually put it in our brains one day. So if you look at the technology enhancements in just a very short period of time, it's so overwhelming that our linear thinking of us as human beings, as okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, is not keeping up with today's changes in the world. And therefore, an exponential mindset is needed to be able to navigate these rapid changes and to actually steer these rapid changes into your own hands, into a positive future for you. If you look at the history, if you look at the change of from horses to cars, you'll actually only see one car in this image. And everyone thought that we were never going to use a mobile phone. But just 13 years later, you didn't see any horse anymore on the road. And this is already in the last century that happened. If we look at the 1990s, where the first mobile phone was invented, and then 2008 when iPhone kicked in, you can see how fast, like, the whole globe changes in with the coming of the new technology. And those areas are coming faster and faster. Those changes are going more rapidly, and will change faster and faster now with the implementation of artificial intelligence. Actually, a learning system that our reproductional tasks can be better done by machines and better analyzed and improved by using a lot of computational power to actually give links in between more correlations than we as humans can do. If we are, for example, prescribing medicine, we can only think in 7 steps. If this medicine is not working, then this might be working. And this we can only do in 7 steps, but the computer can read millions of research articles and then make a prescription that is much better personalized to your need and has less negative side effects than a human doctor can actually now prescribe. So these systems are going to be working together. We as humans are going to work together more, as we call it, with robots, computers. And today we see some technologies that are actually changing so much systems, like, for example, 3D printing, that you can on demand, you can print metal parts, concrete buildings, you can print food, but also organs nowadays. Those things were never possible before and are changing how we are arranging logistical change. Now we can very localize, we can localize our production much more than we used to do, where we needed a lot of big factories and production facilities to get towards a prototype. So here in the university that I work for, we have like 5 3D printers that are used like continuously by first-year students to actually come up with ingenious ideas, new products, and new innovations, where artificial intelligence is helping us learn and understand data analytics and huge bulks of information. And the blockchain is helping us secure that, so we can do transactions on a more secure way, but also transfer, for example, our health information on a secure way, where we can also get it back afterwards and don't have it stored on many computers at the same time, where you don't want to have it belong. And that's now with the NFT, the arts, and in the last year, and arts that are going digital, you see a big ramp up in blockchain secured ways to trade. And sooner or later, when we don't have any cash anymore in our pockets, we will probably all go into the blockchain to have more secure ways of doing transactions. Nowadays might be not the most energy efficient method, but it's a new technology, and with data storage solutions and data storage becoming cheaper every 16 months, we can see that as maybe one day our blockchain transactions and our idea and our passports will be stored on parts of our DNA, our bio, our own biology, because we can still find things like sculptures of mammoths, and we can understand who that person or who that beast was by using a hair or using a piece of bone or using part of DNA. So if we store it on our own system, we can actually open it many, many years from now still, and we can still read and write on it. And that writing is a completely new disruption, that we can write data on DNA, and that we can store data on DNA and not just read where we are coming from and all of these things. I'm really into AR and VR, because we can actually transcend our ideas to someone on the other side of the planet by giving them a headset on and a complete context of the environment, whether it's a society problem which you can tune in and then co-create solutions for that problem while you're live streaming the whole environment. or you're designing architecture and are showcasing or co-creating a future city together with your citizens, where they can make adjustments before things are getting built. So it doesn't have to cost any more waste in person to design things while we do things digitally. And of course, every one of you have heard and seen some self-driving cars like Tesla. And these things are getting more cheaper and cheaper, and solar, quantum computing getting cheaper and cheaper. The next step is going to be the battery storage, of course, that we can generate as much energy as we need with our own houses, so we can store the energy, and we don't have to be reliant on the net of centralized infrastructure of energy. And then the peaks from solar and wind will not be such a problem as it is now, that we have on a certain time span of the day, we have a huge problem with all the solar energy coming in. The other time span, we have a huge problem with all the wind energy and the storage of that. So that's going to really change how we are using and creating energy in the future, and that we can do that ourselves. So that's while we are thinking linear, going into the chaos and amazement. For me, it's big of an amazement, because I see complex problems as nice challenges. And that's why I organize all of these events like hackathons to tackle complex problems. But it's not for everyone. A lot of people are still working in production, are still doing the same job every day. So it's very hard for them to switch their mindset. And if you think of exponential, if you say 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, if you do that 30 times, if you do that in steps 30 times, you multiply it. You actually are talking about exponential developments. And if you see, there are different ways of going exponential. Right? But if you walk 30 times in steps of multiplying, you can actually go 26 times around the Earth, if you look at how many kilometers you have surpassed. So it's amazing how fast things can change, and that's why it's chaos for one and amazing for the other. And if you look at theories, and they're developed by researchers now and then, these theories getting reality, like Moore's law is getting a reality. And we see that in the computers that have been able to actually overcome and win games that the best human players could no longer beat the computer. And that's with chess, with AlphaGo, and maybe sooner or later also with bridge, sports that we thought no one would ever be able to create an algorithm to beat out a human player, but they actually did. And the artificial intelligence is thought to be able to outcompete all human beings in computer power by 2028. So in just a few years from now, the computer can, in all the logical questions, they can outcompete any of us. And then the question is, okay, are we going to develop learning algorithms that are going to outcompete us, or are going to joint venture us? And these are some amazing books about the singularity, the moment that AI is overtaking us as humans in our capacity. This is called the singularity, and that's the starting point of where this exponential thinking is coming from. And if you look at technology that is going into this rapid spiral up, we can look at biotech, neurotech, nanotech. So lots of new things that probably you haven't seen in the 90s are now here and are disrupting companies. Like 90% of the Forbes 500 companies from the 1990s, they don't no longer exist in the top 500 Forbes companies, because they haven't emerged into these new technologies that are ramping up business way faster than we used to do with a family company and ramping up more linear. So If you look at the particles of exponential organization, you look at digitization. So how can we digitize things that used to be hardware products? And an example of that is, for example, it's an iPad on wheels. For example, the Tesla car is now, and it's now just a software program running on an electric vehicle, and it's more of a computer than it's a car right now. If you look at biology, for example, now we can use CRISPR to change parts of our DNA. We can cure chronic diseases by taking out with nanotechnology, with being able to microscopically see where the problem is in our body. You can take out the bad parts and replace it with good parts. And these things, and with RNA vaccines and things, are finally getting through clinical trials to actually make us healthier human beings. Here's a small video of digitization and how that is changing our planet today.
Hi, Bali. Goodbye, Bali.
So this is how human interaction with AI can actually make our life more convenient, and it's all possible because of the technology becoming cheap and smaller. There's becoming more of a disruption, while we are not ready for that yet. But we need to be exponential to actually tackle climate change and solve our planet's biggest issues. So we need to get rid of our brains that are holding us back in understanding all of these things. So we have to upgrade our brains with these new sensors, like the Neuralink from Elon Musk is able to chip your brain and being able to help you do your daily task better and preventing, for example, dementia overcoming you. So Google cars were scanning our planet, digitizing our planet in 2012. Were very expensive. They were 300,000 euro to create such a car and camera. And now open source, people are sharing apps that you can put on your own phone that are just 999 euro to make your own car self-driving. That's how fast things are changing.
Will never believe
and
this.
then
Oh my goodness.
people are doing this.
Holy shit. Holy shit. There's no fucking hands on that wheel. Oh my god. What? It's driving itself.
So now almost every company are putting a bet on this technology. Yeah, like everyone's saying, okay, we will accept if there is any car issues, we will accept the consequences of a self-driving car. It's like the Kodak moment. They invented the digital camera, but the inventor was not allowed to put it into public, and sooner or later they went bankrupt. And Instagram digital camera app took over the whole business. It's a completely new business model, but digital cameras with today's phones in our pocket made Kodak go bankrupt. And you can see that abundance, photos taking now doesn't cost a penny anymore. Abundance in media and information and energy and resources are becoming more and more clear. And that's when things are getting disrupted. When things are getting abundant, you can have from scarcity to an abundance. You can see rapid change in business and business models. So the next phase is that things are getting so cheap that you see that newspapers and advertisement income are no longer working, as people went to Google for advertising. And you see that where CDs are making big profits in music industry now, with the digital market, there's no longer a profit in that market. So it's a democratization of knowledge and of technology, where people like Jack, 13-year-old, were able to use Wikipedia and internet sources to come up with solutions for pancreas cancer. And now you see that everyone, like whatever age you are, can be of big meaning because of all the knowledge and of technology being at hand. And that's where we come at exponential organization. It's where we use all of this knowledge and technology for our benefit, and ramp up to a company that can scale to 1 billion people in 7 years. And these are some examples. There are books written about it. Exponential Organization is a nice recipe book that analyzes 150 startups that have made it, and now created a small recipe book for getting one yourself. And that starts with a purpose, a higher purpose, and then it goes into internal and external organization factors, where you get information input from external sources, and get internal changes to get to a rapidly fast growing company. And these recipes are all written into a workbook now. It's called Exponential Transformations. And that transformative purpose is something that a company can already implement to change the whole system of a company to actually save their future. And that can be a one-sentence answer. The simplest way to send files around the world, who create a community, like Elon Musk is willing to replace fossil fuels with clean energy, and everyone wants that and believes in that. So it gets into the minds of more and more people, into the minds of more and more community. So people will preferably buy a car with a purpose than just a car that is functional and does what it says. Not a vision or a mission in that sense, but it's actually bringing people further in their thinking. So if you look at all the recipes, and we can go through the knowledge of this, like Step on Demand, Community and Crowd. I actually would love to skip this part, as it's all great examples, but it takes too long. But it's more important to look at the recipes and check your own organization and how many of these recipes have we already implemented in place, and are we doing on a great way. So instead of having a house, using leverage assets like in Airbnb, in using someone's house, and not having too many risks of going bankrupt, because if no one is actually renting that house, it doesn't hurt you as an organization anymore, because you don't have to own things anymore. And then coming together, like Google is going to build game platforms for everyone. People are building dashboards to actually make real-time decisions. Like Booking.com is a very good example of that. They can see in 2 minutes if they change a button on the website. They can see in 2 minutes if they have to change it back into a different color, or if it's going to be a more profitable decision. So that testing and with dashboards is going to influence a lot of decisions, less about intuition and more about data analytics. And giving your personnel the opportunity to experiment, to set up experiments, to set up pilots and try out new things is a big part of the internal organization that has to change. That you are allowed to fail, you're allowed to test new ideas, where your business plan has a lot of hypotheses. You cannot no longer predict the future, but you can use all the exponential thinking in startup mantras and new methodologies to make your own company more autonomous, self-steering, experimental, and more successful in the future. And here are some examples of how you can also use the community with social technologies. Like if you buy one, you give one, or if you refer someone, you get some credit for your next Uber drive or your next hotel booking. These kind of social technologies can actually help ramp up your growth in your digital organization. So once you have filled in the canvas for yourself as an organization, feel free to check in with other colleagues and to check if that vision and that purpose that you have for the future of organization is in line with what you want to achieve. And many of us have used this canvas. It's not created by one person like me. It's created by hundreds of innovators. And so these recipes are really well defined, and they can be applied on everyone's business. And if you are able to get 4 of the 11 recipes in place, you are already able to get to an exponential organization, to get to ramp up your company really quick. So there's no one actually able to implement all of the 11 recipes on the best, but every company has their own best recipe list for their growth. And that's it's not easy. It's a lot of experimenting. It can be done with sprints, 10-week sprints. And for big corporates, it's like transformation, where, for example, existing banks, they are having to compete with Amazon Payments and Google Banks and the Apple Pay right now. They are being outcompeted in the next 5 to 10 years if they are not changing. So there's a big urgency if they are doing nothing. Like with Kodak, don't be that company that is going to be bankrupt because you didn't see it coming. Feel free to tune in with the whole open ecosystem, open EXO, to get the best people and the best knowledge in place to make it work. And this whole community is set up by 2 persons and is now running yourself. It's so autonomous that I want to give gratitude to Salim Ismail on creating it, and Francisco Paulo on creating such a great ecosystem, and that companies like these are investing in changing their companies into the better, into making it more society driven. So I want to close off. Feel free to ask me anything about the methodology. There's a book that you can also read that has a 10 weeks workbook that has a 10-week structure to do it yourself. And if you need help, feel free to go into the Open Expo community and start creating your own exponential organization. So there, I want to stop, and I hope it was not too much information in too little time, but it's not an easy exercise. It's a going up on failure exercise, and I would love to coach more and more organizations into becoming one. So feel free to reach out.
Thank you, Nick.
Thanks
this was
listening.
a wonderful presentation, and this was too much information, but very productive information. And thanks for joining us, and thanks for sharing your wisdom with the global audience and all over the world. And next time, you are already committed for March 2nd week in Islamabad for the 5th edition of Leaders in Islamabad Business Summit. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. This was our second session, first session with Ralph Simon from London and Nick Van Breda, my friend from Netherlands. Thank you, Nick, again.
Thank you all for listening, and
thank you.
Looking forward to see the rest of the speakers.
See you, and
Thank you.
share
Bye-bye.
this summit more and more with your friends globally, as you are already doing. So we want
I will.
more and more audience and global communities together. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this was our first session, inaugural session of the second day of the 4th edition of Leaders in Islamabad Business Summit. And Ralph Simon from UK and Nick Van Breda from the Netherlands were with us. And after the COVID-19, the healthcare is the most important topic globally. And this is the real issue. And we decided to host 2 of our very dear friends on a very important topic, reshaping the future of public healthcare. We have with us Douglas Corley, who is the founder, DHB Global, and CEO, Alanius Technologies, and global partner, panel member, MIT Technology Review. Thank you and welcome, my friend Doug. And Doug visited Pakistan in our 2 conferences. He also visited for some business visit, and we are very dear friends. And he is also the member board of advisors of Nutshell Conferences Group. So he always is very supporting, very cooperative, and he's engaging and connecting us with the global healthcare players since last 2 years. So his colleague is Joy Wilson. He's another very good friend of mine, and we hosted him in Karachi last year. And Joy, thank you and welcome from Islamabad. And Joy is actually scholar and consultant EY, Partner and Global Shaper World Economic Forum as well. And they both of them actually will do this session together. And Douglas, as a senior, will lead the session. But before the starting of the session, I'm requesting my colleague Rabia Ahmed to introduce both of them. Rabia, over to you.
Hello and welcome to our session. It's very nice to be introduced to both of you. So first of all, let's introduce Douglas. Douglas is a Beijing-based healthcare entrepreneur with 7 years combined as a researcher in PRC's top biomedical labs and hospitals, and has been nominated to UNDP Greater China Innovation Council. He serves as digital health and biotech advisor and mentor for investment groups and NGOs. Douglas grew up in Omaha and was educated at Creighton University. After graduating in 2010 with a double degree in biomedical science and analytical philosophy, he moved to China to work on basic research in Beijing. He's also a member of the World Economic Forum's Global Shapers Community Expert Network, as well as a participant in their Precision Medicine Initiative. He is the CEO and founder of DHP Global, a biotech commercialization platform focused on bringing innovative healthcare solutions to their next stage of growth. He is also the CEO of Elonius Technologies, a blockchain-powered health support platform that provides electronic health records and biomarker exchange to empower patients for the next generation of precision medicine. In his capacity as a community member with World Economic Forum, he has participated in roundtables bringing global healthcare leaders together in Beijing and built 2 global initiatives on health data and the future of precision medicine. He is currently engaged in co-authoring the first global healthcare data white paper with WEF experts. Now coming to Joey Wilson, he believes that 3 fields mainly impact our modern world: business, science, and policy. So he sought out educational and extracurricular experiences to gain exposure in all of these realms. Joey recently finished his MPhil in medical science at the University of Cambridge as a Cambridge International Scholar, where he conducted research on lung cancer and gained clinical perspectives. Prior to this, he was a Schwarzman Scholar at Tsinghua University in Beijing, China, where he studied global affairs with future global leaders from around the world. The Schwarzman Scholars Program curriculum integrates aspects of business, management, policy and leadership through coursework and practical experience. The robust year-long degree is designed to prepare students for the challenges of the future.
And on a personal note, I want to share again that both of them are very dear friends and they are big supporters of Pakistan as well. And I'm grateful to both of you, Doug and Joy, for promoting Pakistan, for creating awareness about the opportunities in Pakistan, in healthcare and other sectors as well. I know because you are engaging many international players with the Pakistani players, so I'm grateful to you on behalf of whole Pakistani nation. And over to you, and my only request to you is that the time for this combined session is 45 minutes. So in 45 minutes, both of you should complete your session. And over to you now, Doug.
Okay. Azfar and Rabia, thank you both so much for the flattering introduction. And Joey, thank you for joining. I'm really fortunate, just as a quick background, I had the great fortune of doing some mentoring while I was in Beijing. And Joey was, a very eager master student. And in fact, he reached out to me. And I was very impressed with, his intellect and also his curiosity to make a positive impact. And I'm very proud of where he is at this point. So very happy to be able to co-host this with him. I want to just give some high-level context. So perhaps, Robbie, I'm not sure who or how I can do a screen share. Let me try. Yes.
Perfect.
Thank you so much. So obviously, healthcare has changed in a nonlinear way over the past 18 or so months, both public, private, and elsewhere. If you can go to the next slide, please. And as we all know, vaccines seem to be at the center of the entire conversation. There's a lot more that we'll get into. I'll leave some of the details to Joey. He's a little bit more on the ground with those details. But from my aspect of the talk, I want you to think about not what a vaccine is or why it's important, but how interdependent every industry is right now with healthcare and how that will look moving forward. So it's obvious that business travel, I would love to be in Pakistan at the moment, but cannot for multiple reasons, one of them being just the logistics of business travel at the moment. You can see all of these currently that are affected, and many of these are near and dear to our hearts, whether they affect you directly or indirectly. The second thing that I'll say, just as a bit of a teaser, if I had to make a prediction about how public health is going to change their definitions, I would say it's no longer completely separating climate change from healthcare. I think the reality today is that these two are interconnected and interdependent. We just don't know how to define it properly. We will. That will take time. So with that, Joey, I'd love to toss it over to you. I think the more interesting part for everyone in attendance is for us to be able to get to our discussion. So please take it away.
Exactly. So next slide, please. Yeah, so first I'll say Doug hit already on some really interesting trends, which we'll talk more about. But one thing to contextualize what Doug just said as a transition is, I think this is the first time in modern history where we've seen the juxtaposition so clearly of science and society. Of course, in the past, as Nick so well put it in his last talk, you know, we've evolved with technologies over time, but they haven't really been at the forefront. They've been things we've adopted and used, but we haven't thought about how they came to be. And now with vaccine development and the COVID crisis, science is at the forefront and we're seeing the scientific method play out in real time. And I think that is something that we cannot underestimate the impact of in the long term. But as Doug said, I'm a bit more on the ground in terms of technology when it comes to the vaccines. And something I talked about last time I was in Karachi was the mRNA-based vaccine candidates. And back then, almost a year ago, I predicted that these would become approved very quickly and that these would also have, you know, one of the largest impacts. And in the past year, names like Moderna and BioNTech/Pfizer have become household. Whereas, you know, once again in the past, nobody really knew so much about this industry. And why are these candidates so exciting? Just to go through it again, they're cheaper to develop and produce. They're faster to develop and produce. They're safer, which means at the end of the day, they're not going to impact your genome directly, which is something people are worried about with these vaccines. And we'll talk a bit about conspiracies later. It's uncertain still, but it seems that these vaccines are more effective, but more research needs to be done on those in the long term. And ultimately what we're talking about here is the future, and they're really exciting. So all of these things are super relevant in terms of these mRNA-based candidates. And these themselves aren't only vaccines. The technology isn't only about COVID. The technology has been under development for over a decade and just hasn't gotten traction until now. And now that the traction is there, I think you'll see some of these therapeutics coming out for cancer, for example, or countless other rare diseases, and really be impactful. And we can go to the next slide. But in the meantime, while we're transitioning to this, I would say you know, this is something that will really impact the next decade and really our lifetime, because the way that these therapies slot in with other data and innovations that are being created today really creates a very powerful environment. But yes, next slide, please. Great. So just briefly, also last time we discussed 3 Ps of the future of medicine: precision, predictive modeling, personalization. But actually now I would add a 4th P, which is participation. In the future, I think with all the data that we're being informed by, people will also be able to be a bigger actor in their own healthcare and also be empowered to do so with the data that they have. So, you know, in the past, people have had maybe some bad or malformed habits, but now they're so much easier to recognize. It's so much easier to be motivated, get off the couch and have a healthy lifestyle. But in terms of these P's, something else to think about and kind of contextualizing our conversation is the impact of genetic sequencing, which we're all familiar with. It's come on the frame very quickly in the past decade, and now I'd say that's almost ubiquitous. And in fact, all of these things are. Digital health and health data, which Nick also talked about with blockchain, and I know Doug is very familiar with that topic. I think super interesting. And then lastly, cell and gene therapies, which in fact mRNA-based therapies fall into this category more broadly, even though of course they don't directly impact the genome. But point being here, there are so many novel technologies that are really disease specific that don't treat the symptoms, they actually cure the cause of the disease. And as these become researched and approved, they're going to transform the way we approach public health, because instead of treating chronic symptoms over a lifetime and people being unable to live, you know, their full life necessarily, they'll be cured of these diseases and be able to continue life as it was. So, you know, something to contextualize the conversation. But now, you know, in thinking about the future, we also really have to understand the present, and that's where I'm going to throw it back to you, Doug.
Sure. If we can stay on this slide just for a moment, Joy, just to contextualize, there are many autoimmune or inflammatory diseases that are fairly common, even though they're categorized as rare diseases. And so let's say that you have a form of arthritis or something to this effect. If you had that diagnosis 10 to 20 years ago, you would have been very much in a rough place. You would have had a lot of the signs and symptoms that would develop over time. Your outcome would not be terribly ideal. And the best therapeutic that they could give you had some strong drawbacks. It may cause kidney issues because of the strength of the medicine and because it was not targeted. Fast forward to today, and you have very targeted injections, or what are called biologics, that can treat the root cause of the issue and eliminate symptoms. So in the past, you used to be able to go to minimizing some of the symptoms, but not the underlying cause. Now we're at a point where you can begin to minimize the cause, but you're not yet eliminating the root cause. It's still there. Let's say it is a button that is pushed on all the time. Well, you can make sure that everything that comes after that button is pushed doesn't happen, but that button is still pushed. And what some of these cell and gene therapies will do is actually go and change that button, so it's no longer turned on, so you don't have those negative effects anymore. And that's really where I'm very excited, because, you know, in a multitude of ways, COVID has shown that the policy framework around R&D and clinical trialing medicines can be a lot faster. But I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. If we can have the next slide, please. And I'm going to have to squint at the screen. Sorry, next slide, please. Thank you. So I'm sure that all of us want lots of statistical updates about exactly how many this, that, and the others have happened today. So I'll keep it brief. I thought it would be very important for us to understand, as we discuss public health, where we are, so that we can understand potentially where we're going. So as of this morning, 184 countries have given 6.03 billion doses, approximately 31.5 million doses per diem, which is quite impressive. enough now that 39.2% of the global population is vaccinated. That's good. The problem is it's very lopsided. The fourth line here, the least wealthy 52 countries have 20% of the world's population and less than 4% of the world's vaccines. At this pace, assuming that we don't have any new wild variants named after new Greek alphabet letters, it'll take 6 months to cover 75% of the population, and that's simply not good enough.
And Doug, just to step in here a little bit, we've seen in some of the most wealthy countries now that booster doses have been approved for people, and I believe that this pace assumes that vaccines are more equally distributed, and that people aren't getting third doses, for example. Of course, scientifically, doses like booster doses make sense, but in my opinion, it's probably more important to vaccinate the rest of the world at first, and that would be another barrier we foresee. I think Doug maybe has some more information, but recently there have been a lot of articles published stating the actual cost, and from an economic standpoint, not only a social standpoint, with this vaccine inequity, and it's trillions of dollars. This is a big issue.
Yeah, so to delve on that, a couple of important points. The World Health Organization Chief Scientific Officer has not yet officially approved the use of boosters. As one clear data point, not to say that a third dose doesn't make sense scientifically or medically, but yes, the last statistic, and I can't share the actual files, otherwise I would have included them. It was in a Chatham House rules presentation, but what I can share is that there's a lot of intelligence gathering amongst various governments and various high-level business organizations, and between COVID's beginning and 2025, it's predicted that there will be over 5.8 trillion, with a T, US dollars lost in economic opportunity, and unfortunately, Middle East and ASEAN, or Southeast Asia, are the most heavily hit. So that's actually where I am at the moment. I am normally based in Beijing. I have a home there, but I came to Thailand right before COVID, January of 2020, and my favorite phrase for my situation is I'm a COVID refugee. I couldn't have chosen many better places to be, but when you see the economic issues that have come about because of this, it gives you pause to appreciate what you have. If you don't mind, can we have the next slide? Okay. So Joey, this is where I think the bulk of the conversation is. You're American, as am I. I can see the football jerseys behind you. So where you are, what's happening? Maybe you can give a little bit of context.
Yeah, thank you, Doug. To give a little context, Doug said now he's in Thailand, and I'd say Doug is, one of the world-renowned experts in terms of Asia right now in this sphere. I'm American as well, but currently living in Munich, Germany. So have seen a lot of how, different policies have gone on the ground and in practice. I'd say here in Europe, there have been a lot of diverse policies. Some countries have gone the approach of really just ignoring COVID in the first part. You may remember Sweden. And, that was one path that it seems hasn't played out very well. There are other countries who were very, very cautious, Germany being one of those, living here, being under lockdown very frequently, not being able to go to restaurants or be outside after a certain time. Pretty strict measures, but at the end of the day, as it's played out, it seems that countries that were maybe more cautious in the beginning now are able to open up quicker and more safely, at least from my perspective. But, the thing about public health that I mentioned before is, and that Doug also mentioned, is it's really coming together with a lot of other realms where maybe we haven't recognized it as such previously. Doug mentioned climate change, which is an important thing, but also you have to remember that public health is also heavily political. And where we are in Germany now, also in the United States last year, it was now here in Germany and last year in the US, it was an election year. And that definitely plays a role in the policies that are created. And unfortunately, science doesn't always influence policy directly. And if there's anything I've learned in my last years studying both hard science and kind of global affairs, it's, at times maybe for different reasons, some of them good even, science doesn't inform policy directly. It's informed by a milieu of other factors. And I think that's something that contextualizes our conversation. So when we talk about situations in different countries and the way things have developed, you can't only look at the thing itself. You have to understand the context because it's very relevant. And for that reason, what works in Germany might not work in the US. What works in the US may not work in Pakistan. But still, you can identify best practices.
So at this point, Joey, what I can think of as general policy approaches would be maybe at least two. One would be a zero COVID policy framework, where I think New Zealand famously has taken this approach, and President Jacinda, whenever a case pops up, they literally lock down. And I think to some degree the Philippines has taken a similar approach. Fun fact, the Philippines has been under a pretty excruciating 18-month consecutive lockdown.
Yep.
There are a few other types of approaches, and I think you being on the ground in Europe, you may be able to help people understand what those look like. So a zero COVID approach, what are some of the other approaches you've seen?
Yeah, I mean, so there's zero COVID as in don't want any cases. And as you mentioned, there are countries that have done that. In Europe, I don't think we've seen that as much. I'd say Germany skews in that direction, but, certainly not as far as New Zealand or the Philippines. There were definitely highs and lows, or peaks and troughs. But on the other opposite, I mentioned a country like Sweden, which has changed their policies. But if I recall, last year they just initially said, we're not going to have any restrictions. We're going to keep going with this. It's like the flu, and we're going to see how bad it is. And the answer was it was bad. So instead of a zero COVID policy, it was almost like a COVID doesn't exist policy on the other extreme, which I don't think worked either. And then I'd say in Europe, we've seen varying degrees of, between those. That's the best way I can explain it. Like, you had countries very heavily impacted, like Italy and Spain for a while, for example. And it's not that people didn't take it seriously. It's that kind of policies were implemented, I guess, too late, unfortunately.
Sure. So this gives us a good context to think a little bit about maybe some of the personal stories that we've come across, and some of the things that affect us day to day, whether it's media or news or misinformation, or, as a good friend of mine called it, disinformation. I think a lot about this. I have a very, very well-educated sibling who, while he understands that, mRNA vaccines, for example, may work, is hesitant to, for himself or his family, use something like this. So, maybe we'll start high level. What are some of the other, maybe not conspiratorial, but what are some of the other issues that you seem to hear or come across? And then maybe we can look at discussing those a little bit more in depth.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Doug, as was mentioned before, is from Nebraska. I'm from South Carolina in the U.S. And if you're not familiar with the areas, a lot of times it's more rural, and people maybe have different priorities or look at situations very differently. So where I'm from, I have dialogue with people all the time. I actually myself put my information on Facebook and wrote a bit about, my scientific view of the vaccines, and invited people to call me and have dialogue if they had concerns or wanted to talk about it. And I had probably tens of people call me and share things they'd found online. And many of these things were, alarming to me. And the problem was with a lot of these things that they weren't necessarily incorrect. The context was wrong. And one example I would say is, one thing that was forwarded to me was that in the trials of the vaccines, there were events where people had bad diseases that happened to them after the vaccine was administered. And out of context, that looks really bad. But in context, noting the societal level of these things happening on a normal basis, these were not abnormal events. These are things that happen to regular people, and
regardless of the vaccination.
Regardless of the vaccination, exactly. So I think the real danger here, which Doug pointed to before, was not necessarily misinformation, which in this case I would argue maybe it is, but disinformation, where there are things that are true in a sense but not contextualized and thus are scary. That's another thing I learned in grad school, that numbers without context can be used in any direction. And in fact, that's what I think we've seen happening a lot, is unfortunate disinformation mainly spreading online. And I think that's where people's reservations come from, or, many of them.
Sure, if I can jump in so my goldfish memory doesn't betray me. I would say yes, that's all right, but one of the issues that I hear quite often, and the part of South Carolina that you're from, Duncan, is a little bit more rural than my hometown. I'm from technically the 49th largest city in America. If you look at the greater metro area, we have roughly 1 million people. It's kind of a lie. It's more like 500,000. But if you amalgamate, anyway, so there are some reasonably well-educated people who have gone and lived overseas, traveled overseas, and think just beyond their border. And yet, I think this encapsulates one of the issues that is relevant for public health today and in the future, and that is, what is the correct voice of an expert? And Joey, as you were explaining things, I thought about one of our fellow shapers. Everyone, his name is Dr. Eric Feigl-Deng, Feigl-Deng. And if you don't know who he is, his words, not mine, he is the Asian guy that goes on and talks about vaccines. He's a fantastic human being. He believes in service and serving the community. He's also a Harvard-trained epidemiologist, which means he studies public health and the data. He's a professor currently at Harvard, and he also is a policy expert at the Brookings Institution. And yet, because of political leanings, he's viewed as a Democrat, or stripping away political parties. He's viewed as an expert in his ivory tower, and that creates distrust in some public bases. And I think that's at the core of it, stripping away country, societal differences. I think that's it. How can we have better dialogues between experts and non-experts? How can we help people understand in a way that how can we make it more palatable?
Yeah, that's definitely true, and something I've seen as well. And it's also tough when you have people who are doctors or nurses who are against the vaccine too, because for a regular person now, especially with social media, sometimes I guess it's hard to know who to believe. And also, a lot of educated people do their own research, and online it's easy to find a lot of information. But I think as you said, Doug, it's really a bad idea to say people are high up in the ivory tower and ignore their expert opinion, because I'm going to trust a doctor like Eric that you mentioned personally, probably more than Facebook. But sometimes it's hard to see where the line is or who to trust if you don't have a trusted resource. So yes, I think the dialogue is very important, and that's something that there needs to be more room for, including in making policy.
Yeah, and to make this full circle, it really comes back to what you introduced as sort of the fourth P, right? Making sure that medicine or public health is participatory, right? So it's predictive, preventative, personalized, participatory. People's voices need to be understood if they're going to follow orders. I think gone are the days of people doing what they're told. And I think that's a great thing. I think society moves forward faster and better when people have their own voice heard. But it comes with a huge responsibility. So I think we're still trying to figure out how best to do that. And I think a great example of this, Joey, might be, as you were, as the previous speaker was identifying, a lot of the technologies today, like social media, we're starting to see a breakdown almost of the business model or of the contract between user and platform. And I think that is a good meta-narrative for what's happening everywhere. COVID has changed the way the dialogues happen. There's now a lot more information out there. Our brains can't understand it. Joey, what do you think with regard to the way in which some of this information is shared? And you've done a degree in policy, and this is an area of extreme passion for you. Not to maybe get prescriptive, but what have you seen as best practices?
In terms of information sharing, you mean?
Information sharing, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think data is a huge topic in health, and in the future, personal data is going to become ubiquitous. As I said last time I was in Pakistan, like, we have so much data about ourselves and about others, and the question is, how can we responsibly use that data and also protect the individual? Because a lot of this data, if used well, could completely transform healthcare and enable better care provision for everybody everywhere. But if put in the wrong hands, there could be all kinds of negative consequences, dystopian consequences that we all know. So, I mean...
Well, so sorry to interrupt. Let's see if we can merge a couple of things together and see if we can walk through a hypothetical example, right? So the idea of next-gen technologies. So you have multi-omic medicine and healthcare data. Let's say it's stored on a blockchain. The average, mom and pop don't care about the difference between a proteome and a genome. How might you, to put you on the spot, how might you have that dialogue with them in a way that's going to help them not be more compliant, but better understand why participation can help?
Sure. Well, I mean, in this, it's kind of a help yourself, help everybody scenario, which, I mean, you could also argue is true with vaccines, right? At the end of the day, I think people are going to have to value what they get and realize that what they get is a function of what other people give. And if you turn that around, then it should say ethically and morally, well, since I'm getting so much from this, I should also give. And in this respect, I don't think everybody needs to understand all of their omic data. There's just so much stuff out there. Even you and I maybe don't completely understand all of those aspects because they're so niche.
I was about to say, yeah, and it's changing, as was said, it changes literally every month. There's some new massive paper that says, okay, RNA is now able to be used in this separate way.
Exactly. And I mean, that's actually the problem I witnessed in academia a lot, was that there are all these really interesting research projects ongoing, but when scientists are talking to people, they assume that the most important group are other scientists. But in fact, I would argue that the most important people that scientists talk to are policymakers, business people, and even more importantly, the general public, and understanding why the science is important, which is exactly what you're saying. So I wouldn't go to somebody and say, we're taking all these things so we can understand your proteome. I would start with why, kind of like Simon Sinek says, right? And say, at the end of the day, all of the information we're collecting informs everybody else about not only you, but on a meta level, what happens to people like you. And there are many people like you out there. And by understanding the people like you, you can get better care, because whatever's tried somewhere else, good or bad, could then be applied as a learning for you. And you see that in Tesla as well, just to add another technology. You see that.
One of the approaches that's been used, American in the room, so I don't know if it's been popular in other parts of Middle East, but in the US, they were actually paying people, right? So there is a direct financial incentive. As all of these things require participation, I'm just not sure, what is the best way? Do you think that incentives should play a role?
Yeah, I mean, incentives from the start will certainly help people to elect to do this, I mean, in the beginning, I think you have to have incentives. And there are interesting platforms that kind of align incentives as well. There are companies out there that, for example, now you can store get your genome analyzed and then sell the data on their platform and make money at the end of the day. But I think incentives are important to get people to understand what they're contributing to, but at the end of the day, it can't be the main driver. Just like giving blood. Most people, at least in the US, I can't speak to other places, give blood for the greater good. Yes, you might get movie tickets or whatever, but in the end, people see it as a way they can help others and feel rewarded. So I think we should create a societal pressure in this area as well. Of course, not in a dystopian sense, but I mean, I would hope that if everyone were able at a base level to understand the value of this information and the contribution to public health that it would make, that many people would elect to do it anyway. Or, that the channel would be so easy for them to elect to do it that they wouldn't think otherwise.
Yeah, but I'll give an example from my personal life, having lived in China for as long as I did, roughly 10 years. When I worked in research and when I worked in hospitals, it was essentially mandatory. They would expect that you'd be making a donation on, I think it was every 3 months, that you were able to do, unless you had a medical condition. And it was very much so that they could make sure that the hospital was able to operate, or the research facility employees would have access to the blood types that were required. And it really was this sense of community. You do have a responsibility to your community. So I don't want to belabor the point too much. I think it would be good for us to move into both what's needed and as we do that, we can identify a few predictions. So Joey, from where we are to where we're going, what do you think is needed?
Yeah, I think we need to take the momentum that we've given to science in terms of the public eye and build up trust, not only in science itself, but the pharmaceutical industry and all of these greater drivers that at the end of the day really are doing their best to contribute to the greater good. I don't think we can be so cynical about it. So one thing is, yes, more trust in science and more backing in science by society. I think that's needed. Practically, more people have to get vaccinated and take precautions. There's the line debated in the U.S. between personal freedoms and protecting others, but I'm hopeful that people will make the choice to get vaccinated and wear masks and do those things. And then practically, as we move forward, it might just end up being in a scenario that we have to accept COVID as part of our daily life and be able to minimize the risk while understanding that it's still going to be there. My prediction would be that COVID's not going away anytime soon, unfortunately. Diseases just don't get eradicated and go away without a lot of work. So maybe this becomes more like the flu, not necessarily in terms of what it is, but how it's dealt with yearly boosters, et cetera. But, we're gonna have to transition to that at some point once the main battle has been fought. But I guess the analogy I'm trying to make is, at some point we're going to win this battle, but it's going to be a war. So it's going to stick with us for a while, and we're going to have to be smart about it. But I do believe that the new normal will be close to the old normal at some point.
Now, I would say what's needed is we need better acceptance of what technologies are currently available, and give a little bit more of a charitable expectation. One, for why they're being used, and two, what the risks are. Now, I think the scientific community needs to bear a lot of the responsibility. Just to, Joey, one thing that you've always described yourself as is, not to put words in your mouth, but essentially a science communicator. That's trying to take complex ideas and make it very, simple. And I think you do that quite well. It's something that I strive for every day as well. And it's, very important that the technologies that we have and the technologies that are being used, whether it's vaccination, whether it's testing, whether it's some of the therapeutics that are already in place for COVID. And unfortunately, as research comes out for things like long COVID and some of the complications that we have, there will be therapeutics for this. There will be treatments for this. There will be better ways of managing chronic disease, which is unfortunate. There's also the entire business application to this, which is relevant to public health, so bear with me. For large amounts of medical manufacturing moving forward, you're going to be required, I believe it's by 2023, to have a viral decontamination process in place. And it's going to be specifically because of COVID-19 particles, but it's going to be for other things as well. And as one of our scientific advisors, Dr. Michael Osterholm, explained, and Bill Gates is very commonly explained as Asfar had pointed out, we're clearly entering a phase where you'll go from pandemic to endemic, post-pandemic, and then unfortunately, potentially, starting the cycle all over again, which means we need to learn our lessons from the pandemic that we're still in so that we transition into endemic better. And that can, it's going to be cultural. That can mean, as people are looking to travel for religious events, that they need to be more better protected. Maybe they need to get specific vaccinations. Maybe they need to avoid certain kinds of environments. Governments can then work with them to make sure that, as people, whether it's traveling home or it's traveling to a destination event, that people are safe. And as you move into endemic, Joey, just as you said, business travel will resume, leisure travel will resume, and we'll get back to having a normal life. But we may have things as we look around. You close your eyes and you look around the room and your environment, it's going to look a little bit different. There might be something that sprays as you walk through the gates at the airport instead of it just being metal check, just to make sure, just to be safe. And small adjustments like this, I think that we will be numb to. And I don't say that in a pessimistic way. I think that we'll need to do this because biology and science as a story, we're always playing catch up. Science, no matter how smart we are, biology is kind of, a priori, to use a philosophical term. It came before. So every time that there's a problem, you can then address it with a solution. If you don't know what the problem is, you can't address the solution. So I think there needs to be, Joy, you said it very well, maybe better understanding of the scientific principles or and that logic, or just better faith that big evil corporations aren't there just to take over the world. They may actually have a function. So
yeah, Doug, I think all of that is really great, and I think you're right. I think a lot of these things will be adopted in daily life, but one thing that I'd hit on briefly before we end about a prediction for the future in public health is something that people assume all the time is that the more sanitation, the better. And we're in this instance now where antibiotics are causing a lot of problems, and even things like hand sanitizer, believe it or not, also at the end of the day could cause problems. So I'm not here saying don't be sanitary, but the influence of the microbiome, to refer to another omic, is so interesting, and that's a topic I hope next year when you and I are in Islamabad, hopefully in person with everybody, reflecting on the past couple years, I hope we can talk more about, because the microbiome is one of those things where it's not only every month, maybe it's every week, we're learning more about how important that is. So maybe as a foray into our next time in Pakistan, microbiome is going to be influencing the future along with everything we discussed today. But Doug, if you don't have any other closing comments, should we take questions, or do you have a little thing to add?
No, I'll just end with a really, really terrible science joke, which is trust your guts. And then I'd love to have any questions from the audience.
Yes, so thank you, Douglas and Joy, for your wisdom and very informative session for everyone. And what are your specific recommendations for Pakistan in the current scenario?
Yeah, so if I had to...
Pakistan, and you know Pakistan market very well. So what are your specific recommendations? This is the main question from one of the participants.
Sure. Sure. Joey, I'll address it first if you don't mind.
Sure.
Okay. I'm hesitant to make prescriptive recommendations, but what I would say is make sure that vaccination happens at the rates that are required. I think it's very important that vaccines are brought in and that it's done with transparency. I know that it's very diplomatic, and it also leads to a lot of questions from public. So I'd say number one, be very transparent with how vaccines are coming. Thailand, for example, has had a lot of headaches because they said they were coming, but they weren't. And then the reason they weren't coming was negotiations had failed, and there were a lot of issues around that. So I would say number one is make sure the vaccination rates get to where they need to be. Number two, I would say make sure that there are easy, accessible options for tests. There are saliva options, there are breathing, respiratory options, and there's, as we all know, the nasopharyngeal swab option. So I think making sure that people, if you're going to have a small social gathering, that people can feel comfortable knowing that they're safe, knowing that, yesterday I was out, today I'm still COVID-free, I'm not going to infect anyone. And the last thing I would say is, as Joey and I were saying, I think it's very important that there's a sincere conversation about how the economy is going to come back. I think Pakistan has an amazing opportunity ahead of it, as I've told you in person. And I think some of the technologies I mentioned, where, whether it is some of the technologies around currently slowing the issues around COVID, and in the medium term, some of the manufacturing that is going to require change. There's a huge amount to talk about there. The big one that I'd point to is, again, how do industrial manufacturers respond to COVID? And there's an entire large section of manufacturing that's going to need to change their ways. Joey, did you have any thoughts?
Yeah, just to add, I would say anecdotally from my experience, the test aspect is super important. In Germany, they covered all the tests for the past year, and now slowly they're weaning off of PCR because of the cost, but still rapid antigen tests are available. And really, whether you're vaccinated or not at this point, because of the rate of breakthrough infection, I think it's important that people utilize those. Like a friend of mine recently had an experience where his girlfriend who was vaccinated had COVID, but they caught it really early and were able, they believe, not to spread it. And that's really important for us to personally do. And then secondly, to hit on Doug's last point, I think Doug and I both have visited Pakistan and seen the great pharmaceutical industry. And I think of course, this is a hard time, but it's also a time of opportunity to build capacity and make a real impact. That's more of an industry standpoint, but I strongly believe in Pakistan's pharmaceutical industry. Lots of great companies there, many of which we've interacted with. And yeah, I think there are many ways that they can make an impact in the short and medium term that also leads them in the long term to be very big players, not only in the local market, but also in the regional and even global market.
Yeah. And one detail, Azfar, that I'll add with regard to testing. As we all know, the original test was just plus or minus. You have COVID, you do not. What we have now is kind of a next generation test where it will actually tell you the sort of variant that you have. Now, our therapeutics aren't yet able to match that particular variant, but they will. Give it 6 to 12 months. So I think it would be very important for policymakers. These things need to be reviewed before they can be allowed into the markets. And the companies in Pakistan need to have partnerships and/or local manufacturing, as Joey was alluding, opportunities to be able to have these available and accessible for people. So those would be my recommendations.
And then the last thing I would say with the testing is ensuring that there's genetic analysis as well, as Doug has alluded to, because the tracking of variants nowadays is super important, not only for the local, but also global. So yeah, if Pakistan can improve its track and trace capabilities, then that also helps not only for this pandemic, but as Doug alluded to whatever the next pandemic eventually may be.
Very important recommendations you shared, and you mentioned about the pharmaceutical industry, and one of the best pharmaceutical company in Pakistan is Martin Dow Group, and they own Merck Marker in Pakistan and Roche as well. Both of you already met their leadership, and they are the co-hosts of this Leaders in Islamabad Business Summit. We initiated together the summit 4 years back. And my final question to you is that what about the public-private partnership scenario in Pakistan in the healthcare infrastructure? What are your recommendations in this specific area? What government and the private sector should do for public-private partnership?
Yeah, I think, Joey, do you want to, if you have any thoughts, I'm happy for you to go first.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the relationship between government and industry, I think it has to remain strong. It seems like that there are a lot of opportunities to come together nowadays and really have an impact. I mean, I'm not sure specifically what the needs are, but in this space, public-private partnership is such an important vehicle to make an impact. So whether it's building up some of the capabilities and there's help needed there, or even creating separate entities that can do some of the research in the near term for some of these technologies. I mean, I think the first aspect of this would be understanding exactly where the opportunity lies. Like, for example, one aspect could be fill and finish capabilities for some of the industry. But, you know, I think it really depends on an in-depth analysis. But I think there's a lot of opportunity there. Doug?
So as far, I would say it's very important that you look at what's worked globally. And I failed to mention much about China, despite me being kind of a China hand with regard to COVID response. So I can give a perspective on how China has handled their PPPs, the public-private partnerships. And I think China has a really good roadmap or checklist for success. I think what they've done very well is they've cut through a lot of red tape. They allow foreign companies to come in and have full ownership with tax benefits and investments on the ground. It gives them preferential access for top talent through local universities and access to facilities for manufacturing. And I think the other big area for more regulated industries, because that's typically where public-private partnerships become very tricky. If you're in, you know, heavy real estate investments, you know, large capex type transactions, or you're in, you know, heavy industry, or you're in healthcare. I think it's very important that the regulatory bodies give that, you know, give clear feedback on what's required, what is accessible, and what is not. And again, where China, I would point to two areas where China has a unique thought process, and that is an area called Hainan, where you're able to do a large amount of clinical trialing and a large amount of R&D, and actually get direct feedback.
Thank you. Thank you. Over to you, Rabia.
Thank you, Asfa.
Well, thank you very much. This was a very informative session, and thank you for taking out time. Hopefully, the next time we have this summit, you will join us physically in Pakistan. So thank you.
Inshallah.
Inshallah.
Inshallah. Inshallah.
Looking forward to it. Thank you all so very much.
Thank you,
and
thank you,
greetings.
and see you all soon.
See you soon.
See you soon.
And continue
Bye-bye.
your support for Pakistan.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we come to our next session, which actually is the 8th session of the overall summit. This is an exclusive session with our knowledge partner, ACCA. It will begin with a conversation with the Global President of the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, Mark Miller. And the moderator will be Asfar Ehsan, founder, Corporate Pakistan Group and Nutshell Conferences Group. And this conversation will be followed by a dialogue on ethical practices and business valuation, which will have very prominent, very eminent professionals as panelists, including 3 international speakers, and the moderator will be the country head Pakistan for ACCA. So we look forward to another very informative and specific in terms of domain. So let's start the next session.
And this first conversation is actually recorded with the Global President Mark Miller, the ACCA, and the next one will be live from here.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. We are here again, and with one outstanding speaker is with us, Mr. Mark Miller, who is the Global President of ACCA. And the topic of our conversation is New Models of Public Procurement, a Tool for Sustainability Recovery. This is an exclusive session with ACCA. ACCA is partnering with Nutshell Group and Martin Dow Group for Leaders in Islamabad since 2017. And I recall that the global president of ACCA, Mr. Brian, also participated in the first edition, followed by the global CEO, Helen Brand, and many other speakers. So our association is very long, and in different conferences in Pakistan and abroad, we collaborated both in person and virtually. And I especially requested that the Mark Miller should be with us for this session in the 4th edition of Leaders in Islamabad. Today is the 2nd day of Leaders in Islamabad Summit. Yesterday, all of you enjoyed different sessions. But right now, we are hosting one conversation with Mark Miller. This will be followed by another 1-hour conversation with ACCA global members from different parts of the world. So this is exclusive between Nutshell, Martin Dow, and ACCA. So I want to introduce Mark Miller. He is a proud public sector accountant and leader. Mark joined the NHS from his school and studied for the ACCA qualification rather than going to university. Over a 45-year career, he has held a variety of finance director roles in the NHS and has been chief executive of a number of NHS and public bodies, as well as contributing to national policy. In 2000-2001, Mark was chairman of the UK Healthcare Financial Management Association, promoting the role of accountant in the healthcare. Very interesting, by the way. Following NHS career, Mark spent 5 years as chief executive at St. Elizabeth Hospice and a non-executive director of Royal Pepworth Hospital NHS Foundation Trust for 7 years. He retains an interest in the NHS through chairing funding appeal panels. Mark is also trained in both mentoring and mediation. He's long been involved with our UK Health panel and served on our, ACCA's International Assembly for 2 terms. Mark has served on ACCA Council since 2010. So Mark, over to you on your topic, New Models of Public Procurement, a Tool for Sustainability Recovery. 20 minutes talk from your side, and then we will take a few questions from the audience. Over to you, Mark.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And hello, everyone. It's wonderful to be able to have this opportunity to speak to you a few words. I'm really grateful and send special greetings to Afar Azan as Chief Executive of National Conferences and the founder of Corporate Pakistan Group, as well as to the many distinguished guests in the audience. It's a real pleasure. And as you've heard, there's a long association with ACCA, and we're very proud to partner with you in these and other events and initiatives. So the title of my remarks today might seem a little long and a little complicated. New Models of Public Procurement, a Tool for Sustainable Recovery. But in reality, it's really quite simple and goes to the heart of the questions that face societies everywhere. And it's this: how do we build economic recovery from COVID-19 that works for everyone? What role does public spending play alongside private investment in fueling that recovery? And how do we get the best value from public funds so that people feel that the system and their government is working in their best interests? And for me, it comes down to trust. Trust between people and government. And that trust has to be based upon transparency and on honesty. And this is an issue that is so important to me personally. As you've heard, I worked my whole life in the public sector, mostly in public health. And I am well aware of the men and women who dedicate their careers to public service. And in my head, they're a special breed indeed. And I know the full worth and importance of work done by public servants. And I believe that a vibrant public sector in investing resources in projects and services that benefit all people is a sign of a strong, stable and caring society. It's the arena where people gather to get things done, to make society better for everyone. Building the infrastructure, growing the social capital, and doing jobs which don't necessarily generate profit, but are priceless in sustaining a community. So even in economies which place free markets first, still need a strong public sector, where the profits of successful business help sustain a healthy environment, a strong infrastructure, and vital services that make society work. Too often, you hear commentators suggest that we must choose somehow between the public and the private sector. They talk as if we should prefer one to the other, to pick sides, if you like, as though it were a cricket match. This is a big misconception, that all enterprise and energy is in the private sector, and the public sector is where you find the worthy workaday types doing essential, though routine tasks. In my head, all of that is nonsense. In truth, every society needs a vibrant public sector and a vibrant private sector to function. We need both, fueling each other, private and public, one hand washing the other. But I know that some of these outdated attitudes, public versus private, still linger. And ACCA has research which points to a credibility gap and a trust gap between sectors. It's in our report, not surprisingly entitled New Models of Public Procurement, a Tool for Sustainable Recovery. And what it says is that many in the private sector don't trust the public sector to uphold its side of the deal in business, for reasons which change according to geography. But in general, they point to flawed public procurement processes and patchy audit practices, largely caused by, if you like, the need for speed amid the supply emergencies and particularly the shortage resources caused by COVID-19. Now, it's quite a broad brush report, but it does highlight a growing demand for greater accountability in public spending and greater insistence on public value. And that shouldn't alarm anyone. They are positive aspirations, and every public sector finance professional embraces them, I am sure. And these demands are also right there in line with everything that ACCA has stood for since we were founded in 1904. Our mission has been to create an accountancy profession that serves as a force for public good. Now, as I'm sure you will know, ACCA is a deeply practical organisation. We don't just ask tough questions, we answer them too. So you wouldn't be surprised to hear that we have framed our own response to the concerns about public procurement. Our report includes a call to publish public contracts early on, centralised open databases accessible to all, that transparency piece. We also go further by demanding that public contracts should be used as a vital economic tool for sustaining struggling businesses, particularly small and medium enterprises who have been hardest hit by COVID. I picked up a phrase at an event some while ago now about a decreasing awareness that businesses are for a purpose rather than just for a profit. And that resonates so much at ACCA, where core to our very being is this concept of public value. And public value must be the priority in our decision-making processes. And the more that we can do about bringing that vision to reality in strengthening trust in the public sector, the better it is for everyone. So we have to admit that the public sector faces enormous challenges in every country at the moment. The level of expenditure on public services is enormous, even in countries which you wouldn't think of as having a large public sector. In fact, government expenditure accounts for more than 1/3 of GDP in most countries. Globally, public services are changing rapidly, and the demands upon them are growing, together with the tax bill to pay for them. Governments around the world are wrestling with a huge number of difficult and complex issues. A global pandemic, aging populations, rocketing healthcare costs, urgent reforms of welfare support, as well as provision of education, climate change, defence costs, protection of national resources, natural resources, terrorism, crime and infrastructure costs. The list can be endless. At the same time, public expectations for the quality of public services are growing, and people are quite rightly also demanding more accountability and transparency around how public funds are used. In the view of ACCA, it is more important than ever that governments grasp the need to professionalise the public sector finance function in order to tackle these challenges. Through improved public financial management and the adoption of international reporting standards, good governance and a proper independent audit function. ACCA also supports the adoption of the international accounting standards, which are increasingly vital in a digitalised, universally connected global economy, where borders are becoming largely irrelevant. ACCA believes that we must embrace a new way of keeping score when we assess value for money in public projects. This means adopting reporting measures which take into account the returns and benefits to society over the life of an investment, rather than the immediate budget cost only. Only by accounting in this balance sheet way can we ensure long-term value and sensible investment that is guided by the needs of society over a longer time span than a financial reporting period, or indeed the duration of a particular government. It goes without saying, I think, that the spectre that has haunted all investment decisions and all business activity over the year and more has been the pandemic. COVID-19 demanded the greatest public sector intervention in our societies and our economies I've ever seen. To safeguard both the lives and livelihoods, governments have had to react quickly under enormous pressure to protect citizens from the worst impacts of the emergency. Because the crisis was so acute, normal decision-making processes were speeded up, which increased the risks of corruption, mismanagement, and waste. The pandemic also raised troubling questions about global inequality, with developed nations racing to find and distribute vaccines and healthcare to their own populations, whilst developing nations were left on the outside looking in. This really brought into sharp focus the truth that huge inequality poses a threat to the whole world, not just to poor nations. Where the virus is unchecked, variants can mutate, which threatens the effectiveness of the vaccines being deployed elsewhere. The brutal, salient fact of a pandemic is that until everyone is safe, no one is. It's also true that this damaging inequality is a threat beyond the boundaries of healthcare. It also brings greater danger of mass transcontinental migrations, geopolitical instability, and even potential wars. Sensible public spending and investing in society offers a welcome solution to attaining more equality for more people across the world. Infrastructure is clearly vital for economic and social development everywhere. Transport infrastructure is a valuable economic asset because it allows people to travel to work and to transport goods to different markets. Power and utility systems provide us with the energy and services we need to survive. We all rely on infrastructure systems to ensure that our basic human needs are met. And ACCA believes that accountants can play a critical role in closing this infrastructure gap by improving the selection, financing and delivery of infrastructure projects. And finally, public sector funding and spending is such an important issue because it protects the interests of a healthy, stable and well-functioning society. We should all remember the truth, based on the bitter experiences of history, that distrust, denial of investment, a lack of faith in the power of the public sector is a sign of a society in trouble. Wherever and whenever we have seen leaders stand up and declare that the public sector is rotten, corrupt, or incapable of serving the people, we have inevitably seen a slide to tyranny and restrictions on freedom. So this is why leaders from all sectors have a responsibility to promote and support public spending that reflects the needs and desires of society. We must all use our influence to ensure that public funds are used for the good of all people in a spirit of openness and transparency, with a dedication to value for money and for public good. I believe that this is how we strengthen civil society, how we build stronger, more sustainable communities, and grow a more sustainable economy. It is how we make sure that wise public investment serves as a powerful tool in our recovery from all the trials that we have all faced in the last year and a half. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Mark, for your sharing your views on this important subject. And we are receiving several questions from the audience. I want to share with the participants that this conference is live since yesterday on Facebook pages of ACCA and Nutshell Group, and also the YouTube channel of Nutshell Group, and also the live share with Pakistan Stock Exchange Facebook page and Martin Dow Facebook page. To Mark, first question is from our friend Nadeem Malik. He is the director of Oracle Corporation in Pakistan and also the member of Prime Minister's task force on IT and telecom. And he's asking that globally relationships and contracts between public and private sectors operate with a trust deficit. How can this be overcome in the context of a developing nation like Pakistan, which is aiming to reap the Gen Z dividend, which is approximately 60% of our population? Yes, Mark, please.
Yeah, thank you. I think probably the first thing I ought to do is to say, you know, actually our research says, yes, there is this trust deficit. And we got to that conclusion by surveying over 1,000 ACCA members from both the public and the private sector across 90 countries. And it's this research that identified this trust deficit between the public sector buyers and private sector suppliers. Now, some of this is around the challenges that governments around the world have faced around public procurement, not least of all because of the COVID-19 crisis, which tested their ability to be agile, react quickly and efficiently to deliver for their people. But what we found is that only 41% of private sector respondents believe that the public sector can be trusted to uphold its side of the deal. And that compares with 60% of public sector respondents stating that they trust their private sector counterparts. So this distrust, I think, has been exacerbated by this need for speed. But that's not the only part of that. But it does prompt you to say that we need to tackle, if we're going to modernize this system, we need to deal with the issues of transparency and real or perceived bribery and corruption. And key to this are that audits should be commonplace in all public procurement procedures, beginning as early as possible in the bid process. because that reduces the likelihood of corruption, and that auditors need to remain independent within that process. I also think that some of this trust is particularly, I mentioned this in my address, is also centred around small and medium enterprises, which are vital. So in any economy, it's the small and medium enterprises that are the engine, if you like, for economic recovery, economic development, the payment of taxes that brings, and therefore the ability to invest in the infrastructure and in the public services. So the other side of that coin is about the public sector treating those companies fairly and equitably. And certainly in the UK, we have been launching and talking about campaigns around, for instance, simple things like prompt payment, around actually, cash flow for any new business is really important. And we have to ensure that we are supporting those people. But public trust is what is really important around this, yes, rather than supply. And public trust is that intangible in many ways that can only be helped by being open and transparent and finding ways for those of us who are in the public sector to be demonstrably reporting to and accountable to the people we actually serve, i.e. the public. So we might think we're serving, the government or whatever, but actually we need to have a mindset about we are spending money that our colleagues in our village, town, our neighbours have given us to try and make things better for them and their lives. So the key to it for me is about transparency, and that mindset about accountability.
Okay, thanks for your very detailed answer. And another question is from another participant, Farhan Ahmed. He's the head of communications of Habib Bank Limited, HBL, and he's also the president of Communication Society of Pakistan. He's asking that in today's post-COVID world, how, in your view, can any government give more transparency to its citizens on credible utilization of public funds?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I suppose the first thing is I'm delighted that word transparency was used in that question, because I think that plays into what I'm trying to go. So I'm really delighted about this, because taxpayers need to know where the spend is happening. That's what I mean by transparency in this context. And this is where state audit comes into play, and it's vital. I mean, it's particularly vital in turbulent times, but it is vital. And the supreme audit institutions are really vital to this, and we work with many of these institutions across the globe and encourage collaboration on key issues. And so what we've seen is that these are essential to holding governments to account in how they spend and allocate resources. Now, clearly, to do that, they have to have some degree of being independent from government. So they need to be able to maintain that strong and independent voice for them to have credibility with the general public. So we produced yet another report. I'll probably end up quoting several reports around auditing the pandemic, transparency, accountability, and inclusiveness in the use of emergency funding. And we partnered with the IDI to highlight the work of SDIs in this time of crisis. So what we did was we explained the essential role of auditors general in ensuring accountability of public funds against COVID-19 pandemic spend. Obviously, because that level of spend and the speed of the spend is unprecedented. And recognizing that governments have had to react quickly and under significant pressure to protect both the economies and citizens' lives. So we all understand that. So we have published some resources as part of that work, a toolkit, if you like. And it talks about 3 policy briefs. One is leave no one behind, is that COVID-19 exacerbated, as I said earlier, exacerbated inequalities, many of which were overlooked when socio-economic packages to tackle the impacts of the pandemic were first developed and implemented. And public audits can help shed light on whether the legislative and regulatory frameworks that have been put into place account for those inequalities. So this is about helping everyone, building back better, if you like. I've mentioned quite a few times the procurement at speed issues, and certainly where I live in the UK, you know, there are daily stories about the nature of some of the contracts let, the value for money of them, the speed of them, and so on. And that this is work which is wider than and deeper than keeping receipts. So the third stream of this toolkit is about being beyond keeping receipts, about at a time of crisis, accountability and transparency, we understand, tend to take a back seat. And that makes the public audit a more difficult undertaking. However, if we are to maintain public trust and protect public funds and retain confidence, we must ensure that there is a clear audit trail and be accountable about why we took the decisions we took with the knowledge and the pressures at the time, and not try and rewrite history around all of that. So, so we see that as part of this, the use of this audit and the Supreme Audit Institutions as a vital part of that transparency. However, the other side of that is we all need to be better at finding ways of connecting information in a way that the public can engage with and is relevant to them with the audits and the action being taken. That connection about, you know, so it's a communication exercise as well as a transparency exercise. So the two things need to go along together. And you know, at ACCA, you know, we strongly believe that all of this is also tied in with the UN sustainability goals, which I won't talk a lot about now. But there is a connection for us around progress against and accountability for strategic development goals, and the same issues about transparency and accountability around public procurement and public spending. This is our fellow citizens' money that we are spending, and we need to be transparent about it.
Okay, so there are many questions we are receiving, but I'm asking last 2 questions and want quick answers because the time is short now.
Okay.
20 minutes.
I get the message.
One question is from China. He's my American friend based in China, Professor Michael Sun. He's one of the founders of FinTech Institute at Fudan University. And he's asking that COVID has accelerated the awareness around the need to continuously manage change and mitigate business and economic uncertainty. What, in your opinion, are the lessons for governments on expanding focus?
So, I mean, I've talked at length, haven't I, about transparency, accountability, and inclusiveness. But of course, there is also, and I touched upon it again in my remarks, the issue about capability. So we do need to get away from a perception out there around the standards, the talent, the energy, the capability of those working in, and particularly I'm thinking now obviously of accountants working in the public sector. I believe very much that there are lessons that the public sector need to learn from the private sector. But I also believe there are lessons the other way around. And I think actually more interaction between the two. So let me give you one or two examples. So in terms of what the public sector needs to learn, I find very little of the public sector that actually takes the balance sheet approach that I mentioned, that actually says, if we are making an investment in infrastructure, what's the long-term economic and social value of that, rather than just what's the annual spend or what's in the life of the parliament. So the selection, management and processing of social investment, if you like, are skills which we need to get more of into the public sector, because I think that will help with some of the issues about transparency and so on. On the other hand, there are more and more business owners who recognise that it isn't just about profit, that it is about their place in the world and what their purpose is, and the need to embrace integrated reporting, to embrace the UN Development Goals, and be accountable and report on those things as well. So I think there's a lot that we need to, you're back to the cricket team. We need to be merging the talents, if you like, because we're all cricketers, and we might even swap teams at some point. So national teams might be a bit difficult, but we need to learn from each other. It needs to be a learning environment. And my biggest lesson, because your question was about what are the lessons for governments, is about rigor in the investment decisions that they take, and not short-termism, but an acknowledgement that there are bigger things in play as well. Sorry.
Okay, so one last question, and this is from Ms. Shazia Isfazadi. She's educationist and director of Bloomfield School Systems. She's asking that government and public sector expanding is the backbone of any economy. How, in your view, government expanding policies and processes can promote an inclusive, competitive and sustainable economic value chain to support SMEs, startups, and women-owned businesses? This is the last question, and I want a brief answer from your side.
Okay. Well, again, I'm delighted with the question, because I did touch upon this in my address. So I'll try and you want a brief answer, so I'll try not to repeat that. But these businesses, are the engine room. They are the powerhouse, and it is inherently risky and difficult starting. So policy decisions by government need to be in place to tackle issues such as late payment that I mentioned, and provide a positive climate, because you won't get the reality is you will not get a strong public sector with the level of resources and investment if you don't have a strong private sector providing employment and generating profits. I can't emphasize enough, the two go hand in hand. So everything that governments can do to promote new businesses and give incentives around that, I think is absolutely vital. There is a report that ACCA published yesterday on medium-sized enterprises, that talked about that. And ultimately, startups and SMEs need that space to grow and support. So, we've talked about growth through a number of incubators set up either by governments or the private sector, whether they be financing, training, hybrid financing, innovative partnerships between government and the private sector and the new start. The bit about women-owned businesses, in a way, I don't want to comment on, because in a way I encourage. Don't get me wrong, I encourage women-owned businesses, But I think, you know, the things that are required are common to both genders. Yeah, and so I think, you know, women should be given a fair shot at this, and encouraged. But I would say no more than that on that particular subject. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Wonderful session with you. Your thoughts on new model of public procurement. And ladies and gentlemen, this session is available on YouTube channel of Nutshell Group, and also available on the Facebook pages of ACCA, Martin Dow, Nutshell Group, and also Pakistani Stock Exchange. And we will love to host you in person next time. Mark, please take care, and thanks for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, after 1 minute break, we will start the new session with the other top panelists and other topic. And thank you for your participation, Mark, and all the participants from all over the world. Thank you again.
Hello and Assalamu alaikum from Islamabad. Today we are very proud to be part of the Leaders in Islamabad Business Summit. This summit has got its own record from the past 4 years. It's attracting the world talent, it's attracting the world leader to come in Islamabad and talk about the burning and emerging issues and try to work together to put up some resolution and the way forward where the world, or at least the countries who are participating there, they can take some notes from there and implement those resolutions or those recommendations. My name is Sajid Aslam. I'm head of ACCA Pakistan. This particular session today we are going to run is around the correlation of ethical practices and the business valuation. So we all know the ethics are important, and we all know that in personal life and the professional life we have to demonstrate that. Today we are trying to explore the correlation that there is a non-financial reward, there is a reputation, there is a spiritual value while we are acting as an ethical, or we are deploying the ethical practices. But at the same time, there is a financial reward we have seen the businesses are getting while they are doing the right thing for the right reason. Ethics is not only about the individuals, how they are behaving, it's also about the entire value chain of those individuals, which are very well knitted as a business, which we know as an artificial entity maybe, but those again underlying they are individuals who are very well knitted in that value chain to run that business. So we have to see that how that value chain, all the people, if they are working with the right practices in an ethical way, and they are introducing the right kind of behaviors within the businesses, with their stakeholders, with their supplier customers, with the other stakeholders, even the regulators, how it's going to change the valuation of that business and how the investor will see it in terms of the share price maybe, right? So this is the correlation which we are trying to explore. Just to give you the background, the ACCA is a 117-year-old organization, started back in 1904. It was a challenge to the status quo. It was again something where the 8 people gathered and started working on the agenda where they felt that something is not right. In 1904, when we talk about the profession of accounting, that was reserved for only the elitist people in the society. And the cost to become accountant was so high that it was creating an artificial barrier, and a lot of people of ability were unable to join that. So there are 8 people who gathered, and they decided that's not on. We have to create the opportunity for everyone who has an ability and who want to develop themselves as an accountant and create that or deliver that public value which an accountant is supposed to deliver. And in 1904, they started with a very inclusive approach. Just to remind people, in Europe in 1904, women did not have a right to vote. And ACCA started with a very clear version that everybody is equal, and everybody who has an ability, regardless of gender and the social background, they should be a part of that opportunity, and they should become a part of that organization. In 1909, we have a first women member there. And then the history starts. And right now, if we talk about the organization, ACCA has a presence in 180 countries almost. And we are working with almost 225,000 plus members, and there are 500,000 students or plus students who are on the journey to become ACCA members. It's not all. ACCA do understand its responsibility in terms of creating that public value and delivering the public value. For the last 75 years, we are delivering on a professional insight. These are the documents and the research and the opinions which we collect around the world, and then share it with our business partners, with our learning partner, with our members, with our students, really to make them understand what are the new trends, what are the patterns which we are seeing there, what are the practices which are changing, and how they can contribute back to their employer, their client, and the society they are operating in. And this professional insight help us to really elevate the brand, the reputation of ACCA, and make sure we are talking about the issues which are very core, and we should have a very authentic and the bold voice. And the same goes with our members as well. When they are in a certain situation, they can be very ethical, authentic, and bold while calling out the behaviors and the things which may not be right. So ACCA has a history challenging the status quo, and we are very, very proud of that, and we would like to continue with that. Today we are joined by our council members. The ACCA Council is a global council, and that's a very diverse, there's a diversity which you can see in terms of the gender, in terms of the nationality, in terms of the background, in terms of the age. And that diversity which we have seen at the council level really helped the organization to be guided in a way that whatever country, whatever city, whatever stakeholder we interact, we try to understand what their real needs are. We try to work with the empathy. We try to stay interested. We listen, and then we try to bring a solution which is not, which is very customized for their need. So today we are joined by Arthur Lee, FCCA, fellow ACCA member, Assistant President and Company Secretary, CGN New Energy Holding and Co. Limited, Hong Kong, SAR, China. Lee is a seasoned professional with the experience in IPO and investor relationship, accounting, finance, taxation, corporate planning, and strategy. Lee was very instrumental when the IPO happened for CGN, and it was 500 times oversubscribed. And he managed that by maintaining a certain relationship with the investor, working with the sell-side analyst and the investment fund. He is a fellow ACCA with a degree in information engineering from Chinese University of Hong Kong, as well as MBA from University of Warwick, and a Master of Corporate Governance degree with distinction from Hong Kong Polytechnical University. He also possessed the PRC Legal Professional Qualification. So welcome, Lee. Welcome to our session today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. My pleasure.
We are also joined by Ayla Majid. Ayla Majid is a fellow member of ACCA, Managing Director for Financial Advisory, and Khalid Majid Rahman, KMR, from Pakistan. Ayla is a very seasoned professional again, and she's an international speaker and a strong advocate of sustainability, takes part in contributing to important themes like digital transformation, Belt and Road Initiative, future of work, future of energy, and sustainable infrastructure. Ayla is also part of the World Economic Forum Young Group Global Leaders. She is also part of the Global Future Council of Energy of World Economic Forum. So Ayla is also a fellow member of ACCA, serving on ACCA Council. She holds MBA from LIIBS. She's LLB from University of London, and she's also has got she's alumnus of Harvard Kennedy School, University of Oxford. So welcome, Ayla, to our session today.
Thank you, Sajid. Pleasure to be here.
Thank you. So we are also joined by John Colin, fellow member of ACCA, partner and insolvency practitioner, Menzies LLP UK. John is a partner in Menzies, and he heads up the corporate and the recovery insolvency department. He has over 30-year experience with the company in a financial distress. She also led the group involved in the formation of implementation of governance changes in a global organization. He's a part of a Better Place to Work team at Menzies, as well as he's proud to lead the diversity and inclusion strategy for the firm. Interestingly, John is definitely, he's a fellow member of ACCA. He also holds a degree in music and composition from UK University. So welcome, John, to our session today.
Good morning. Thank you, Sajid.
Thank you. We are also joined by Mariam Ebisola. She's a fellow member of ACCA, Managing Director of J Concept Z Limited from Nigeria. Mariam is Lagos-based business leader who has spent over 20 years in developing strategy and leadership and financial management skill while contributing to the growth of leading brands. She has held roles across West Africa and Europe in multinationals as well as the accounting practices. Mariam is a co-owner of Babalula Edi Farati Foundation, which has improved the life of over 3,000 Nigerians with free medical care, food supply, school fee, and a clean water supply. Mariam is an ACCA fellow member and serving on its global council. She runs the food and beverage company in Nigeria. So welcome, Mariam. Thank you very much for joining us today. And as I earlier mentioned, this is one of a great forum, Leaders in Islamabad, which is managed by Nutshell Conferences and the Corporate Pakistan Group. And it has got its own reputation, and it has really attracted the global leader to talk about the future of the world, And today we are going to talk about the correlation of the practices, and particularly ethical practices, and the business valuation, how it's going to impact current or future business valuation for us. So I'll start with a question, and that is for everybody. What are the key ethical practices or behavior a business expected to demonstrate in journals? So what we should be expecting from a business when we talk about the ethical practices? What is the scope of that ethical practices? So we start with Arthur, you, and then I think we will take the comment from everybody one by one.
Thank you so much. To me, I think there's some key behavior, value that have to behave, demonstrate to the others that the business have to be so that they are honest. To tell the people what necessary to be, to be tell and transparent. To necessarily, avoiding the confidential issues, they should tell the others that what they are doing, and to avoid conflicts of interest as well. Make sure that there's no agency problem. To me, that means you need to have the right people and the right system. That means you have recruited the right people, that they have gone through the good training on all these ethical values before they can get in, and they have to be properly screened. You screen and get the best person to come in. And during the whole of their career in this company, you have to well train them to make sure that they continue to receive education and properly educated on all these good values. And also they have a channel for them to feedback if there's something went wrong. Of course, we have to have a good system in place for the company as well. That means we have to have a very good, process, procedures that to make sure that people can follow. Either it's electronically or manually, whatever, that people can follow all these procedures to make sure that they are conform with the ethical behavior. Of course, we all know that other than the process itself, we have to review regularly. We have to do the audit, the post-mortem review regularly to make sure that all these values are put into place. If there's anything that is not in conform the value of the company on all this honesty, on transparency, and conflict of interest things, that we have to be reported and correct all these issues. I think all these are very important behaviors that you have to demonstrate to the public, for the business, that this company have the right people, have the right system to demonstrate all these values are in place.
Thank you, Lee. Thank you. And if we expand that conversation, I think the Lee picked up 2 points there. The one is having that training and understanding of the key behaviors, what are expected, and number 2, the system or mechanism where people can really speak up and call out those behavior if those are not being complied with. So I think these are the 2 key very relevant areas. So if we come to you, Ayla, for the same question, what does it mean ethical practice in businesses for you? So how you will expect a business to behave in a society ethically?
Sajid, thank you so much. Agree with all that Arthur said, and I'll only be adding to that. I would say maintaining and being mindful of rights of all stakeholders, whosoever may be connected with the business, whether this is there are shareholders, whether there are employees, whether suppliers, whether it is the society, and whether it is planet at large. I would say that being mindful of the rights of all stakeholders is very key to being ethical, and then practicing or bringing in ethics at the forefront. Of course, it goes without saying that honesty, integrity, transparency, all of that needs to be there. And what we see now, the preference of various stakeholders, even for that matter, investors and of course the shareholders, they are now more and more have become appreciative, and they understand that we need to protect and be mindful of the rights of all stakeholders, be it a consumer, be it, say, anyone who's affected or sort of comes even close to an impact of a business. So all of that, I think, would sort of fall in the realm of ethical practices. So yeah, that's what I would say, just to sort of summarize it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ayla. So you summarize it as a right of all the stakeholder, including the planet. That's brilliant. And then it's an obligation of the business really to take care of that and make sure that we are not going to jeopardize that. And then you also highlighted the investors. They are considering sustainability and how the organization is behaving as one of our key criteria while they are evaluating it. So that, thank you for that. So John, coming to you, what does it mean, ethics?
Well, it's a really good question, Sajid, and Arthur and Isla have really built a foundation on what are about. You know, we're looking at the practices and behaviors, the ethical practices and behaviors, and who it affects. And we've talked about stakeholders, and you know, it used to be that the primary key area for business leaders was to focus on the shareholders. And you know, that definition of stakeholders has widened, and arguably in our current society, everybody's a stakeholder because of the connection with the internet and social media. Everybody in some way is a stakeholder. So the ethical practices and behaviors have to take that into account. So it's not only in relation to the business that entity is doing, but the way it's doing that business in the community in which it operates. Be it a local community or a global community. And that business will be judged on not only what it gives out as a product, but what it gives out to the community. So it has to, when we're looking at stakeholders now, the conversation is much wider. You know, the impact that the business has in the global community and the local community is absolutely key. And I think especially young people these days are looking to businesses to do more than supply product. They're looking for businesses to be part of a connected world. And in that particular regard, it's really important that the foundation that Isla and Arthur were talking about is in place.
Thank you, John. And I'll be coming back to you again with a similar question that you are in an insolvency practice. So what are those behaviors which lead to insolvency? So what is that lack of ethics at some point of time we will be talking, which will bring that distress financials or distress the organization in a distress? So Mariam, coming to you with the same question, ethical practice, what's your view in terms of what the business need to demonstrate within the society? You are on mute, Mariam, if you can.
Thanks, everyone. And I think Arthur, Ayla, and John has done a good job of explaining the context. But let me add that, in my view, it's not just important for businesses to demonstrate ethical practices. It's also important for the individuals within those businesses to also do the same, because that's the way that you build the culture of ethical practices within organizations. And what I think is becoming more important to people is an alignment between what companies say they are and what they actually do in reality and how they operate within the society. So people are looking to businesses to ensure that, one, they are ethical in their practices, not just by documenting this in their policies or in their value statements, but by stepping up when issues arise globally or within their societies, that they can become a voice for real good corporate governance and standing up for the rights of diverse people, irrespective of their gender or race or their background. So people expect organizations to be more ethical and, of course, to be a voice for corporate governance within societies. We look up to companies to obey the laws of the land, and to pay their taxes of course, which helps to expand societies and also support the growth of the societies where they operate. And we also expect these organizations to act in the good of the public, not just having a short-term view of delivering financial performance, but also understanding that they have a role to play in contributing to good governance, ethics, transparency as a whole. And I think I would say that finally, it's important that businesses realize that ethics plays a bigger role today, because we have a younger generation, the Gen Z, who are more purpose-driven. These generations are woke. They would question and they would expect businesses to play a bigger role because they are more focused around the impact and the challenges that these businesses pose for the societies in which they operate. So if we want to continue to build trust with our stakeholders, ethics is the way to go, because ethics is that currency that helps you to purchase trust with all the stakeholders that you have to interact with as a business.
Thank you, Mariam. Lovely. Ethics is a currency to really purchase the trust. I think that's a bottom line. So, and the trust is the one which the entire is driven by the business, and that's where the financial and the bottom line is driven, even with the trust of the stakeholders, like we discussed earlier. So, before we get to the next questions, a very quick view, John, from your side. You are working with the distress organization and insolvency. Anything you can highlight? What are the lack of ethics which led them to the insolvency or distress situation? Very quick, brief one, and then we move to the next one.
Well, really briefly, Sajid, often businesses find themselves behaving unethically in desperation. So when there is distress, when there is a lack of money, businesses will look to ways to protect their organization, and that can often lead to desperate measures. Usually that can be everything from a lack of communication, so ordering supplies when there's no real chance of looking to, in actually paying the supplier, to actually sort of much more nefarious and much more difficult issues. But I think the one thing, and the role of the director is to try and protect that business, and sometimes the ethics can get lost in the stress and the strain of distress. And one of the things that the business leaders need in those circumstances is the right advice from the trusted advisors, who can come in and actually demonstrate that that transparency, which I think is one of the outcomes of good ethical behavior, is often a solution to a really tough financial distress issue. And it's that transparency that's the first thing to go, and that can often lead to the problems that you'll see with the sort of the loss of that ethical behavior.
No, thank you, John. And I think if I pick up from the couple of minutes which we are discussing right now, I think there's a common theme that ethics is one of like Mariam put it in a very eloquently, it's a currency to buy or purchase trust, and the trust is the basis of any business to really survive or for the longer term. So then what are the challenges which these businesses face in general not to adopt ethical practices? What drive them to, or what are let me put it that way, what are the opportunity and challenges for the businesses once it's come to ethics, professionalism, and trust? Why they deviate from that? And we can start with you, Ayla.
Thank you, Sajid. I would say two things. It could be greed. Maybe businesses, individual organizations, they may like to sort of deviate from ethical practices if there is greed. And the second could be, say, a challenge, say, that people may come across. So when there is a threat or a challenge or an adverse situation, this is where the ethics could be at risk. Now, given both, I think the frameworks, the transparency framework, the integrity frameworks, they sort of come in play. And if people have the right kind of or organizations have the right kind of frameworks available and put in place, and there are the right kind of checks, then one can sort of avoid such situations. We have sort of seen this in many different industries, like in the past decades, past years, whether it has been the financial industry, whether it has been the energy industry. We all are mindful of or know of the famous case of Enron, and likewise many such examples in different industries. At the end of the day, the result is not that great, and the reputation goes, say, a long way. So I would say, while the driving factors of not being ethical could be a challenge or greed, at the end of the day, taking that sort of adverse route has never helped anyone in the long run.
Thank you, Ayla. And Arthur, Mariam, John, you want to add something around that? And I have a follow-up question on this one, specifically on the greed and frameworks. I'll come back with that. So Arthur, Mariam, John, if you want to add something on that.
I think, let me just add that the pressure that, the directors sometimes face from the shareholders, to improve financial results, which is usually focused on short-term results versus long-term, is also huge, and of course, the compensation of some of these directors is also linked to, the financial performance of the business, which, sort of puts pressure sometimes on directors or business leaders to compromise on the on ethical practices. But like Ella has rightly mentioned, focusing on the short term will not help you drive the valuation of your company in the long term. It would only result in challenges, loss of reputation, loss of your customer base, and could actually lead to the demise of the company completely, like Enron, which no longer exists today because of these challenges. So what I would say is, in the long run, being ethical pays off, is what I would say, despite all of the pressures that business leaders face to cut corners.
Thank you, Mariam. And that's an interesting one. The follow-up question I'll bring out there. You brought up a very interesting point, the compensation driving a certain behavior. So now the question is that if the compensation is driving the behavior, greed is the one which is driving that, or one of a force to get to the unethical behaviors within the organization, does that frameworks and the regulation help? We have seen that even at the time of Enron, or we talk about the financial crisis of 2008, there were a lot of laws and frameworks and the principles which were there, and the entire value chain involved, they just overlooked that. So just the compliance or the framework or the principle can really overcome that drive which greed or the compensation can bring to the organization. What do you feel? What would be your stance or ACC's stance around it in terms of the regulation versus the personal ethic or a professionalism? So Arthur, if you want to add there. You are on mute, Arthur.
Yep.
Yeah.
I would say that there is always a cause and benefit to everything. People always to commit something for their personal interest and overlook the public thing. Is they always think that they are overconfident themselves. They can cover up all this, kind of short-term or personal misbehavior. They are always overconfident themselves. They think that it's something that nobody will find out. In the longer run, this will be smoothed out. It will not happen. The bad thing, the cause element will not happen. We only look at the benefit side. You have more money. The company's share price will go up. Over the long term, this will not be, found out by the others. Everything can be good. So that they exert some kinds of, personally, I mean, they want to do that because they overlook the cost, and I mean, they overlook the cost on that, they only look at the benefit. At the same time, they push pressure on the others as well, using these kinds of compensation or whatever, use their own power or whatever, or I mean, a relationship, whatever. They push the others to follow that direction as well. So even though there's some regulations, I mean, we need to change the culture as well. We need the people to behave and think about that. There's always a cost come with a benefit. Don't always ignore the cost side. I mean, if you misbehave, a cost come happen, I mean, you will always burn out your whole company, burn out your whole career, burn out everything. You have to be free. You have to feel the fear. If you don't feel the fear, you will always ignore the cost side and look at the benefit side, you will have problem. So we have to make sure that people change the culture, make sure the culture institution, everybody's mindset. And also you need to have the system in place to make sure that if those subordinates or the other employees face the pressure from the others, I mean, they have some channel to speak out and they're protected as well. Because always people commit kinds of bad ethical behavior because of I always say 3 challenges. The first thing is always from the monetary side. They have some inducement. The second part is from the power. I mean, there's some pressure from the above to push them. The third part probably is some relationship. I'm your friend. Just do me a favor on that. These kinds of the major driver for this behavior, this ethical behavior. We have to make sure that they have enough training to make sure they are aware of these kinds of pressure, and they will face it. They come to the right person to resolve it. I mean, they have the right channel to sound it out, and they are protected. I mean, the protect is very important. If I'm a staff, my boss, he got big bonuses if he can hit the target. He asked me to cook the book. If I sound out and not protected, I got fired. I mean, that you have a problem. So we make sure that systems are in place for them to report, and also we protect those persons as well. I think it's something that we have to do on the system side to make sure that they have the right channel to sound out the problems, and also they are well protected as well.
Thank you, Lee. So it's a culture, it's a right balance in the culture, processes, and the regulation we are talking about. John, I saw that you want to add something there.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sajid. And of course, Arthur and Miriam are absolutely right. And culture, I think, to a certain extent, culture and lack of diversity is part of the problem that existed in 2008 in that particular crash. And you know, when you're looking at a boardroom that where there's no reflection of the global community within that boardroom or sort of the wider society, you're going to end up with an echo chamber, and you're going to end up with sort of those more extreme views. And I think, you know, culture is very much part of it. Systems, as we talked about, governance is really important. And I think when you're working in a business, you have to understand why you're doing it. You have to have that as your first question, followed by the how. And the how's almost, if you could imagine the train track. The how provides you the train track to your destination for the why, and the short-termism of problems or the lack of diversity in the boardroom or problems with the culture can really be overcome if you remember if you've got a good why that everybody understands, and a very strong how you get from A to B. I think that's always helpful.
Thank you, John. So I think you added the diversity and the why and how. We have to be very, very clear about the how, and we should be very close to why we are doing that. So Ayla, I saw that you want to add something there. And
yes, it's actually a little bit of challenge when you have to speak after somebody as smart as John. So I wanted to actually stress on the same, somewhat similar points, that diversity is so important to putting ethics at the forefront. It is not just in terms of showcasing a very diverse organization or a board, but the diverse thought process, when it sort of, particularly when it is at a practice at the governance level. I think that is so key. There may be, say, tons of ethical frameworks, they may be available, but having the right kind of oversight is then what sort of makes things come in practice. So once the frameworks are there, there needs to be the right kind of oversight, and then oversight which has the right kind of diversity within that. So within the governance structures, I think diversity is so important. And that can also then address the question or the challenge that John mentioned, the echo chambers, or sort of having, say, an environment that, okay, people protecting each other, or there's a small club just sort of echoing what the other person is saying. So it is extremely important to have that.
No, thank you. I think we will explore one area on the technology, and then we will go to the valuation. And our key question, I'll come back up. The first question is around how the technology play the parts in terms of the ethical future. So definitely that's a one question which we want to explore. But after that, we will get to the question, how investors should be putting a value on those ethical practices, how they will figure out that this business is really doing the right things, and because they are not a part of business, they are still like the outsider, and they have to look at the share prices and whether it's a listed company or unlisted company. If they are making a decision, how they will explore that that ethical practices and the behavior there. So first question is around the technology, and then we will come to the valuation methodology, how they should be looking at those, and how they should put a value on those practices which we were discussing. So technology is the first thing. So we can start with Mariam. So we will invite everybody for their comments on that technology part. Mariam, yep, thank you.
Thank you, Sajid. We know that the future of work continues to be heavily reliant on technology, and technology has advanced to stages where some of us didn't imagine so many years back. With the globalization, the immediate 24 hours connections that we now have, which was far-fetched just a few years ago. I remember the first time that I used the personal computer was only after I graduated from university in 2000. So that's how, that's how far, that the world has come with respect to technology. And, I remember I was having a conversation with my family, and, I said, when I was younger, we didn't even have the internet, and we didn't have Facebook. And my kid said, "Mommy, the founder of Facebook is younger than you, so it's obvious." So yes, technology is evolving, and it poses challenges from an ethical point of view. We all know about some of the false stories and information that gets circulated in some of these technological platforms or social connection platforms, right? So I believe that the accounting profession, the ACCA, continues to play a key role in being a voice of reason to ensure that as we go through these technological advancements, we continue to develop this technology in a way that's ethical and in a way that considers the common good of the public and the societies in which we operate. Issues around how the companies that gather data about their consumers are able to use that data in a way that's ethical and does not infringe on their rights. And then how technology, of course, considers the diversity of everyone when building technologies for the future. What I believe is that because we as accountants, in our DNA, we have ethics in our DNA, right? It's what we learned before we became qualified as accountants. It's what we continue to reinforce as the ACCA. And the fact that as accountants, we continue to learn, we can't stay ahead of the technology curve by guiding our organizations when making decisions around technology, and ensuring that we are a sounding board for good governance to remain, even though changes to technologies are evolving. And I'm just going to give another example where, for example, in the past, it was unheard of, to sign some confidential information or some important contracts or documents without actually physically signing the documents, right? Some regulators would not even accept it. But now look at with technology, we're able to do that remotely and email approvals to our teams. Yes, we can do that, but that opens up a completely new set of risks to the business, opportunities for people to carry out frauds, approve some of these transactions fraudulently. So we as accountants need to make sure that within our organizations, we're supporting our businesses to understand the risk that technology brings, and we support them as well to be able to address them in an ethical manner.
Thank you, Mariam. I think it's important. I think the voice of reason, the technology is we are going to adopt that one. So as a core role, as an accountant, you rightly picked up that the voice of reason, we should be challenging the biases in the data, and we should be talking about how the AI should be deployed. So I think there's an important document which ACC has produced very recently with the Chartered Accountant ANZ, Ethics for Sustainable AI Adoption. So connecting AI and ESG, I think it's a great document and a great report to refer. So I'll definitely refer audience to look at that report, Ethics for Sustainable AI Adoption, Connecting AI and ESG. That's a combined research from ACCA and the Chartered Accountant ANC. Just building upon the technology, Ayla, if we can have your comment, and Arthur, and then John, I'll come back to come to you as well. So technology and how you feel it will play a role there.
Yes, sure. So I believe that technology can be leveraged, and actually is already being leveraged to monitor the impact of whatever is being done wherever in the world. So say if it's an investor trying to measure the impact of their investments, technology has allowed to do that. Now, in terms of doing the ESG mapping, the SDG mapping, technology has now allowed that. Has allowed that for investors, for various funds. Now we can see that lots of investment is being poured into ESG funds and SDG based funds. Why so? Because technology also plays a role in sort of understanding the impact of those kind of investments. We have example of the likes of BlackRock and Goldman Sachs of the world channeling funds towards those areas, and not just investors, consumers as well. People are extremely mindful that they would go for a cup of coffee which is fair trade. They would go for a T-shirt where the manufacturer has paid fair wages. So that is one. And in terms of other consumer choices as well, because of that, like Apple has gone green throughout its supply chain, because of stakeholders' pressure and, of course, being conscious themselves as well. At the same time, technology brings risk. You yourself have mentioned that the risks in AI, so it's important to ensure that the voice of diversity, the voice of reasonability is there when sort of deploying AI or technology. So what then becomes very important to address such risks is technology and internet governance. So we come back to the same question of frameworks and sort of ensuring that even in that realm, we have all those sort of practices there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayla. Arthur, you want to add something on the technology? And John, then I'll come to you. And then we will move to the question around how investors should be looking at and what they should be looking at for the valuation. So Arthur, from your side,
Sure.
anything?
Sure. So happened that a few days ago, I just visited the Cyberport in Hong Kong, which is kind of a fintech hub in Hong Kong. Talked to a few companies, how they doing fintech technologies. Many interesting ideas I can share if you hear that. They have AI put into place in anti-money laundering, software that you can just put in some key data. They can detect whether this company have some behavior of money laundering things. and they can identify the risk as well. Some of the company doing a risk profile. They put in some data, then use all the big data, available in the market for this industry, this particular company in the past. They can identify all the risks of this company. And some you can just put in some data in that software. They can identify all the news, update you every day on this what's happening in this company. So a lot of fintech things are happening in the world. These technology things help people to identify whether this company is ethically, behave or not. In the past, probably as long as you're running global business, if I'm here, you are just many miles away. I don't know whether you have an ethical company or not if I want to do business with you. But now with the fintech, all these things, just put in your data. They will search through the internet, whatever machine, in feedback to you whether this company is an ethical company. So technology is a really enabler for us to measure or to find out whether the investment, the company is an ethical company or not. I think it's really, it changed the whole world in terms of how technology can be used, in a lot of things. And probably we'll talk about the valuation later on. Yeah.
Thanks. John, anything to add on the technology part?
Sajid, only very briefly, because I feel the same way Isla did in the last question. It's really been very well covered by my very capable colleagues. But technology to date has been a tool, and I can imagine sometime in the future there'll be some artificial intelligence laughing at me for giggling in the background for me saying that. But we're not quite there yet, and as such, it's entirely reliant on the humans at this stage driving the how it behaves and what it does, and the risks are that it can make money, so it can provide an easy source to provide some real capital and value. But that's back to the short-termism, and that's the word governance has been used a lot so far, and I'm a big fan of governance. And we must remember that it has to match the governance and the culture. But there are the risks from AI, and it's not just AI taking over the world and realizing that it's more important than us. But for businesses to be sustainable, there has to be at this stage people in business, and it has to have some positive impact on the community. And the risk with AI is that it takes the people out of the business, and therefore it creates effectively a very time-limited business going forward. In that, once the people are out, what's the purpose? So we'll either have to redefine AI potentially, or redefine purpose, or redefine people's role eventually. But in the meantime, it's key that the processes have a human and ethical foundation.
Thank you, John. I think very well explained that how the AI and the people in the business, how they should be behaving. Now we come to our core questions. So we explore certain areas, that what does ethics mean and how the technology play into that, why the businesses should be looking at the sustainability, how we should be looking at the diversity and the inclusion, and how we can bring the transparency and the assurance, and we have to make sure whatever we are doing, that's reported in a right way. So if you look at this one, so if I'm an investor and I have to put a value on a share price, or if I'm going to acquire a startup, or if I'm investing in a startup, how as an investor, I'll, number one, explore whether these practices exist, and how I'll put a value around it in my valuation. What would be my consideration there? So how, number one, I'll explore that it exists, there are ethical practices, and number two, how I'll put a value around it. So Isla, if we can start with you, and we can come to the other participant.
Sure, yes. So I think that has already come about in practice, and something that I mentioned earlier, that the investor's preference has already sort of is now more towards sustainability, good practices, say doing all the right things. And companies have started to sort of realize this, and they are big corporations, big companies, they are altering their long-term growth business plans, keeping those considerations that what is that the market is asking them to do. And all of this reflects in the valuation of a company. I'll just make a mention of one of the recent commitments of BP they have done with regards to changing their portfolio, or sort of putting more weight towards sustainable energy, because there is a push from investors, from the market. It impacts their valuation as well. And then there are so many other companies, that is just one sector, just to sort of give an example of. Seasoned investors have now sort of started to sort of channel their investments towards more sustainable, more ethical businesses and more sort of good in industries. And one of the key reasons, of course, is coming from within, but also from the consumer preference. If we look at, say, the younger generation, the Gen Z, and everyone, people are more mindful of sort of where they want to work, what kind of business that they want to do, what is their purchasing preference. So all of that has actually now resulted into that does result into companies or businesses valuation as well. If there are, say, if you look at the capital markets, if there is, say, two businesses with identical sort of financials, but one has better practices, it is now all being shown in the integrated reporting. So yeah, so I would say that automatically has started to come in the valuation.
No, great. So integrated report is one area where people should be looking at how they are reporting. So and how they are doing on ethical practices. So Arthur, from your side, and then John, I'll come to you, and Mariam, I'll come to you last. And yep, Arthur,
Sure.
From your side, Lee.
Sure. Probably everyone knows this. I do investor relations and talk to investors over several hundreds investors every year. What they feedback to me is the value of company which is ethical. How they look at that, they will look at how your numbers behave, whether you do your promise, whether you are honest person or not. Every year give me good milestone thing that I'm going to do this, and eventually you fail all your promises. They were not going to give you a premium or a valuation on that. And whether you are transparent or not. I mean, the minimum requirement for disclosure in Hong Kong is a half year. If you can disclose more, like some companies disclose their revenue numbers every month, it shows to the investor that this is more transparent company. They are more robust in delivering. I mean, more confident in delivering more data to the investors. They're putting value on that. I mean, and also whether you always demonstrate to the investors that whether you are doing a funny business or not. If you always behave something that your senior executive always have a luxury perks and have a you use company money to buy a house somewhere and whatever. I mean, the luxury something like this. I mean, they think that this company is not something that I have to avoid. So they will put all these things together and measure yourself, benchmark yourself with the similar companies. I mean, in that circle, if you're a badly behaved company, probably you're downgraded, just like credit rating. You're downgraded. Probably they will not. If your cash flow valuation is $4, I would say that this is a bad company. We just give them 50% discounts and use a market practice. I give you $2 valuation. If you are always deliver your promise, you always have good transparency. You have no demonstration of those funny things. I mean, senior executive perks, whatever. I give you a more premium. If the valuation told me is $4, the market probably give you $6 or even above. I mean, something like this to reward you that you guys are doing the right behavior. Of course, I mean, if you have to demonstrate several years of sustainability that this year I do this year I do this, every year I keep my promise to give them demonstration that we are sustainable, the business. We are not focusing on short term and the loss of the long term things. I mean, over the time, they give you more and more valuation. So yes, I think the valuation reflection on ethical behavior is not something that we will see you overnight. I mean, give you the premium. But over the time, you will demonstrate to the investor that you are a very honest person, you have a robust ethical value systems, you always keep your promise. I mean, they'll give you a value. And of course, I mean, this valuation is not happen only on the buy, also on the hold and sell as well. Whether you will continue to keep this investment or they will sell you, it depends on whether you can still behave in that ethical manner. If you change, I just sell you. If I find out that your CEO, your chairman disappear, with some company, you commit a crime, I'll just sell you overnight. I won't just find out what happens. I'll just sell you overnight. I won't invest in this company further. This is what the investor feedback to me, how they will value, ethics in their valuation. Thank you.
Thank you, Arthur. Thank you. John.
Thank you, Sajid. Well, I mean, Arthur's summarized it perfectly. That level of trust and transparency is exactly what your investor needs. And but it works both ways. You've got your either personal investor who has to be able to trust the business that it invests in, or you've got your fund manager who has to be able to trust their investment on behalf of their clients. There's a reverse to that. So when you're looking at for investment as a business, you want to be seen to have the right type of investors on board. Okay. So the trust and transparency works both ways, and certainly it can be if you're driving your business forward, and you have the backing of an ethically minded investor with a demonstrable investment history, then actually, despite the financial benefits that you get from the investment, you get this societal benefit where people see that the organization as a whole is the right type of organization.
No, thank you, John. I think very well put there. Like, it's a two-way street. It's not a one-way. So the companies also value that, how the investors are behaving. Mariam, final comment from your side on the value, and then we will come to the profession's role with ethics and trust. What, as a profession, as a ACCA, we should be demonstrating or doing to make sure that ethics and trust is delivered within the businesses. So, Mariam, valuation and what investor or what the business should be looking in an investor side, and what the investor should be looking in a business to really put the right kind of value. And what about the ESG scores as well? Is it the right reflection in terms of the valuation? That could be another way which we are seeing more and more coming up. So, Mariam.
Yeah, I think, thank you very much, Sajid, for the question. And Arthur, Ayla, John, you've done a good job of discussing this. What I would add is we're seeing a lot of governments and even non-governmental organizations assist businesses or drive or steer businesses in the direction of ensuring that they're ethical, and they consider ESG to be an important part of their strategy going forward. What you then see is that the businesses who do this, who prioritize ESG, who prioritize ethical practices, get rewarded by investors who want to invest in businesses that have long-term sustainability. And this is good for everyone. Why is it good? Because with that, we are creating a system that rewards, ethical practices, rewards people who focus on not just short-term profitability or results, but are particular about the role that they play in society. And with that, you're able to attract investments. When you attract investments, of course, it has an impact on your valuations. And of course, you have the resources to further invest and to build your businesses as a result of that. What I believe is that the reports are now getting a lot more robust. You see a lot of organizations talking more, not just about their financial performance in their bid to satisfy stakeholders, but they're also, making it an important part of their reports to talk about what they're doing to the society, what they're doing to support public good as well. What I should add is that there would require significant investments from organizations to be able to improve ESG practices within their organizations. They would need to also collaborate a lot more within teams to be able to actualize some of these objectives. So if I think about an organization who currently uses plastic in their production, but wants to do away with plastic because of the issues that it poses to the environment, for example, right? You would need collaboration between the research teams, your production teams, your marketing teams, who start to approach the way that the market, the replacement raw material differently to consumers and all of that. So this, of course, will require investments. These investments, they may not realize immediately, but what we see is that in the long term, investors notice these things that the companies are doing, and they reward them by better valuations or, of course, diverting their investments into these companies.
Thank you, Mariam. Thank you. I think it's a good reference point, the ESG, and it might require more investment, and we have to look at that. If there's a proper commitment, then it should be backed by the investment with the business, with the investor, with the government. Now, very quick 30-second comment on a role of the accounting profession to uphold that ethics and trust within the business, and make sure how we drive that one. So, John, we start from your side. 30-second. Accounting profession's role.
So the accounting profession is critical to driving that ethics and trust. What are we if we are not trustworthy and trusted business advisors? There is fintech around to do the numbers. So as accountants, we have to add value. We have to provide that level of trust, and we also have to provide it with a foundation, an ethical foundation, and that helps our clients. And those clients can be the big business, small business. We shouldn't forget small businesses drive most economies, and certainly that's when you're looking at diversity, that may be where small businesses get it from, is from their accountants.
Thank you. I think it's an important one, the small business and how they are the backbone for any economy and GDP. So Lee, final comment from your side, the role of profession to uphold trust in public. Lee, you are on mute right now. Arthur?
Oh, it's my turn. Yeah. Some concern. To me, I think we accountants is we always have a servant leader in terms of ethical behaviors. I mean, promotion. We should be lead by example, that we demonstrate to the others we have the knowledge. We know. I mean, we know the things what should be behaved ethically, and we are also always a person that people return to give them expert knowledge and advice when they have ethical issues, because we know the numbers, we know what's going on in the whole company, in the whole what's going on. And I mean, a lot of processes. So we should be the kind of the expert, the lead by example, the leader in terms of ethical behavior, and always most of the accountants, if not CEO, I mean, we are the left-hand man of the CEO. Then we should be the trusted advisor to the CEO of the whole company, that everybody on ethical things, they will come to us, and we be a chance of a leader in terms of ethical promotion.
Thank you, Arthur. Ayla. And Mariam, then I'll come to you for the final comment.
Yeah. I think it's very important that when we are talking about ethics, we actually demonstrate that, and we practice it through by way of practice. So at ACCA, this is something that, of course, we believe in, and within the organization, our relationship with any of the stakeholders, ethics is, of course, is an actual practice, and it's being demonstrated as well. Commitment to transparency, it's at the forefront. That also plays a very, very critical role. Now, what is that we as an organization, or we as individual sort of members of this accounting body, what is that we can do? We can, of course, promote this more. We can practice this more, and of course, share our knowledge and experience. The more we demonstrate, the more we share, this then becomes just the norm and the path which is then becomes so important to follow, and anyone deviating from it would then be would find it extremely problematic. When we look at more evolved societies, better performing companies, it is then all of this becomes a culture. So by practice, demonstration, sharing of knowledge and experience, we are actually creating a much diverse, much larger culture, which will eventually have a very positive impact.
Thank you, Ayla. Mariam, final comment from your side.
Let me just add that as accountants, we have to walk the talk, right? We shouldn't just talk about ethics. People with every experience that they have with us as professional accountants should see ethics in everything that we do. We should remain the beacon of light for ethics in all of the conversations that we have within our organizations and outside of our organizations. And of course, as the role of accountants evolves to being more of business partners, we shouldn't succumb to the pressures that, we face as business leaders. We should remember that at the core of our DNA is ethics.
Now, thank you, Mariam. I think very rightly put, it's a walk the talk stuff. If we are accountant, we have to make sure that we uphold that public trust and we really demonstrate those ethical behavior regardless of the environment and in the face of adversity at the same time. So I would like to thank CPG Group, Nutshell Conferences to really have us in the Leaders in Islamabad Business Summit. I thoroughly enjoyed that conversation and I hope our audience will as well. I think just to summarize it, we have explored the ethical practices in the context of technology, diversity and inclusion, sustainability, transparency, and assurance. And I think it's a paramount thing that ethical practices are not only can be implemented through the regulation and the framework. I think it's a culture, processes, and the feedback mechanism, and the people who feel safe is an important area. Diversity in the management and particularly in the leadership really ensures that the practices which are being deployed and the thought process which is being reflected is quite inclusive, and that's basically create a certain automatic control around that, where the cartels should not be made and the people should not be following each other, but it's actually delivering the value what they have committed to the organization. ACCA provides a lot of professional insight, and I will invite all the audience to really visit ACCA website and look on the professional insight, which is exploring the different dimensions of the ethics and how the future is going to unveil the different opportunities and challenges for us, and how and what are the responses or appropriate responses we can create there. So stay connected, look at the professional insight, and enjoy this session. I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I hope you will be. Thank you very much, and that's where we end the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Sajid. Thank you very much, and a wonderful session from ACCA. First was the talk and conversation with the global president, Mark Miller, followed by the panel discussion with 4 council members, global council members of ACCA, moderated by Serena Hotel, who is the country head, Pakistan. ACCA is partner of Leaders in Islamabad Business Summit since inception. Their global president participated physically also in the first edition, and their global CEO, Helen Brand, also participated in the second edition, and their different leaders are participating in various conferences of a nutshell in Karachi and also in Islamabad. While we are planning the future summit in Dubai next year, which we plan actually in November 2020, and we book Atlantis Hotels, so the first week of November in 2022, inshallah, we will host the future summit with audience from 50 countries physically, and the world leaders, the global leaders, corporate, business, social, and ACCA will join us as our partner. We already collaborated for a few things, and this will be a very powerful and very productive summit, global summit from Pakistan in Dubai with the global audience from over 50 countries. So with this note, we conclude this session, and next session is ninth session with few of our very dear friends. One of our very dear friend is Saudi national. He's based in Riyadh. His name is Ahmed Al-Fifi. He's Senior Vice President and Managing Director, Middle East North of SAP. SAP is our technology partner of Leaders in Islamabad Business Summit also, and SAP is also participating in Leaders in Islamabad Business Summit since inception in 2017. Ahmed Al-Fifi participated in the 3rd edition also physically in Islamabad in 2019 March, and this time we are engaging him virtually, and with him Mr. Asif Akram, who is the Chief Operating Officer, Systems Limited, is the moderator for this session. Asif Akram is tech guru in Pakistan. This is what I always call him. He was the senior most global executive, Pakistani executive in IBM earlier, and he is our today's moderator. The topic is building a digital future that works for everyone. Over to you, Asif.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. My name is Asif Akram. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Systems Limited. I'm here with my brother, Ahmed Al-Fifi, who is the SVP and head for SAP MENA North. And today we have a very interesting topic which we have brought to you. I want to thank the Nutshell Group, Asfar, and the whole team for bringing this conference together. I know it's a hybrid conference, and we are all excited to be part of that. Pakistan probably is in the most interesting technology era as we speak. We are scaling and growing our technology exports more than before. We have more funding in our startup ecosystems than ever before. And the excitement in the technology industry is never been like this. It'll be fair to say that we in Pakistan are expediting the digital future, which is not only impacting us, but the world as well. If we look at the world, by 2050, we are told that there'll be 9 billion people in this world. We'll have to feed them, clothe them, educate them. We are all committed to a growth-driven world economy that must supply limitless consumption to everyone. With this new tech era and the technology that is coming, could we add a digital world that helps everyone succeed and prosper while we work together? Could we become a successful world where digital greatness is normal? That's what we will talk today for the next few minutes. Our topic today is building a digital future that works for everyone. And here I want to request Ahmed to give his opening comments, and then we'll take the conversation forward. Over to you, Ahmed.
Thank you very much, Asif, for inviting me and for this intro. I think talking digital future is very, very, let me say, it is very broad term to talk about. There are a lot of details behind it. Some technology, which many people look at it from technology perspective, but also there are so many other aspects to make the digital future working for a specific, let me see, country or economy. Among points that need to be addressed and look at carefully is the regulation and also the country-wide plan, which I see in many countries today when they put a vision for their future or 5 years plan, digital is among the top pillars, which is the right things to do because it is impacting people, it is impacting economy, it is impacting everything they are working or aiming for their future. So the discussion around this topic is quite interesting from one side, but from the other side, it is so broad in a way that in order to get the benefits out of it, it is important to look into other aspects than the technology itself. Because to get the technology working, you need to get regulation working for you. You need to get people skilled and prepared. So many other aspects impacting digital future to make it working in the way we want it to work.
I completely agree. Couldn't agree more than that. That's why as the population of this world grows, digital will be a core part of it, but everything else, the economies, the regulation, the politics, everything will have to work around it. So let me start by asking you a question and link it back to SAP. What are the elements that SAP is looking at building for this digital future? How is SAP planning to support this digital future? Because you run Pakistan as well from a region perspective. So that'll be very interesting to see how you're seeing it from an SAP lens.
Yes. Now, from SAP's perspective, most of technology we are talking about that are causing or impacting the digital and disrupting the normal of business model. We adopted those technology in our applications. You know, SAP is in a simple terms, in a simple definition, we are good in whatever related to resources, managing resources and making them more optimized, whether the financial resources, human capital resources, or natural resources. So that is the area of expertise SAP is in, and we help countries and economies through our applications to optimize and make benefit of what they have, and to ensure that they are able to of course, achieve what is people expect. So when it comes to digital space or digital technology evolving now, like artificial intelligence, blockchain, IoT, machine learning, all these are embedded part of our applications. And again, the way we look at it is from the outcomes. So look at it from outcomes, from economical perspective point of view. So you deploy those technologies for certain outcome or certain purpose. So this is how we look at it. So it is, let me see, human business-driven approach of using those technology or applying those technology to certain and specific economy. So we look at it broader than the technology itself. We look at it from economic and business perspective, and then those technology are employed to help countries to achieve their objectives, because at the end of the day, technology is a mechanism, or let me see, enabler to achieve what countries and businesses are aiming for.
Completely agree. Couldn't agree more. You talked about blockchain, AI, you talked about IoT. Let's pick on AI. Everyone talks about artificial intelligence a lot. What do you think will happen if AI becomes smarter than human? Can this ever happen? And how do you see the future of AI? People are, it is something that people want to happen. Again, there are regulations, there are countries that are moving in that area. But then everybody is afraid as well that if AI can become smarter than humans, jobs, what do we do today? How do we do it? All of those things start to get affected. What is your opinion about it? And how do you see the region adapting to AI?
Yeah, AI is already smarter than us. So this is the challenge we are in. But look, AI is complementing. Let me put it this way. Now, for repetitive tasks, for automated type of task, AI can perform much better than human because it is data-driven. It can make decisions, simple decisions, and even sometimes very complicated decisions is also now possible. But we design it in a way that, or people design AI in a way that make it, let me see, able to do a lot of tasks that people normally do in a faster manner. So AI is faster than us in doing this. And it is like the computer. If we take the computer in early days of computer, it is doing what people are doing, but in a faster manner. But still, it is limited to a certain set of rules and algorithms that work together to make it performing the task given to them. So future of AI is really overlapping with what we are doing, with many jobs. So there are so many jobs, especially for, let me see, big population. Some of those tasks can be done by AI. Cars, driving cars, simple tasks in factory, airlines, so many things can be done by AI. Software can do all these jobs. So the challenge we have here, as we are progressing with AI and expanding to new applications, also we need to move fast on upskilling people and to do something different. Because AI will never replace us, this is for sure. But also it is expanding in a way that it is able to capture more and more, let me see, tasks that we are doing on a daily basis, and AI is able to do it faster and more accurate. Because we are not designed for that, to be honest. We have some other skills that AI cannot replace. We can imagine, we can predict, we can be creative, and we can take decisions with certain risks that we can imagine or size that risk more than the AI. So we have skills to do. Still, AI cannot reach to that level, but of course we have to upskill. We have to upskill people and so on. And just to give it an example here, I have seen it is publicly available on the internet, the European Union plan for 2030. So part of what the regulator in Europe agreed to and presented to leaders of European Union is this area. What is the area between AI and human? And one of the major initiatives is upskilling. So skilling people and changing the education in order to do something that AI cannot do, so that we add value to what we are doing. So so this is it. So definitely there are areas of overlap, and that overlap can be eliminated by upskilling and helping people and education system to provide certain skills that we need to do that AI cannot. But definitely the repetitive task, automated type of task, AI can expand and cover those tasks, which is in a way impacting many jobs. Let us face it. So many low jobs and low wage jobs, they will be replaced. But then we need and more, human, type ethical things that AI cannot look at or consider. So this is a broad, big question to answer, but definitely there are a lot of work to be done in that area.
Yeah, I think I could not agree more with you. I don't think AI is going to replace everything that humans do. We have certain skills and qualities that we have to use. But I think you absolutely said there'll be some jobs that are going to get replaced. We all have to aware of it. And I think AI will become a huge part of making this digital future work for everyone. And I think without AI, that is not going to be possible. So I 100% agree with you. I think this debate of what will happen with AI and how will it change the world, as you said, it's already here. It's already changing the world. So in summary, I completely agree with you that humans will still have work to do. Humans will continue to do, but AI becomes a huge part of the digital world that is going to work for everyone. Now, we all know that we've been in the last 18 months in a very tough situation. Every crisis in the world that has happened has winners and losers both. And in this case, pandemic has humanity as a loser, but technology and digital industry as a big winner. And a lot of leapfrog of AI, IoT, blockchain, a lot of work from home has happened. In your opinion, how has the pandemic impacted the digital future? And do you think the digital future will now be more sensitive and will be available for everyone than before something like this pandemic hit? Just Pakistan, we see our adoption of digital increasing. E-commerce has gone up the roof, and 2-3 times growth in e-commerce, and technology has grown. So I just wanted your opinion, and then what's happening in the region with digital around the pandemic.
Yes, very good question and very relevant. So in fact, you're right. It was a winner, and this what happened. The digital was the winner here because, first of all, many companies and businesses and government realized that the importance of technology in a situation like this. So it convinced whoever used to be not convinced that we need this kind of fast move to technology-enabled environment. And we have seen also, that we mentioned earlier, the regulation. So as I give you example of Europe Union, but also back another example, Europe Union leaders requested commissions to expedite the plan for 2030. And they requested them to present it. And that was Q1 this year, because they have realized that they need to move faster on digital and help all countries in Europe Union to be able to have the same strategy that cover the data part, cover the application part, cover the cybersecurity part in a way that enable everybody to move fast. So I think if there is no outcomes of pandemic, of course, pandemic is not something we like or countries like, but if there is some side impact of it, which is positive in this scenario, it is this convincing governments to set the regulation and help to move fast on this direction. On the business side, we have seen companies before and after. So we have seen companies that are digitally enabled and able to do their business in a digital friendly environment, able to pass the pandemic in a better shape than others who've been completely on old version or paperwork or something like this. Because we have seen this. Look to the companies, if we take the retail, because it's very obvious to everybody, company that they have their own online retail, that they move, digitize to online, continue their business during pandemic. And those companies that were based on let me see, outlet and shops and so on, they've been completely out of business. So, and you can see some people in the middle. So definitely digital is big winner. It is like a big worldwide example of how companies need to digitize their processes, the way they interact with their customers, the way they interact with their suppliers, and the way they work with their own people, because most of companies, their people work remotely. So you are absolutely right. It wasn't something planned for, but it's definitely something that everybody now is aware that the countries, companies need to be more enabled digitally in a scenario like this in future.
Completely agreed. I just want to take this discussion a little bit forward, because our topic today is how do we make this future inclusive for everyone. One of the big threats that we have seen is cybersecurity. You briefly spoke about it just now. You know, all the events that have happened in the last 1 year, as we digitize more, the cybersecurity starts to become a huge challenge. So I just wanted your views about this, and how do you think this region is tackling it, and how do you think, I think it's a very important, like AI, it's also a very important pillar for the future of for the digital world. Just wanted your views on that also, Ahmed, before I move to another topic.
Okay, so if you allow me, before cybersecurity, let me take the regulation in general as an aspect, because I know countries, they always, and the country leaders and country regulation bodies, they of course would like to ensure full security and full, adoption to their local laws. And if you think to go to any particular country and say, look, we would like you to change your rules, we want you to do something different. Of course, this is a very tough battle, very difficult to get this done. However, with digital expanding, changing the whole way of people trading and doing business, I think countries need to revisit some old type of regulations and so on, including what's related to cybersecurity. And to give you a practical example that people will understand, look to the taxation system today. Taxation system is based on physical presence of any particular country. So if you are physically in Pakistan, then you need to go through taxation system. But what if majority of business is done remotely, done through online? A taxation organization is losing in this scenario, because the people are trading, but not trading through them. They are trading through other environment. So it is not always asking the government and regulator to adopt and change the rules to help this technology to work, but also it is good for them. They need to be able to apply the right taxation system and so on. So there is a mandate or requirement in all countries to revisit what they used to do, because digital is disrupting everything. It is disrupting everything. And again, it is not a technology challenge. It is beyond technology. Now, when it comes to cybersecurity, I see it as part of this, because also if we take the regulation part of cybersecurity, every country would like to host the cloud in that particular country, because to ensure everything is done within the countries, data is not leaving the countries, which is absolutely understood. But from other side, there are global networks of trading and business that you cannot host it anywhere. It is like a neutral, global. So the countries need to rethink in a creative manner how to allow those technologies to work while maintaining the law and regulation and data ownership of that particular geography. And then cybersecurity will come, because you want to bring the cybersecurity to protect the regulation you put together. So it is not about hackers and so on. This is another topic. This is illegal things. You are trying to protect your business, but also within a legal business, you want to provide a flexible environment and then design the regulation around that, make it working from legal perspective, and then technology-wise, cybersecurity-wise, to ensure this is implemented. So it is multi-layer challenge, starting from regulation, starting from flexibility and allowing business to work. Otherwise, you will be isolated as a country. Country will be isolated. It's like a country with no ports, no seaports, no airport, nothing. It is it. Once you are able to adapt your country to the global trade, global digitization, then in that scenario, you need a new ports, new type of ports, digital ports, where you are able, you know what you are allowed to go out, what is allowed to come in, and cybersecurity will come to protect those regulations and those loops. So it is again a big challenge. And I like again to bring for the third time the example of EU. They look into this and they are really looking at it in a way that allow the business. They set the priorities. And priorities is one, skills. Number two, business, how to allow business to work. And because it's economy, and then governments, how to involve government in all this discussion, regulatory bodies and government benefit from all of this. And then if you are able to get all of these together, of course, cybersecurity and other is just to make this work. But if priority is not cybersecurity is something to protect the regulation, protect what you have agreed to for your country, while keeping the business working. So the challenge going forward for government to upskills and to also to understand the size of challenge.
Yeah, I agree. I think you've said it right, that it's not, from the beginning of this discussion, we're saying it's not the technology that has to be the focus only. It has to be things that matter, which is the business, which is the humans, which is the regulations, and then make sure this digital future works for everybody while the technology is driving it. That's how, cybersecurity also working. So I completely agree with you. So I want to move to humanity a little bit here, because all these things we're doing is for people and for ease and for, faster business and doing it from home, work from anywhere, order everything, run things faster. But what also is that this digital future, we know, will create divides. We will have the have-nots and haves kind of discussion, that people who can easily afford it, people who can't afford it. And the risk is that this will make them, one of the sides of the risk is this will make the mankind go apart from each other rather than unite, because haves will have more and have-nots will have less. We see this with the pandemic as well, correct? The gap of have and have-nots is increasing. So how do you see that countries should, what are the steps you see that the countries should be doing to ensure that this digital future is available for everyone and we don't create this huge divides? That is a risk we are in currently.
Yeah, also this is a difficult question to answer, predicting the future on this aspect, but let me give you some figures and then we can take it from there. So today we have around population, global population 7.9. And the internet is around 4.6. Internet connectivity is 4.6. So let us say we have a 3 billion not connected yet. And the rest are connected to internet, mostly from mobile. People use their mobile to reach to internet. On the other side, we have around 35 billion devices connected to internet today, 2021, expected to be 75 by 2025. So doubled in 2 years or even more. So if we take the average, today, you have 5 devices for every individual, or less. Maybe if you have 4.6 connected, then 35, you're close to 9. So 9 devices and 1 individual. And as we progress, as we move, we'll have more devices connected to internet. And those devices are not necessarily talking to each other. Some of it is talking to each other, sensors and so on, but some of them are connected with us, connected with people. We need to interact with those devices to manage businesses, to manage your daily life, to your car, your TV, or whatever connected to internet. So definitely this is not going to be at zero time cost. It is consuming time. And you will find as we move forward, our life is all connected with devices, and then the time available for us to interact with each other, either for business or life, is less and more challenging here. So definitely we are getting more people, or not more people, more things connected in the same environment we are in. So this is putting more pressure on this. On the other side, technology is technology. So I think that the other aspect here is that we use it the way we like to use it. I mean, we still have opportunity to also use it to contribute to humanity, to our connectivity. Social media today is connecting people. You talk to your friends or colleagues in school, for example, that there is no other way to connect with them. You have friends in all over the world today connected through these technologies. So there are two sides of it, but I believe that the values and ethical part of that we learn in school and from family becomes more and more important to go to the middle of this, let me see, mess. So many connected, everything is connected. So we as a human, we have a unique things that will play in our side to keep connected with family, with the friends, and so on. On the business side, I think we will be more connected with machines and devices and so on. So there is no other way, because this is what will optimize the resources I mentioned earlier. And sometimes we need to deal with the machines, and it is happening today. How much time you spend with your phone, with your laptop, and so on. That will continue. What we need to protect is the family part, is the social part. That need to be protected, and I think it will be if we deploy the technology in the right way.
Agreed. I think the key you said is if we deploy the technology the right way, we deploy it to create this, to close this gap, not to create more divides. We deploy it in a way that the family time is protected. We deploy it in a way that that countries who can't afford it can get some of the connectivity, like the mobile phone has been able to do, to close this gap, which has a big, huge risk of getting created. That's the whole thing that we're talking about today, is how do we make sure that this digital future is for everyone and not for few people or few businesses or few technologies. It's available for everyone. Ahmed, it's been a pleasure talking to you. I think in conclusion, we talked about the various elements of the digital future. You were very clear in saying it's not just the technology, it's the regulation, it's the business, it's how the human interaction happens. We talked about the AI part of it, the risk that AI can take over jobs. It's already is. But humans will always have jobs. They just have to keep retraining themselves. We talked about the pandemic and what great leaps that the digital has happened. We talked about cybersecurity importance, and then we talked about humanity in general. I think we are all on path to create this digital future for everyone. Any concluding remarks from yourself before we sign off, Ahmed?
No, thank you very much. It is a very good discussion, and as I said earlier, very wide topic. There are so many things to discuss under this. But one closing point here, from a little bit in the technology side, I strongly believe that the countries need to invest heavily in the infrastructure more than any time before to enable their people to use and embrace those technology. Otherwise, countries will be isolated. So 5G is coming. It is already a reality, and infrastructure becomes very important asset, like for any country, like roads, like airports, like ports. It is not less. So if any country is still reluctant to put more money there or to prioritize, I think they will find themselves a little bit behind in the future. Because digital future is not about one business or country, it is everything. All countries, all businesses are moving in the same direction. Countries able to take steps forward in the regulation, in the infrastructure, and also upskilling people, they will get the benefit of these technologies.
Completely agree. I think this will again reduce that that isolation that the countries have risk in. Ahmed, it's been really a pleasure. Very wide topic, but I think we touched upon very key areas. I really appreciate your time, and we are looking forward to see you in Pakistan post the pandemics and these travel restrictions going away. Thank you.
Yes, sure. Thank you very much, Asif. And the soonest possible, definitely it is a pleasure to be there again. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very good session, Asif Akram and my brother Ahmed Al-Fifi. And this was very productive for the participants. And now the second part of this ninth session is about conversation with our very dear friend Helmut von Stroff. He is the Managing Director, Middle East for Siemens. Earlier he served as the Managing Director for Pakistan Siemens for around 5 years. And he participated, he supported us in all our 3 previous editions of Leaders in Islamabad. The global SEVPs and EVPs of Siemens participated physically in last 3 editions, and this time we hosted yesterday the Siemens Managing Director for Pakistan, the new MD of Pakistan, Marcus, and today we are hosting Helmut, who is based now in Dubai. And for this conversation we specially engaged Syed Waqarul Islam. He is the CEO and Director of Jaffa Business Systems, one of the outstanding speakers in Pakistan. He earlier served as the Country Director for Nokia Siemens Network, also the SVP Siemens Nokia Network for Middle East, Africa, and he also served as the Managing Director of NCR Pakistan. So over to you, Waqar and Helmut, and the topic is very different. This is all about Expo 2020 in Dubai, and few features around Expo 2020 and business-related activities. So this is a very important subject for the global community as well as the business delegates. Over to you, Waqar and Helmut.
Hello, everyone out there. Thank you very much for joining this leadership conference. We come across people who are truly global citizens, if you like, and they have a much more worldly view of things because they have been at various stations, they have worked in various locations, they're very intimate to diversity and how it contributes to the growth of institutions. So we have someone with us who's not just a global citizen, but also spent time in Pakistan. And I think the discussion we are going to have, which will be around Expo 2020 and a few other things that we'll discuss, will enable our viewers in a manner that they will understand how someone with good understanding of emerging markets is destined to make an impact in a bigger region that he is today. So ladies and gentlemen, today we have Helmut von Stroff with us, who is the Chief Executive for Siemens Middle East. A very warm welcome, Helmut. Thank you very much for joining us. And good to see you in Qatar, not in Pakistan anymore.
Yeah, thank you very much, Becca. I'm not sure. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Very well.
Thank you very much, Becca. It has been actually quite long since I was able to see the colleagues and partners and also the close friends in Pakistan. And I am really looking forward to visiting again soon in person. So, but today for me is not only a pleasure, but especially a big honor to be able to again contribute to ASFA's Nutshell's Leaders in Islamabad Business Summit, and to be able to address all of you and the esteemed audience.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to interact with you, and I'm sure now with a much broader horizon, we'll have some interesting insight and audience would love it. So Helmut, let me just start off by connecting the dots from your Pakistan time and where you are today and what you're doing. Interestingly, we are in COVID for the last 18 to 20 months, which has changed the way things were being done or are being done and will continue to shape the future in possibly ways that we have not thought about, say, 18 to 20 months ago. So I want to understand, in your new role as CEO of Middle East, and also with the time that you spent in Pakistan, how do you see region, workplace, and technologies evolving to cater for possibly a very exciting future?
Yeah, thank you. That is obviously a very, very important topic for us. And let me focus on the one thing that for us at Siemens right now is a really, really rare opportunity to focus and address the topic of infrastructure. We see that the world currently is at the point of inflection. We have individuals, companies, but also governments that are posing important questions about sustainable development. And there is a special sense of urgency for change. And we see this, and then you speak about Pakistan, we see this in Pakistan, we see this across the Middle East. And this urgency for change is not just about climate change. It's about radical electrification, it's about urbanization, and it's about the need to feel safe in, for example, buildings post-COVID-19. And for all of this, digitalization is a key enabler. The good news is that the governments around the world, and also here in the region specifically, are taking steps for serious green investments and plans to build back better. Smart infrastructure is for us and also for all the stakeholders a crucial part of a sustainable energy transition and creating sustainable communities. Energy transition is a major driver of change. We not only need smarter technology to move to a decentralized and decarbonized ecosystems, we also need energy sources, and we see this right now, that are going from around 80% fossil fuels today to hopefully, and are predicted, more than 80% renewables share in the future. We are seeing this, and we are moving to an all-electric world. Think about the growing demand for electric cars. And you see this, as I said, about not only globally in Europe, but you see this in Pakistan. You see this here in the Middle East, and which are countries which have predominantly been petrol heads. And those changes are coming. We see this not only in passenger cars, we see this in buses. We see streaming coming up and digitalization, and this results in a magnificent boom in data centers, for example. This all will lead to a significant increase of electricity demand by more than 20%, which is expected to happen in the next decade. And those changes, so all the different utilizations of energy coming in, are pushing our aging grids to their limits. Storms, floods, droughts, wildfires, they make the need for a change even more urgent. And this is something that, for example, Pakistan, we have seen the effects that were taking Pakistan, and the solutions are available. For example, during last year's wildfires, and then take now example from the US in California, there's a community called Blue Lake Rancheria, which were actually able to provide life-saving medical care and shelter to neighboring districts that were significantly hit by blackouts because Blue Lake Rancheria has invested in a microgrid. And of course, it came from Siemens, and that helped them to remain independent. And it goes beyond energy. The second driver is the desire to create sustainable communities and the best places for us to live and to work. Buildings account for more than 40% of the global energy demand. And believe it or not, but out of this 40%, 1/3 of that is purely wasted. And that creates a huge opportunity, and also on the other hand, a big responsibility for us. And it's much more than just pure energy efficiency. It's how we also want adaptive buildings to become smart. And then, we all experienced it in one way or the other, that COVID has changed the way how we think of the indoors. It's not only being a haven, we worry about air quality and also social distancing. Human-centric smart buildings, they will make us much more comfortable, safe, and secure. And in the decentralized energy ecosystems, buildings and grids are interacting. So this is all about smart infrastructure, and this is what we are ready not only to deploy and deliver in Pakistan, but this is what we do here in the Middle East and across the whole world.
This is great because I think you've kind of summed up how possibly the future is going to change or is changing and will transform as we move ahead. You talked about 20% increase in electricity demand, given that the world is moving towards electric car and many other changes which will happen. You talked about smart infrastructure, which is coming possibly much faster than what many of us can think. So let me just move towards the practical application of talking about smart, sustainable, efficient, and safe infrastructure. You think there are projects happening within the region which more or less fits the bill that we are talking about here? If yes, what are the use cases they are addressing? So it would be good to get practical views from you as to what's happening in the region, that you are representing, which is quite large, and it is at the midst of all the changes that you're talking about. So, Helmut?
Yeah, thank you, Becca. It's actually a very, very important question. And one of the global trends that we see is urbanization. And urbanization, where more and more people are living in rural, in city areas, throws up a multitude of challenges. For example, how, and we have them here in the Middle East, how the mega cities of tomorrow can ensure that essential services such as clean water and adequate waste removal is ensured. How can those mega cities create smart and human-centric buildings which make the people that are living there comfortable, safe, and also secure? And how can transportation systems be established and built, and buildings that cause less pollution even as the populations are growing? So the part of the solution is actually to imagine the city of the future, and not only imagine it, but also especially build it. And you mentioned it right at the beginning, Expo 2020. And here at Expo 2020 Dubai, which is starting on this October 1st, we have had the rare opportunity to really partner with the organizers and exactly do just that. It's not really just an exaggeration to call this Expo an historic achievement, not least for what it represents in the quest and in the aim to build smart cities. It's going to be the first mega event that happens after the pandemic. The sheer size of Expo, itself, the size of Expo is twice the size of Monaco. It has more than 130 digitally connected buildings and spreads of over more than 5.4 square kilometers in a complete new and purpose-built district in the city of Dubai. We as Siemens have been working for more than 4 years now together with the partners at Expo to showcase for the many ways in which smart cities and also districts can benefit humanity, and also then our more and more increasingly crowded planet. Siemens, we are very proud that we are the premier partner for infrastructure digitalization for Expo 2020 Dubai. And with this, we are delivering technologies to actually create a blueprint for future smart cities. When you look at it at Expo, Siemens is really live demonstrating how buildings, machines, facilities can be digitally connected and enable a site to optimize its operations. On the one hand, conserve water and energy, but also reduce emissions. And all this by making sure that the visitors are staying safe and comfortable. One of our most important tasks from the beginning was to select a technology that would actually not only help Expo to be successful during the time it is showing, which is the 6 months from October till March next year, but also tend to live on in its legacy as a nucleus of a so-called new area in Dubai. It's called the Dubai District 2020.
Well, this is great. So, typically when we think of Siemens, of course, many things come to mind, and Siemens is a global leader in many of the areas that it operates. But being a close part of an event as big as Expo 2020 is not something that you typically associate Siemens with. Why do you think the organizers chose you as one of the premium partner, and we'll come to some of the other things that you're doing. But I just want to understand, what was the key factors that Expo chose you to be a premium partner?
Yeah, that's really a clear point. Why Siemens? But when it comes towards creating smart urban environments, the answer, at least to us, is pretty clear. It's Siemens. We have a unique advantage that we are experts in both hardware but also software. I mean, remember when in the times when we met in Pakistan, we spoke about IoT, but I also mentioned to you that we understand and we live IoT, and we have more than 25,000 software engineers worldwide that are working on it. We are the experts in automation, in digitalization, and as well as in electrification. And with this, we are really a one-stop shop for smart infrastructure and Internet of Things. And it's everything that we do is actually underpinned by the relevant data. And data, for us, is the foundation. Not for us. I mean, it's a fact. It's the foundation. Any effort to help transform a city or a district or a campus into something smart. Yeah. So it's you see, this is a massive amount of data that's being collected, and what we want to do is collecting the data, but also make use of it. And for this, we need to bring it together. And for this, we need an IoT platform that actually allows us and allows you as the operator to analyze, contextualize, and also make visualize those data points that are coming in, and then enable you to get and take out of it actionable insights. And this is exactly what we have done at Expo and what we have proven to be able to do. We have seen this at Expo, and I think that is something that we also can have a look at.
Great. So you're at least one person who would have voted for you if he was in the committee, so well done. But I just want to understand, what is actually Siemens' role in the entire Expo 2020? What are you doing? What will you be displaying? How you think it will take us into the future, or people who will be coming there? So what exactly is the role that you are performing there?
Yeah, Becca, it's together with our partners at Expo 2020, have selected technologies in the areas of safety and security, quality of life, sustainability, but also resilience. These are all key requirements for city swellers of today and of tomorrow. They also fit nicely with Expo's three themes. The one is sustainability, mobility, and opportunity. And let me give you an example in the area of safety and security. We are installing Surveillance Control Pro, which is helping us and which is connecting 15,000 cameras and providing critical data to more than 150 site managers and operators. At the same time, our CPAS, our Integrated Access Control System, connects more than 5,500 doors. All of this is to keep the visitors and also operators safe during this specific 6 months event. But we also want to create a comfortable experience within the site buildings. And here we are having access to more than 210,000 data points and are connecting more than 21 subsystems. When you talk about sustainability, in this area we have our Siemens Navigator, which is actually powered by Siemens MindSphere, and it monitors and controls building performance at more than 130 units. And by doing this, we'll actually help Expo make progress to really achieve its sustainability target. And when I talk about MindSphere is Expo's, because it's something like the central nervous system that connects both the physical as well as the digital world. And it is our cloud-based open IoT operating system that allows you to collect, analyze, contextualize, and also visualize data. And it has the ability to develop and run AI applications. And MindSphere, as deployed at Expo allows multiple stakeholders, not only Siemens, multiple stakeholders to monitor control functions such as heating, ventilation, air conditioning, water, lighting, safety, electricity, smart sensors, chiller plants, you name it, UPS systems and others.
So that's really fascinating. So which means that if anyone who is visiting Expo 2020, will all of it be displayed, integrated, showing the use cases and the results, or there will be some elements missing? So what should we expect to see from a technology deployment viewpoint during the visit to Expo 2020?
Well, visit Expo 2020, you will be amazed of what you see. But for us, and when it comes towards our technology, this is the toughest part of our business, because the technology that we have deployed is actually hidden, and it's used by operators and the facility managers. But we do have, because I was also asking, so where's all the things that we have installed? And that's an area that you actually want to show, and therefore we have some areas where we can demonstrate it to those parties that are interested. And we even have an app, but not the one that you might be used to. It's called the MindSphere Smart City app, and it shows an accurate digital twin of the whole Expo site. And we created the app expressively for Expo site operators and the management teams, not necessarily for individuals like myself and you and others. It's a web-based application, and it works with predefined thresholds, for example, for water and energy consumption, and also noise levels. And it's the interface that allows app users to make decisions better based on data. And app users are gaining operational insights. They have a full transparency. They get situational awareness of, for example, alarms or events and notifications for the entire site. They also can look at historical trend data, go deep into analysis, and also then have benchmarks featuring for easy, acceptable future use. And we can also feed this then obviously into bigger screens so that we can show this and explain this to a broader audience, also for them to understand what is happening.
Yeah, great. You talked about data and collecting data, analyzing data, sifting it through, and then making decisions. But based on the data that you will be collecting, based on the work that is being done in Expo 2020 or otherwise, can you define some use cases which are based on the work that is happening with all the data that is being collected, so that audience can relate to real life use cases to whatever is being done, and that data that is being collected will actually be put to good use from a decision making viewpoint and making planet safer, sustainable, and smart?
Yeah, absolutely. One of the use cases, for example, is water management, which entails monitoring and controlling of water usage, which includes the irrigation system, but also then leak detection. Another one is ecology and landscaping. Data about plants, herbicides, pesticides, and also fertilizers are captured on MindSphere, which then makes them transparent for the operators to act upon if it is necessary. For example, if you look at buildings and utilities, MindSphere will monitor the electricity consumption and also the noise levels, as well as lighting and carbon emissions. One of the elements which is really critical for city operations is environmental monitoring and air quality. And that is not only outdoors air quality, but also indoors air quality, noise levels, again, wind speeds, that all can be measured with IoT sensors. And there we can set the thresholds. And then the monitoring team, the environmental monitoring team, will be receiving alerts either via emails or via text messages of potential breaches, which then allows them to make faster and also better decisions. Essentially, with this technology, cities really can become safer, more efficient, and sustainable, and it will help us really curbing emissions and other waste.
Excellent, and some of these use cases are brilliant, and as we go along, and their usage becomes that much more prevalent, we will start to move towards, as you said, a safer, sustainable smart cities concept. And it's so good to hear that in Expo 2020, Siemens is taking a lead in displaying some of these technologies. Let me come to the last part of the conversation, and this is related to a typical critique that happens to an event such as Expo 2020, that these are good showcases, such events never make money or rarely make money, but at the same time, when it all finishes, it's a lot of debris, a lot of destroyed infrastructure, a lot of ruins, if you like, and then people forget and move on. Is this what we expect from a smartly built Expo 2020, as we've seen in the past, or will it be something different? So what's your take on this?
It's a very good point. I mean, and I have to say that we definitely don't think so. And that's not just because we were part of the project. Expo is actually designed to last and have a legacy, a positive legacy. About 80% of the site's infrastructure will remain after the event is over, and will be part of the core future of the Dubai's future planned District 2020. And a smart city never stops evolving, and Siemens will be continuing to be part of this journey. Because it's easy to say, they will do something in the future, but also we have our commitment, and our commitment is that we will move our Dubai headquarters to the District 2020 once Expo itself is finished. So we will also then benefit from the technology at the site for decades to come.
I know this is very interesting that you are actually turning an expo into more or less where you will be housed in the future, and this way not just the technology which are currently going to be on display will be put to use, but will also be used to showcase how you move into the future. Based on the work, and as you explained in detail about Expo 2020, and it is a blueprint for smart cities, if you can help me and the audience understand how the future cities will look like. Just your own vision of how a future smart city will look like.
Yeah, no, you mentioned Expo as the blueprint for future smart cities. I would rather rephrase it into it's a blueprint. And there are many opportunities to expand the vision. Also many lessons learned over the course of the event, and that also over the course of the development towards the event, that will help us to implement and also conceive future smart cities. And we as Siemens, we are looking at other plans in the region for new districts or cities, as well as further uses at Expo itself. And these additional solutions could range from fire safety to intelligent traffic systems, to also autonomous shuttle infrastructure.
Excellent. So, if I may ask a couple of questions just at the end. It is. I mean, everyone is talking about smart cities. It is a vision. It is a dream. When do you see it becoming reality? What sort of horizon do you think is there that we'll start to see evolution of smart cities in various parts of the world? And would be great to also hear Siemens' future plan to link with it.
Look, I mean, that's why I said in Expo you already start deploying it. And we see this in many other areas where we see technology actually already being deployed. We see test cases happening. And that's why I'm so specifically proud of what has been achieved at Expo, because it's the first time that in this scale we deploy our technologies, and especially also the IoT Mindsphere platform that has been developed together. And for sure, when you look at the developments that are being discussed currently here in the region, but also on a global scale, this is something that it's happening. During Expo, one of the big, it's Expo, it's the World Expo. So what we see is from the participating countries, there will be many visitors coming informing themselves about the trends that are happening, informing themselves about technologies that are ready to be deployed. And this is something which we, of course, as Siemens are very much engaged with. And this is one of the main pillars of our future strategy.
Great. So we've come to the end, Helmut, and if I may ask you to give any parting comments on not just Expo 2020 and Siemens, but also how you see technology world and infrastructure world evolving from here to the next level. Just some parting comments summarizing our discussion.
Yeah, thank you again for really a great discussion that we had. I remember when we had already a number of engagements together, and then it was always for me also something that I took back and then was working on developing further. Technology is a backbone of future development to make sustainability happening, and energy efficiency, reducing waste. I mean, and we have seen this over now the last 1.5 months. Look at what has technology enabled us in the area of the pandemic. It was unheard of that we have meetings that are taking place virtually without the need of going across countries. And as much as I'm now enjoying again traveling, it still is something that will not be taken away. And it will help us reducing additional waste by reducing some of those meetings that we might be able to do in a virtual environment. But also the focus on security, the focus on industrialization, reindustrialization in some areas. Those are areas that I believe firmly will continue to grow and will play a major important role here in the region, in Pakistan, and in other places across the world. So I'm very much optimistic, and I'm very much looking forward, and I'm actually looking forward to see you again in person, either hopefully at the Expo or then again in Pakistan.
We'll definitely meet at the Expo, and thank you very much, Helmut, for sparing time. It was great talking to you after a while, but also it's so amazing and energizing to hear someone talk about how technology is shaping the world and how future will actually look like. Pandemic, as we all know, has accelerated the pace of change. And what we could not imagine 20 months ago is actually a reality, and these virtual conferences are just one of them, but the numbers and the changes that have happened are dramatic. The other thing you talked about is about the concept of smart cities becoming reality, and people will see more and more development. And as you rightly said, smart cities and evolution, it will never be constant. So what we think today is smart, tomorrow may not be that smart, and something smarter will come up. So not just me, but I'm sure audience is looking forward to seeing some of these technologies in action, seeing some of the use cases in action, taking benefit from them, coming back and taking all our workplaces, communities, thinking process towards a smarter, sustainable, safe future. So once again, thank you so very much. Really appreciate your time. Great talking to you again, and look forward to seeing you either in Dubai or in Pakistan.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Helmut, and thank you, my very dear friend Waqar, for a wonderful session and insights about the Expo 2020 and related activities. Now, the session is with my very dear friend from US, Dr. Daniel Markey. Daniel Markey is a senior expert on South Asia at the United States Institute of Peace, where his work focuses on US policy in South Asia, especially US-India relations, regional relations, and China-South Asia relations. Earlier, he served as Senior Research Professor of International Relations at Johns Hopkins University. He participated in the second edition of LIIBS in Islamabad physically, and we hosted Daniel in Islamabad for 3 days. Later, he also participated in various conversations. So Daniel, welcome from US, and greetings from Islamabad, Pakistan. And hope to see you soon, sometime physically also. I'm really grateful to you. So the topic for Daniel's conversation is the emerging geopolitical scenario. He will talk about 10 minutes, followed by a few question answers. Over to you, Daniel.
Great. Thanks for the welcome and the introduction. It's a pleasure to be able to join you again. I only wish that I could be there in person, but hopefully we'll get to that sooner and not later. Yeah, so I do have a little bit of time, and I wanted to talk about sort of the new geopolitics of this era. And I really think that, we can always talk about how, our current moment is different from what has come before. But more and more it feels like we're at a crossroads internationally, geopolitically, that things really have changed. And as I look back over my career and I look back over the past 20, 25 years or so, I think we are at a defining moment. And it certainly looks that way sitting here in Washington, D.C., where I think there is a new consensus that has emerged in terms of how to think about the world, how to think about the United States' place in the world. And this new consensus really situates us in a broad geopolitical competition, chiefly with China. Now, it's not so simple as that, but if one were to attempt to find the organizing principle of the Biden administration's view of the world, I think that beginning with China would be the right place to start. And it's important to put that into context, because for at least the past 20 years, we are now just after the 20-year anniversary of the 9/11 attacks on the United States by Al-Qaeda. For at least the past 20 years, we have been living in the post-9/11 era. And now I think that the Biden administration certainly wishes to turn the page on that era, to end that chapter definitively, one way or another, and to shift to something different. And, I think we're also sitting here at a time when some important speeches have just been made at the United Nations General Assembly, both by Xi Jinping of China and by President Biden of the United States. And they couldn't be more different in some important ways in their depictions of what the current era looks like, but also of what these two important nations view as their vision of the future and of a world order. And both of them have compelling attraction, but also some important criticism that can be leveled against them. Certainly when President Xi unveiled his vision for the current and future world order, it begins in most ways with economic development and with a claim that China has unlocked the potential of economic development, not just for over 1 billion Chinese citizens, but that its formula for economic development is one that can be shared by billions of others around the world. And if only other countries would follow China's example and China's lead and increasingly buy into a Chinese-led system, then they too can enjoy the prosperity that so many Chinese have started to enjoy over the past generation. Now, inherent in this view, this China model, is also a critique of the American model. And while I tend to believe that President Xi's critique of the United States is overly simplistic and in many ways unfair, I think it will have some takers in parts of the world. And certainly at some level, his criticism is that democracy, at least American-style democracy, is not for everyone. And beyond that, that what America purports to do, being a champion of liberal world order, and what America actually does, which is an overly militarized and aggressive approach to the world, is something that other countries will find unappealing and even dangerous. Now, that's, as I say, very much in contrast with the vision of the world order presented by President Biden. who, near the end of his speech at the UN, and certainly in many other contexts of recent speeches that he's given, has stressed that he wants to see the end of the so-called forever wars of the 9/11 era, that he has wanted to end the military-first application of American power overseas, particularly in the Middle East, and now most recently in Afghanistan, and that he wants to focus the weight and priority of American initiatives in the international system toward diplomacy, whether that's bilateral diplomacy, state-to-state diplomacy, or multilateral diplomacy, or what is increasingly called plurilateral diplomacy, that is, within small groups of like-minded states. And this is, of course, not just a turn away from 20 years of American sort of militarized approach to the world, certainly criticized in many quarters, including within the United States itself, but it's also a turn away from his immediate predecessor, Donald Trump, who clearly stressed what he described as an America first vision of the world and of America's place within it. President Biden couldn't be any more different by stressing the importance of institutions like the United Nations, by stressing the United States' desire to partner with other states around the world, again, in variety of settings. And he went on to explain some of that in his speech. But at the core of it, the real distinction between Biden's vision of the world order and Xi's vision of the world order, or the American vision and the Chinese vision, at least from Biden's perspective, has something to do with how you get to human flourishing. How do you achieve not just economic growth, but the growth in opportunity for citizens of countries around the world? And from his perspective, and for many liberal democratic internationalists inside the United States, the best way to accomplish that is by adherence to liberal values, by championing those values overseas and living up to them better at home, by recognizing that, as he said, no democracy is perfect, but, and I'll quote, he says, democracy remains the best tool we have to unleash our full human potential. So clearly, we have a Chinese vision that stresses economic development, Chinese assistance for economic development with no strings attached, a China model that allows for political repression, undemocratic rule, and no particular emphasis on democracy as a solution to political problems, and an American vision that serves really as a desire to champion, to defend democratic practices and liberal values at home and abroad. Now, I should also be clear that the Biden administration wants to be quite different in the way that it goes about defending democracy or defending liberal world order very differently than, say, the George W. Bush administration did. Because if we look back and recall in the early post-9/11 period and the war in Iraq, much of what the Bush administration saw as the American capacity to expand and broaden what it defined or described as the freedom agenda came through the application of military force, through war. Again, war in Afghanistan, war in Iraq, a sense that the spread of American values could be done through the spread of the American military. And the Biden administration wants to reverse that and to suggest that in some ways, even the retreat of American military presence abroad can free up societies in ways that will help and ultimately advance that agenda. Now, this is obviously combined for the Biden administration with a number of other initiatives, which also are not military in purpose. And the principal one, the one that I think gets the headline attention or ought to, has to do with COVID and with a COVID vaccine initiative and a new American effort to broaden access to vaccines around the world by doubling the number of those jabs, so to speak, that will be made available by the United States. But it doesn't end there. There's obviously a new focus on climate change with former Secretary Kerry leading the charge in the climate summit. And through a variety of other initiatives, again, all focused on things like technology, innovation, and non-military efforts. And again, a lot of this is driven by this geopolitical competition with China, and we shouldn't overlook that. Certainly an announcement last week on a new submarine deal with Australia and a new defense pact between Australia, the United States, and the UK is a good example of something that is aimed at competing with China and does have a military component to it. But this week, we will also see the first in-person meeting of the Quad leaders, that is the United States, Japan, Australia, and India, here in Washington, D.C. They will all meet in person. And that has a less militarized component to it. I think we're likely to see an emphasis on technology, again, on COVID, on vaccine diplomacy, in ways that are intended to suggest that these types of partnerships can do good for the world in a less militarized way, but are also clearly defined in opposition to China and to China's vision of the world order. Now, let me just say also that a lot of these changes are not simply driven by the Biden administration alone, because I think there are many outside the United States who see this kind of remarkable shift from Trump to Biden as reflecting simply one presidency after the other, and they can be forgiven for wondering whether, you know, this kind of change will happen again and again. The United States will vacillate, seesaw-like, between different extremes. But I would say that a number of these changes are actually reflect an underlying American broad popular consensus that has, over the past 20 years, certainly tired of seeing the United States military at war in other countries, and was broadly supportive of the U.S. military withdrawal, certainly from Afghanistan, if not in the way that it was done, but in the fact that it was being done at all. And so in that respect, Biden and Trump before him, and even to some extent Obama in his later part of his presidency, all perceived a need for the United States military to withdraw from Afghanistan and to turn the page and to shift to other global efforts. Now, I would close my opening remarks simply by observing that, you know, many of you are sitting in Pakistan, and one of the real questions facing you will be, as you look to this new world order that in many ways, at least in the United States and in China, seems to be defined by the competition between a global superpower and a rising superpower, where Pakistan will fit into this. Which of the visions, as presented imperfectly, but very distinctly differently, by President Xi on the one hand or President Biden on the other, which of these is more appealing to Pakistan? Which of these applies to Pakistan's purposes more directly? And how Pakistan will navigate the challenge of weaving within this new world order is really the thing that I would expect will be on Pakistani minds, just as it is on our minds here in Washington. So let me close there. Again, thanks for the opportunity to address you. I look forward to a couple of questions, and I apologize that I'll have to take off in a few minutes.
Very good opening comments, Dan. My first question, very brief time, there are multiple questions, but you are actually committed for the next assignment, and we are also running short of time, so one or two questions I will ask you. Is the American retreat from Afghanistan a reflection of the overall global American foreign policy shift? America's focus seems to be on its commitments to Israel in the Middle East and containment of China in Asia. How do we see America's involvement in Afghanistan and Pakistan moving forward?
Well, I think the first thing to appreciate would be that at a broad strategic level, the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan was intended, as I say, to turn the page and to shift American priority militarily, certainly, and even at a intelligence level, away from Afghanistan, from counterterrorism, and more toward this competition with China. So that's the first thing at a broad level. But we also need to keep in mind that the withdrawal from Afghanistan did not go the way that the Biden administration anticipated that it would.
Yes.
This is a reality. It has already been much messier, and what has been left behind is much uglier from a U.S. perspective than what was expected. Frankly speaking, I think the United States and the Biden administration anticipated that they could leave behind an Afghan government that would at least negotiate its way to an inclusive state with which the United States would continue to have a diplomatic relationship for the foreseeable future. And that has not happened. So what is ultimately unraveled here is a bigger mess, and one that I think is going to be harder. You know, despite what the Biden administration wants to end that chapter, the chapter won't let itself be ended. And this is going to take longer to resolve, if it can be resolved at all.
Thank you. The Europeans and NATO behind closed doors are very critical of the US withdrawal. Many are questioning the very purpose of NATO, given that the United States seems to act unilaterally when it suits them. What is the future of NATO in your opinion, Dan? And is this a European military alliance on the cards?
Yeah, I think, look, this is a long story of our NATO partners being frustrated at times with the United States, and the United States being at times frustrated with our NATO partners. We'll all recall that certainly the Trump administration, but also administrations before it, were frustrated that our NATO partners were not paying their fair share to the alliance, that much of the burden of the alliance was falling on American taxpayers. So there have been rifts before. Certainly, there's not just frustration in Europe about what's happened in Afghanistan, but frustration and angst, real tragic response here in Washington to what happened to Afghanistan and in Afghanistan, and the policies that have been that have unraveled in unanticipated ways. So it's not surprising that we're hearing that grumbling. I would just say that if you look at the future of NATO, there's one word that should be kept in mind, which tends to be Russia. The emphasis of NATO has always been Europe first, and the question is how best to secure Europe from aggression from Russia. And that's where I think the emphasis of NATO has already shifted in the recent past to questions about Ukraine and so on, and where I anticipate a lot of the focus will be. And yes, I think some of the frustration in Europe with the United States will dissipate. The rest may incline Europeans to take up a greater share of the burden on their own. But we'll see. That's been something that's been on the cards for a long time and hasn't yet materialized.
Thank you. And my last question is, what can be done to bolster the US-Pakistani relationship and move it away from security and counterterrorism cooperation into a deeper, more enriching relationship?
Well, I think I have two answers to that. The first is, in order for the US-Pakistan relationship to focus more on economics, on, as the Chinese would say, win-win solutions, on business and so on, Pakistan's own leaders, and in particular Pakistan's business leaders, need to continue and to expand their effort to make a case to American business leaders that Pakistan is a good place to work in and with. So far that has been a tall order, and I would say many American business have been frustrated with Pakistan. And so the burden lies then on the Pakistani side to reinvigorate that effort. On the other broader sense, I would say for the US government has never been good at promoting business-to-business relations in any other country. It's really in a different game altogether. And in terms of the US-Pakistan relationship, I think it's tough times. And I think the best thing for the government-to-government relationship right now would be to narrow its aperture, to narrow its focus on areas where we actually do agree. And some of those do continue to be on the security front, and where we have shared enemies in groups like ISIS-K or Al-Qaeda, where we need to continue our narrow cooperation. And that may be a foundation for further expansion of our relationship, but it will take time. This is a difficult moment in U.S.-Pakistan relations, and I don't want to sugarcoat it, but those are the ways that I think we can begin to get back to a more normal relationship bilaterally.
Thank you. One last question also. Actually, you participated in the Afghanistan conference when we hosted the first Afghanistan conference, and later we hosted the second Afghanistan conference. So in both editions of Afghanistan conference last month, I asked one question from 4 persons. First time with Dr. Shiri Mazari, the Federal Minister for Human Rights in Pakistan, and also Senator Sherry Rahman, who is the chairperson for Foreign Relations Committee, Senate of Pakistan. And later in the second edition, I asked the same question from General Zubair Mahmood Hayat, who is former Chairman Joint Chief of Staff Committee, and also Admiral William Owens, the former Deputy Joint Chief of Staff Committee of USA. The question I am asking you, the same question, what lessons can the world learn from America's war in Afghanistan? What is your view on this?
Sadly, a 20-year war comes with 20 years of lessons. And I think it is too simple to unfortunately, to boil down one war into just rote lessons. Most of the lessons were a simple lesson, but most of the lessons that I focus on tend to be about American foreign policy. And so when I speak to American audiences, one of the things I would say is that there has always been in Afghanistan a mismatch between America's attention to the war as we gave it and the attention that was necessary to actually win the war, if that was possible at all. And we have tried, I think for 20 years, to fight, we the United States, to fight this war on our own terms, to make deadlines that fall on the American political calendar, or to set resources basically driven by other American calculations, including the ongoing, at the time, war in Iraq as well. So we haven't really focused on the war in Afghanistan as the war in Afghanistan, and this is not the way to fight and win a war. The United States can do so when we are convinced that it's in our supreme national interests, and we are willing to dedicate the attention and the focus that a war like this deserves. But I'm afraid that although we fought it, it's now our longest war, we never fought it as our top priority, except maybe for the first year or so. And then we drifted into other things. Can't fight a war and drift, even if you're a superpower. So that's one lesson that I would point out.
Thank you. Thank you for your time, and I'm grateful to you. You always participate in our conferences, and we will continue. And next time, hopefully, we will host you in Islamabad or in other part of the Pakistan. I'm again grateful to you, Dan. Thank you.
That would be wonderful. Thanks. It's always great to see you, and I appreciate having a chance to speak with your audience. Always a great audience.
Second time
Take
you
care.
participated in the Leaders in Islamabad Business Summit. So thanks to Riedel platform also. Thank you.
Great.
So ladies and gentlemen, this was our exclusive session with Daniel Markey on the emerging geopolitical scenario. And over to Rabia now.
So the Leaders in Islamabad Business Summit has a history. There have been audiences, speakers and partners who have been with us for all the 4 editions of this summit. But we also have audiences who probably are watching us for the first time or the second time. So for their advantage and to show all our audiences how this has been an evolution of this initiative and how it has engaged different audiences over the years, I think it would be a good idea, Asfar, to take them through the 3 conferences that we had in 2017, 18 and 19. So let's take a look.
gentlemen, welcome to Leaders in Islamabad Business Summit.
Trainer, and I'm going to be your MC for the day. And I really want to give you a very, very warm welcome to this third edition of Leaders in Islamabad. Please welcome Mohammed Asfar Hassan.
This is the right time to visit this country.
Now decided to reconnect itself with the world.
We belong here, we live here, and we will serve the people of Pakistan.
About 60% of our global economy will be in digital world.
Leaders in Islamabad.
Our aim is not to predict the future. Our aim is to enhance it, support it, and create it and make it happen.
The advantages that we have in a developing country like Pakistan.
Pakistan remains enormously reliant on remittances.
We are in a state of crisis, and I think until we acknowledge it, we will not make progress.
Because there are things happening which are different.
What value system are you carrying, and what is really motivating you? Is it about your country?
So this was the overview of last 3 editions of Leaders in Islamabad Business Summit, and now we are in the 4th edition. First day was hybrid, yesterday from Serena Hotel, Islamabad, Pakistan, and today is virtual with the global speakers on different topics. So far, we are receiving amazing response from the audience from different countries. Few thousand individuals are watching this conference live through Facebook pages of Nutshell Group, Martin Dog Group, and ACCA, and also the YouTube channel of Nutshell Group. So these videos are available on our YouTube channel of Nutshell Group. Yesterday's whole video is available, and today's whole video is available. And now the session is about diversity and inclusion and the future of equality. So Nutshell Group is focusing on diversity and inclusion. We hosted several sessions. In every conference, we always emphasized on women leadership, diversity, inclusion, equality. We hosted women leadership conferences in Pakistan. Last year, after the global lockdown, we hosted Diversity Inclusion Global Conference attended by over 1 million participants virtually and attended by 25 speakers. And one of the main name, the global brand, is my very dear friend, who is also the board of advisors member of Nutshell Group, also the CEO and founder of Female Quotient, Shelley Zelis. So Shelley is joining us with us, and she is from US. Very early morning, Shelley. I'm grateful to you. I think this is 7 a.m. in the morning.
Hi. First of all, I am so honored and inspired to be here with all of you. I am from Los Angeles, and I would fly and be there in person anywhere in the world to be with all of you in Islamabad. And I am just inspired by all the work, the conversations that you are having, and everything that I do. I am an inclusive leader, and I bring my girlfriends always together with me. And I was having breakfast with one of my girlfriends. This is Gretchen. So I'd love to introduce Gretchen.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, actually. Good evening here in Pakistan, and good morning here in Los Angeles. So Shelley, and I met Shelley in World Economic Forum, and her FQ Lounge is very famous in World Economic Forum. This is regular activity, and hopefully they will continue with the global leaders, and they are doing amazing work globally, in not only in US or in the Western world, but in Africa, in Asia, and in Pakistan. We are collaborating with Shelley Zelis and FQ team. And last year we were supposed to be in person here in Islamabad, and 1 week before of the conference, because of this COVID and global lockdown, we postponed the conference and this trip was cancelled. We planned to host a women leaders dinner with the President of Pakistan and the First Lady of Pakistan, and Shelley Zelis, FQ, and Nutshell and Martin Dow were hosting this. So our focus is on diversity inclusion. So before going further, I want to request Rabia. She's my colleague, Shelley, Chief Growth Officer of Nutshell Group. She will introduce you for the global participants. And right now this program is live, and people from almost all the regions are participating. So very interesting session with Shelley, and this is the opening slot with Shelley, and followed by one dialogue on diversity inclusion in the multi-generational workplace, followed by another dialogue on the future of equality. Over to you, Rabia.
All right, so to introduce this very inspirational leader to our global audiences, Shelley is a renowned thought leader for advancing equality in the workplace. As the first female chief executive of a company ranked in the research industry's top 25, she changed the game, helped elevate feminine strengths in the workplace, and has devoted herself to becoming a mentor and role model for women and leaders in her industry. Today, as the CEO of the Female Quotient, Shelley is advancing gender equality across industries with the Girls Lounge. That is a pop-up experience at conferences across the globe, such as the World Economic Forum, Cannes Lions, etc., as well as within companies. She is also leading initiatives within corporations by activating solutions for change with the Female Quotient's Equality Boot Camps. Shelley is an admired speaker and member of the Washington Speakers Bureau, as well as a skilled moderator who has interviewed influencers such as Halle Berry, Gwyneth Paltrow, Sheryl Sandberg, and others on topics related to equality and leadership. So welcome, Shelley, once again to Leaders in Islamabad Business Summit.
Oh, thank you so much. I also brought today a surprise, and this is my girlfriend Gretchen, who is the former Chief Marketing Officer of L'Oreal, and is currently the Chief Marketing Officer of a new company, which she can tell you about, called Hydro. And it's a rowing company bringing a whole new twist to mental health and wellness into corporations and to people all over the world. So I wanted to welcome Gretchen to bring perspective to D&I as well, which is a whole new, whole evolution with perspective. So I thought I would introduce her to the world of Pakistan as well.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm delighted to participate in this incredible discussion.
Thank you for joining us. Over to you, Shelley.
Fantastic. Is Amber going to be joining us as well? I think she's waiting for you to add her
Well,
in.
hello, Amber. Amber Coleman-Mortley will be moderating this session with Shelley. Hello there. How are you? A very good morning to you.
Hi, good morning. I'm so delighted to be here. I'm really excited. So time is of the essence. So
let's
get
just
started.
jump right into it.
Yes. Good morning,
Yeah,
Amber. Good morning.
Good morning. So, hi everyone. I'm Amber Coleman-Mortley. I'm the Director of Program Development and Partnerships at the Female Quotient. Obviously, I'm joined by the awesome Shelley Zales, CEO of the Female Quotient, and Gretchen Saig-Fleming. Let's just get right in and let's set the stage just a bit. You know, 2020 was a year of awakening to both personal trauma and also trauma that's happening within the corporate sector, right? Many employees who identify as Black, Indigenous, or person of color, you know, we saw a rise in racially incited violence across more than one underrepresented community. So I just want to ask you, Shelley, just to start off, you know, in this past year, how has the Female Quotient created safe and equitable spaces for the communities impacted by the events of 2020 and even marginalized communities that were not affected by those events?
You know, I think the most important thing, that, we have done was pivot from pre-COVID. We were hosting pop-up spaces at big industry conferences, spaces that were safe for everyone to come to have unplugged conversations that were taboo topics sometimes, just to talk about the uncomfortable things making us all comfortable. It's the unspoken sometimes. You got to get it out there and talk about the things that we need to address, or else we're never going to create those cultures of belonging. We talk about diversity, we talk about inclusion, but if we don't create cultures of belonging, we're never going to be able to thrive in the workplace. And then when COVID happened, we were all in our homes, and that creates seclusion. We're all living in our own places. And so we pivoted and continued the conversations, bringing everyone together virtually, continuing those conversations. And what we found was it opened up incredible opportunities, reaching a global community. We started uniting the world through the power of women in over 100 countries and continuing those conversations, bringing everyone together. And it wasn't a digital divide, it was actually a digital connection, having these conversations connecting women all over the world in parts of the world that we never connected with women, and giving people opportunities to talk about things that really needed to be talked about, and listening to hear and understanding really the challenges that women were facing, and really having this global exchange. And today, 18 months later, understanding where women are, what women need, what women really are going through, and now positioning ourselves in a really different place when we return to office with how to advise corporations of what women really need to thrive in the workforce, and how to really adjust the policies and close the gaps, because the gaps have widened during COVID, so that we really can be better as we move forward with the future of work, post-pandemic.
Excellent. So I also want to follow up with Gretchen. If you could share any pivots to this past year that have happened at Hydro in response to the events that have occurred. Would you like to share?
Sure. So much like Shelley was talking about, we had created a real safe space in our office environment where people felt safe, where people felt like they belonged, and we were, a community of people working together and collaborating together. And like every company that was forced into kind of this new Zoom environment, what we found right off the bat is that people weren't creating those one-to-one, more informal connections that created that space for connection and that space for belonging. And so what we did very quickly was reinstitute our weekly Friday team meetings, which was just a review of all the functions, as well as sending people lunch at home so we could eat and share a meal together. And there is something about breaking bread together that makes you feel like you're all at the same table. And so we created ways to pivot from what were physical points of connection and informal connection, we pivoted to create those in the virtual world as well.
But also, Gretchen, with technology, talk about how you were integrating technology in new ways and activating the technology.
Yeah, so even today, I will call us a hybrid environment. We're primarily a digital organization. We do have an office for people to come into. And one of the things we've spent a lot of time and investment on is making sure we have great technology, great teleconferencing capabilities so that whether you're sitting at home and you're on the screen in the room or whether you're physically in the room, you have the same level of voice and visibility and you can contribute to the conversation in the same way. So that we have, an equality of voices around the table physically and virtually.
One of the things, Amber, that, I wanted to share is one of the greatest challenges in the pandemic, but also one of the most important opportunities, because there is a silver lining, is the ability to create our future. It isn't about retrofitting. It isn't about going back. It's about creating our future. And when we think about flexibility, we need to make sure as companies, we proactively create the future that will allow women the opportunity now to thrive and eliminate those bias barriers that have held us back. And the biggest problem right now is work from home. We need to make sure that everyone has the level playing field. Right. And, I heard something the other day that I'm pretty obsessed with, which is the me versus we. It's the we team. When you need to work with team, that's great to be in office. But the me, time, you can work from home. Right. And that predictive flexibility. If you think about, my girlfriend Eve Rodsky talks about predictive flexibility. You do need to have that. When is the in office so that it's not chaos and random, but planning around that so that there is sort of that predictive flexibility. But then there is that time at home, which I think will go a long way to allowing women to thrive and and be successful with rising to leadership.
So when thinking about the ways that we build these spaces collaboratively as organizations, right? No one's left out. Everyone has a space at the table. I love the connecting each other, breaking bread together. Let's talk about how do then we rethink what diversity and inclusion means for businesses moving forward, right? Not right now. Let's think about 2022. Are there strategies that either of you would suggest or propose based on things that have worked for you and your organizations or what you've heard from others?
Well, listen, I think that we've been talking about diversity. We've been talking about inclusivity for quite some time. And I don't think we've been very successful. I think we've been going in circles. And so I think, number one, we need to move beyond talk. We need to move to action. And we have to activate solutions for change. We have gone from HR to Chief Diversity Officer. We've gone from Chief Diversity to Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer. We've now used the words belonging. So we need to move beyond lexicon to action. And I think we need to start putting some real solutions in place that are going to move the needle. With the pandemic, we have gone backwards. We have widened the gap. And, we also need to ensure that we are moving up the ladder as well. So number one, don't just hire one of everything. If you're going to hire one, we need to hire three. Because one, and I heard this yesterday, and this was amazing, one is only and lonely. So we are going to create still, we're not solving the problem. So we need to make sure we hire in packs so that we have, that connection, and that community. Community is very important. So we do need to hire in groups so that everyone feels that connection. And the whole concept of sponsorship and mentorship, those are words. I don't believe that works. And so we've been working on a whole concept, turning it on its head, called proximityship. It's not about top down, because that's pulling people up, and that's favoritism and people that look like you and act like you and sound like you and walk like you and talk like you. We're working on a whole new concept of senior management putting time on a calendar and letting every employee pick who they want to see them, so that it's turning the whole model on its head. So we can go into more about that, but we're building all new models that really turn and flip it upside down. And I just believe change can happen if you choose to change. It's all about mindset, and it's about consciousness and intentionality. So I think that that's where we need to go, is start from the bottom up with an open mindset.
Yeah, and I think it's really important to not only consider avenues to bring diverse perspectives into your organization, but also how do you make sure you do level the playing field so that everyone can be successful and has an equal chance of being successful. And so we've done two things. One, from an acquisition perspective, we've built bridges with specific communities that are underrepresented in rowing specifically. So we have a very deep partnership with the only Black owned and operated boathouse in the world. Actually, it's based in Philadelphia. We have built a very deep connection with that organization, and it's led to more talent coming into our into hydro. And then we really looked at what are the issues that can handicap or create challenges for some of these more marginalized communities. And honestly, access to childcare is one of them. And so one of the things that we did, and our CEO was very bold in taking this step and supporting this idea, is we offer a childcare allowance to employees, so that even when people are doing that me time or that work from home time, they can really put their heads down and be contributing and not be distracted.
Wow.
I want to say, because I know we have a panel waiting to come in. When you have a seat at the table and you are in a position of power, you have responsibility to use it. You have accountability, and you need to make a difference. And you have to pay it forward and do something. And that's legacy to me. And so I just want to say, you can't occupy that seat and not make that difference and make it count and pay it forward. So to me, it's do something and do something that shows. And, and I think that you need to be held accountable or get out of that seat. Or I will take you out of that seat because you shouldn't be there.
Oh my goodness. So many words of wisdom. I hope that people were taking notes because we are at time. This has been a very empowering and exciting conversation, Shelley. I can feel the energy and the excitement coming from you and Gretchen. So I just want to thank you so much for your time today. And is there anything, you guys put an exclamation point on it, but is there anything else that you want to say before we transition?
Yes, Amber, you are awesome. And thank you everyone for joining. And Asfar, thank you for, inviting us and including us. I can't wait to be there in person next year. For everyone that is joining, we love questions, we love comments. So for the panel coming up, everyone start throwing in your questions because I will sprinkle them into the conversation. So get ready, set, go. We are going to bring in the panel. Amber, thank you again.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gretchen. Such a pleasure to be here.
And now over to you.
Okay, so we are setting up the panel now. Everyone will be joining us. So we are getting ready to go. We have a very, very exciting panel coming up. We are just getting ready to go. This is called D&I and the Multi-Generational Workplace. All right, we're setting ourselves up. We have some wonderful conversationalists. Let's see, some people can't hear. Let's turn on the volume. Can you guys all hear me? Yes? Okay, perfect. We have a couple more people joining. They're all just being brought in right now.
After introducing the panel. So Rabia, please
continue. Am I audible? Sorry, I think I was not audible earlier. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. We're going to introduce the panel, so let's just bring everybody up, and I'm going to introduce everyone at the same time.
Yes.
So let's bring everyone in.
So introduce yourself.
All right. So maybe I wasn't audible. Ma'am LIIBS Abbas is one of our panelists. She's the Parliamentary Secretary for Foreign Affairs, Government of Pakistan. Assalamu alaikum and hello, ma'am. Very good to have you here. I am personally a very big fan of yours. Then we have Eddie, Member Board of Directors, Gauchu Group. Correct me if I'm pronouncing this wrong. Gauchu Group Holdings and Member Board of Directors, Saudi Tourism Authority. Then we have Saira. Saira was with us yesterday as well. In fact, we also had a signing ceremony of a strategic communications agreement between TCS Private Limited, the company that Saira heads, and Nutshell Communications Private Limited, which is a sister concern of Nutshell Conferences Group. So Saira is a very inspiring woman leader. Hello and welcome, Saira. Then we have Malak Al-Akhili. She's founder and CEO. Hello, Malak. Good to have you. She's the founder and CEO, Golden Wheat for Grain Trading Limited, Jordan. So all the way from Jordan. Also, we have Hina Inam. Hina is the CEO, Transformational Leadership Incorporated, and she's also the author of Wired for Disruption. A very warm welcome to you, Hina. Can you just turn your camera a little bit, adjust it a little bit so we can see more of you and less of the wall? Okay.
Yes, this is better.
And then the last panelist is Diana Bagian. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing the names incorrectly. Please do correct me. She is from the Next Generation Global Correspondent, the Female Quotient.
Okay, fantastic.
Is Diana going to be here?
So I think she is joining in a few minutes.
Okay.
So I am also again grateful to LIIBS Abbas. She is actually woman rock star in Pakistan.
Yes.
She is my very dear friend and amazing parliamentarian doing amazing work. She's the Parliamentary Secretary for Federal Foreign Affairs of Government of Pakistan, and she's also columnist, a very good writer as well. And I'm grateful to Malik, my very dear friend from Jordan, Saira from Pakistan, and Eddie, my very dear friend from US, and she's also in the Board of Advisors of Nutshell Group. And of course, Hina is an amazing Pakistani woman and working and based in United States. So I'm welcome on behalf of Nutshell Group, Martin Dow Group, and all our partners, and especially our co-host FQ for this session. So Shelley, over to you as the host of this session.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. What a tremendous honor to have such an esteemed group of women in this conversation. And this is a really important conversation because this is the first time in history that we actually have 5 generations in the workplace. Gen Z coming in, traditionalists moving out, and yet we all are expected to work together. And what's very interesting is Gen Z actually doesn't really want to work with the older people because they don't want to work with people their parents' age. And yet the older generation doesn't really want to work for the younger generation because they don't really think they know anything, or God forbid they should work for people younger than themselves. which is pretty unfortunate because we all need each other. I don't really understand technology, and TikTok is still a mystery to me. But what's so important is we all learn a lot from one another. So I'd love to start this conversation with each of you maybe telling me about stereotypes. What is a stereotype that you think defines a certain generation? And you can tell me about any generation that you think defines, what stereotype you think defines a certain generation. So who wants to start? I see little JPEGs, so I can't really see each of you. They're all little tiny tiles. So
this is Edie, Shelley, and I'll be happy to start if you would like.
That would be perfect. Okay, Edie, you start.
All right. Well, hello, everybody. And first of all, thank you to Mohammed and the whole team there for having me. It's truly my honor and pleasure to be here with each of you. And thank you, ladies, because I'm humbled and honored as well to be on such an esteemed panel with fellow women leaders. So thank you all. And hello to everybody watching around the world. So, you know, you bring up a great point. There are so many sort of stereotypes that we could go on and on about. But I often think about people saying old, oh, they're old, and that means they're old and closed-minded and all of those accoutrements that are associated with that. And I think that that's very sad when people have those paradigms and perspectives, because the reality is, and I've always felt this my whole life, and probably even more so now that I'm, dare I say, 20 for the third time. But I think age is truly only a number, and it's an individual thing with the person. Are they adaptable? Are they willing to grow and learn? I have a lot of these little mini mantras, and one of them is I want to grow till I go, meaning I think there's so many expressions. Every man or woman is my superior in that I may learn from them. And that should have no boundaries regarding age, in my opinion. In addition to that, I love that movie, The Intern, if anybody has seen it, with Anne Hathaway and Robert De Niro, because they put an ad for an intern. It's a young sort of tech online e-tailing company in Brooklyn, and they put an ad online for an intern. And this senior citizen retired person comes, and the next hour and a half of the movie unfolds how the synergy between complementing each other and working together, and everybody has different talents. So whether that's a young tech person helping somebody who's not so tech savvy, or vice versa. And you really get surprised and delighted if you are open to embracing that, because it takes a team effort and creative collaboration. Thank you. Shelley, back to you.
I love what you said. My father passed at the age of 83, unfortunately, but he called himself ageless. And I just thought that that was so incredibly important. And because you are in tourism, he was on a flight one day, and I was in market research, and he called me up one day, and he was on a plane, and they gave him a survey, and he said, Shelley Fran, and when he was upset about something, he called me by my middle name. I said, yes, Daddy. He said, they gave me a survey, and I have to tell you that I lied on the survey. And I said, well, Dad, why did you do that? And he said, well, at the end of this, he said, I told the truth on the survey, but then on the end of the survey, they asked me my age. And he must have been like 70 years old at the time. And I said, well, what did you lie about? He said, well, I lied about my age. And he said, you know how they have the age brackets? I said, yes. He said, well, I put my age as 45. I said, well, why did you do that? He said, well, because if I put my age as 70, they wouldn't have taken my survey seriously. And he said, and I travel like a 45-year-old. You know, he said, I chase eclipses and I fly an airplane and I blah, blah. He says, I'm not like a 70-year-old. And so that is a very good point, Edie, that you made. So thank you for sharing that. Okay, who's up next?
If I may just contribute to that conversation on stereotypes.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. It's great to be on this panel with all of you. So, you know, when we talk about stereotypes and the differences between generations, just following up from Eddie's point and flipping it around to stereotypes about the younger generation, I think often the younger generation is perceived to be very impatient, quick to get things done, they don't have the staying power. They want to see quick results. And, I think, I personally think in my line of work where, we're a logistics company, we have to have a lot of agility. We have to have a lot of mental, sort of nimbleness of our thought process. That's a huge strength. And I'm seeing that even, so whilst the older generation may perceive the so-called impatience of the younger generation as difficult to work with, actually it is more reflective of changing customer patterns as well. So businesses would be wise to learn from that rather than to discard that, and to really incorporate such traits into the way that strategy is made as well. And we're certainly finding that in our business, technology is coming up as a key differentiator between us and our competitors. And Shelley, you also mentioned that you struggle with technology. So I think a lot of the older generation, especially in older businesses which have been successful, they struggle to come to terms with these faster moving technologies and ways of rethinking things. But that is actually a huge strength and really should be embraced.
That is so incredibly true. Is it Sarah? Syra. It's so true. I mean, they can multitask on steroids. That is incredibly true. They also want to jump jobs every 2 seconds, and they want raises every 2 minutes. I mean, so, it's the interesting balance, which is interesting. Okay.
So Shelley, can I just jump in on that?
Yes.
I just want to build on Syra's point. So one of my other really fun jobs is that I chair the board people committee at Engro Corp, which Engro is one of the largest conglomerates in Pakistan, and I serve on the board. And I can't tell you, I mean, we absolutely have these stereotypes about younger people, and yet about 70% of our population is millennial. And I can't tell you, one of my most joyous times is when I get to spend that time with some of our young people at Engro. And I feel like I learn so much from them. And I think this population shift that's happening, the fact that 70% of our populations are now millennials, is actually causing us to rethink how we organize ourselves, right? So we are so much more focused now on being an employer of choice for these millennial populations. And as I think about these millennial populations, what do they care about? They care about being purpose-driven, right? So many millennials want to work for organizations that are doing really meaningful work. They care about the environment. Engro is one of the first organizations in Pakistan that is signed up for the World Economic Forum's stakeholder measurement initiative to really measure our impact across stakeholders, the environment, our employees, including D&I, and suppliers. And so from that perspective, what I love about having millennials in organizations is they push, right? Or they'll walk away. And so it's causing us as a board to really rethink if we want to attract the best talent in the country and outside, how do we need to redefine ourselves? And that's very powerful.
So, I mean, they have purpose in their DNA. That is absolutely true. And what's really incredibly true is when you look at companies actually run by women, the number one focus is ESGs. And, and companies that are not walking the talk with authenticity and purpose at their core will not attract millennials, period, exclamation point. That is
it's true. And to add to Henna's point, they in general, millennials and younger generations, they really want to be part of companies that are providing sort of regenerative or following UN SDG guidelines, because green is so critical to them that if they don't even want to be part of a company if they don't have sort of these sets of attributes. So, I mean, I view that as a good thing. That's good for our planet. It's good for our world. And they're holding companies accountable. So it's about perpetual evolution. And I think companies have to be flexible enough to evolve, to be successful. Just as consumer tastes change, the employees' needs are perpetually changing. And of course, we saw what COVID did with the work from home. As an example, I often say the only good thing, if you can call it good, in my opinion, about what COVID brought was the flexibility to work anywhere in the world. I'm a New York girl who lives in South Florida, but I'm coming to you today from my home in Tuscany on a conference from Pakistan that's talking around the world. It's really quite amazing that some good has come out of it, right? And as we go forward, the flexibility. I'm the mother of a 31-year-old millennial. I have to tell you, I wish I had the option to work from home when I was a working mom as my child was growing up. So it's about flexibility on all different levels, because whether you're a single parent, a working parent, or a young person who wants to work remotely while they're traveling the world, technology and new ways of thinking allow it to now happen. And I always say, so something you opened with, Shelley, part of my favorite expressions, employees and individuals have to be accountable and responsible. So even as an employer, if the job is getting done, and you can know the job is getting done based on their individual KPIs, whether it's if they're in sales, are the numbers there? Are there customer complaints? So if the job is getting done, why not allow the individual their unique needs and flexibility? And at the end of the day, the company hopefully not only will meet the KPIs, deliver ROI, but hopefully quality of life, and want to be an employee environment that employers of any age want to come and work with. And whether you're male, female, whatever your color, whatever your sexual orientation, diversity is in full bloom perpetually.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's hear from Anne-Lee.
Thank you so much. And, it's really a pleasure hearing all of you with your diverse opinions on this diversity subject. On the multi-generational thing, I think the politicians take a lead because they never retire. There's no age. And so we have, coming from I have two backgrounds. I have a corporate background where I was a consultant for a long period of time, and I was consulting various firms in the corporate world. And now I am in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, part of the government, and a member of National Assembly. So when I go into the Assembly, from my corporate experience, there was a generation gap that was coming up when I was sort of shifting my directions from corporate to the politics. And I could see that in banks that people were, you had these oldies, as they were called, and there was this stereotyping labels. So there was this digital divide between the older generation and the younger generation, where the oldies were not familiar with the digital tech smartness, and the smartphone made them look stupid because they couldn't operate them fully. And there was these millennials who would smile and snigger and say, this guy doesn't know anything. He belongs to the museum. And, the oldies would look at them and say, oh God, he's not going to move his butt. He's not going to run around. He's been born on a computer. He's been born on a touch phone, so he doesn't know how to calculate and do all those tables. And so this guy just wants to hop around in jobs. He doesn't know what loyalty is. We were born in this company. We'll die in this company. And so there's this huge divide between the two generations going on. And, all the time I was called in as a consultant. And I would go to the millennials and they would say, this is the dead wood. They can't change. And I'd go to the the older generation and they would say, these guys won't stick around. They just want instant. They're a pop culture. They want instant coffee. They want instant promotions. So that's the culture I came from. I step into politics, and guess what? Despite all the chaos and everything, what I see in politics is that age doesn't count, negatively or positively. People never retire. And you have an 88-year-old sitting with me over in the assembly, and I have this 28-year-olds sitting with me in the assembly. And equally, they feel that they own the country and they run the country and they are the ones who are going to be, responding to the country. So I just feel that this is a very interesting time. I feel very privileged. I feel this is a very interesting time. As you all mentioned, and you mentioned rightly, Corona has changed the rules, right? So by default, the older generation is digitally more literate, and the younger generation is struggling a bit because they thought that they knew it all. They don't. So when they're sitting at home and working from home, it's a different world. And so all of them need each other in some way or the other. So what I feel is that diversity is going to become even more important. Inclusion is going to become even more important because it is proven now in COVID. We experienced this in Pakistan. And I'll tell you what the best example for this is. We went through Corona. Pakistan was supposed to be written off. We didn't have basic health facilities. We didn't have money. We had, we were still struggling with polio, and we were still dealing with tuberculosis, which is almost finished. So when Corona came in, everybody around just said that we're going to dwindle away because we don't have the expertise, we don't have the resources, right? And then about 2 months later, what we do and we insist upon is that we can't make individual decisions. So everybody has to come together. And we create a structure by the name of NCOC. So it's the National Coordination Control Committee, Operational Committee. And it includes, and provinces never used to talk to each other. Provinces come in, districts come in, men come in, old people come in, people from, we take expertise from international expertise, we take overseas Pakistanis, people are virtually connected, media is there, everybody comes together. And there's so much diversity. In the beginning, people were very skeptical about it. But you know what? In the first wave, the one country which stood out in Corona management, and the World Health Organization made a case study on us that out of 5 countries in the world, what is Pakistan doing? Where we came out of the first wave with UK, US, everybody around was falling down, we were rising. And then the next wave, we actually came down much quicker. And the World Economic Forum made a case study on us that our economy was saved. And then, they made this thing that poverty, poor people were not starved to death because we did this whole mechanism of including diverse stakeholders, the NGOs, the civil society. So I think this is the best example of diverse input, creating what we call productivity, outstanding results. There are case studies being written on that. So at the political level, I saw that. I saw how, somebody like me who stood up in the assembly because there was a policy to be made. There were students stuck when it came in Wuhan. The first outbreak was in Wuhan, China, and our students were stuck over there. And then everybody, US, UK, was taking their students out from there. And the whole opposition said, take your students out, the parents are crying, they'll die over there. And we said, no. And we stuck to it, and we explained to them. I think that one decision gave us an early lead because it took time for the corona to spread in Pakistan. We said, nobody in the world at the moment knows about corona, except where they are in China, because they are dealing with it. They come in, the parents are going to, in typical Pakistani way, the whole family is going to come and embrace them, and everybody is going to have corona. Nobody's going to stop doing that because nobody knows about it. And we were bashed, but we stuck to it, and we were cursed by the parents. And in the end, I think that decision brought confidence and trust in the government's capability of handling that. So that's one example of telling you that how diversity was important. I think the other thing that I'd like to talk about is sports. I mean, I was absolutely delighted to see tennis having a new star. in US Open was won by Emma Radden Q. She has a Chinese mother, she has a Hungarian father, and she's brought up in UK, and she's just 18, and she can speak Chinese, she can speak English, she can speak Hungarian, and the whole world is looking at her because she had not even qualified for the tournament. She was not even supposed to be in the tournament, and she won it without losing a single set. And everybody's now talking about the ability of this small little girl to beat the world because she has so many diverse inputs in her.
No, listen, you know, it's really remarkable when you open your eyes, you open your ears, you listen to hear, and you actually see. And it is absolutely remarkable. And now we want to hear from you, Malak.
Good evening to everyone. First, let me start by I feel super excited and honored to speak to you from my home country in Jordan. And today I'm speaking to you not as a lady trading grains and oil, but as a humanity and inclusive activist. Stereotypes, it's easy to fall into stereotypes. And for me, I don't believe in old is only soul. Soul could be old. And I will also quote your dad, Sherry, and I say that I also feel ageless. And all of us should feel ageless regardless of our true age. So I do feel ageless. I don't have to be in my 80s to feel ageless. When you said about mentality, I mean, when I was thinking about stereotypes, I think started, or easily we could fall into stereotypes, and it starts from education and family. So, and it is the way as a millennial and all the people who really contributed in my education and starting my business and being the real mentors and guidance in my life are men, and they were, let's say, wise men. They had their share of experiences in life. So when I say education and the way as a family you were raised up to, and it is a very strong foundation because it is where the seeds are there. It is where we can start from the beginning. If we saw people with special needs or older men, how we respect them, and start at a small scale. Start with you respecting your grandparents and listening to their stories and to their wisdom and taking their advices. So it could start from the family, and then I believe each one of us, if she had this thing, we wouldn't hear you today, because this is like the stories you've heard from your special ones and while you grow up. So these stereotypes usually, even when it's a collective experience from the way you were brought up, the way your mother would tell you, listen and respect, because it comes out of respect. For example, in our culture, that you start with respect. And even it goes out and expanded to organizations, because if an organization, it respects the, the gender, for example, equity, and you have this organization has the values, it regardless of who you are, or your gender, or your age, you will be respected of what the value you will bring to the table, of the knowledge you will bring to the table, your ability to close deals. And I've experienced that personally in my company. I was traveling to one of the African countries, and I was meeting a head of states, maybe 40 years older than me, and I could see the invisible question mark on their faces, like, what's this little girl coming to meet us? But then after 15 minutes, they changed their perspective, because basically I came with a value, I came with a knowledge, and suddenly all this puzzled, bewildered eyes, it just evaporated, and it's changed and replaced by respect and by someone who wants to deal with you. So I'm always saying that stereotypes, it's very easy, but yet it's very hard to change. It needs time. It needs actual life stories that you actually experience. You need to touch base, feel those people who actually changed and transformed your life. then and when you have this growth mentality, and when you don't also have an ego, and ego is very, very dangerous, because if you have ego, then it's very hard to see the people of who they truly are. It's just, you will see the wrinkles, you will see also young people, and who you assume that they don't understand, or they don't have even wisdom. But some of them even in their 20, even 13 years old, they have, you will get astonished by their wisdom and by their logic. So we need to embrace that. And it's very important, if in an organization you have the values, then it will be understand to embrace everyone. And when it's the foundation of the organization is very strong and solid, then you will hear everyone are speaking. And then the third pillar after education, family, and the second one is the values of organization, for me, is communication. So if you have this ability to communicate your message clearly, then you will find a lot of people that will hear you, and also be active listener as well. So you have this exchange of ideas for a common purpose.
Yeah, and I think it's don't judge a book by its cover is, the first most important thing. You make that instant, when you look at someone, you make that instant stereotypical judgment, and I can guarantee you with 100% certainty, you will be wrong. Spend 5 minutes with someone and you will learn something that you didn't know, and it will be a value add in your life. Hi, Deanna, how are you? Welcome. Okay, you were on mute, so we're going to jump right in because we have a very short period of time, and I want to ask a very lightning round question for everybody before we wrap. So go off mute. Go off mute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. So very quickly, tell me a stereotype about a generation.
Okay, just give me a second, please, because I can't hear you at all.
Okay, so, I'm going to come back to you. Okay, I want to ask a question of everybody.
Okay.
So for everybody, I'm going to go lightning round while Diana's getting set up. Question, and this is not something you're prepared for, but I want to talk about women, and I want to talk about generational women. So think about women, and I want to talk about the future of women at work. What do you feel? So we have a lot of barriers. We have had a setback with COVID. We say it'll take over 257 years to close the pay gap for women, which is crazy. We've set ourselves back an additional 25 years with COVID. We talk about 100 years to close the C-suite gap with women in leadership. Across generations, what do you feel it will take to really help women across the generations? And do you feel that there's more hope for the younger generation, the future of work for women, especially with caregiving? Do we feel that there'll be more shared responsibility at home with men, women, parenting, if there's, single sex, whatever it is, where more women will be able to get to leadership and share caregiving? What's the future of women with work? What's your predictions? What do you think? Who wants to start?
Yeah, I'll do.
Okay, Malak.
Honestly, I'm so concerned. I think it's now our mission should be to help promote the positive gender roles. Some resources have been prepared on mitigating the impact of COVID-19 on people's lives, and to address the specific risks and exposing the vulnerabilities in social, political, economic systems, and what women face of this deep pre-existing inequalities and stereotypes in society that now it has been exposed to much more risks. I think that the fact that we're talking about it now, it's just important that we need to capitalize on that. Otherwise, we'll be in a more not, I would say, yeah, dangerous and sad situation. And don't forget, these women will be the mothers, and you know, they will be they will be raising the next generation. So also we have to ask ourselves, what's the, you know, the mental state of these women, just in certain, you know, scattered when they are in a conflict zone or war zone. Also, this is one of the things that is like my main concern now. So I'm not. I hope that we have. It's more of. I don't want to be pessimistic or optimistic. I think that we need just to take, you know, just to capitalize, be more outspoken about it, and just keep doing what all of you are doing in your different positions.
Thank you. Henna.
Shelley,
Saira.
Sorry. Yeah, I think, you know, just to answer your question really briefly, I think there's a long way to go. You know, you asked about the future of women at work. And I think, you know, when we look at a place like Pakistan, for example, until a few years ago, pre-COVID, we saw there were about 15% of women in the workplace, up, you know, with a population of 50%. So that's a huge gap to plug. The business that I'm in, we are trying to plug that gap. We have about 10% of our senior leadership, which is women, you know, in a very male-dominated, you know, industry. So we're very proud of that. But as I said, there's a long way to go. What can we do to get there? I think organizations have to recognize that women are, you know, whilst they, you know, we have to address certain specific needs without making women feel that they are being placed into some sort of a special interest group. I think that does nothing but disadvantage women and their own professional prospects. So you have to make a woman feel that it's a level playing field, but there are certain areas where you have to accommodate their needs. I mean, I'm a mother of, you know, 3 children, and I know that during their younger, you know, when they were younger, working full-time can be very challenging. You need to build in certain flexibility as an employer if you want to retain women long-term. So, you know, sort of balancing, getting that balance right is critical. And I think, you know, just in terms of looking at the post-COVID world, you know, there've been, you know, sort of silver linings, but also certain downsides. On the negative, you know, whilst, you know, I think women working from home has given them a certain amount of flexibility. I certainly find that when I'm working from home, it's very challenging. It's very difficult because our role as you know, homemaker, nurturer, etc., becomes very complex when you are having to be productive in a space which is also your, you know, your home, where you're needed for certain other things, whether it's homeschooling, whether it's managing other things around you, your other responsibilities. It doesn't just have to be children, it can be dependent parents, etc. So I think, you know, it's been quite challenging for certain women to work from home. But at the same time, what we have seen is, and certainly in Pakistan, I've seen, you know, sort of a burst of entrepreneurial activity as far as women are concerned. You know, there have been a lot of women who just taken stock of their skill sets and have started small businesses, whether it's in gifting or, you know, setting up little cottage industry almost. And, you know, in the logistics sector, we enable a lot of small e-commerce players, and, you know, we provide them logistics services. So we've certainly seen, and we're really happy to encourage a lot of those small female women entrepreneurs who are really coming onto the scene now because, you know, they're having to sort of reevaluate their place in the workforce. So lots of pluses and minuses, but I think in summary, we have a long way to go before women really take their rightful place.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, 1 minute each. Edie.
So,
go ahead.
I think it's very sad that we're approaching 2022 and we still have this conversation. And it means we need a lot of help. And how can we get help? I agree with what Saira said. The future is about flexibility, but I don't think it should be broken down for the future for women or men. It's for all. And women have to have that seat at the table. And in many countries, in different cultures, they have equal rights now. They call it parental leave, where the father can leave, the mother can leave to stay home with the child. So depending on the culture or the relationship of the two people, if there are two people, will determine their needs. But I think the key is flexibility. I think governments have to implement legislation to protect all, and then concurrent to that, companies really have to be flexible and willing and wanting to create these kind of environments to have happy employees, and that happiness trickle down to whatever the individual need is. but it is still a challenge. And I can say this as a chairwoman, I can say this as a CEO. It is still a man's world. And I hate to say that. And that just means we have to continue to work harder, keep our own confidence, know our value, and argue that case, sadly, until the world evolves with us, because this train is moving and we ladies are not stepping off.
If companies want the best talent, then they need to adjust if they want the best talent and not just the available talent. Henna, 1 minute.
Yeah, so I'm going to share 3 pieces of information. Number one, Pakistan as a country has committed to women's workforce participation, to raise that to 45% by the year 2025. We have a very long way to go in Pakistan in order to do that. 2, Engro we have now 3 women out of 10 on our board, so 30% women, which, as you know, Shelley, this is something that you've talked about a lot at Female Quotient. How can women bring other women up? We have also fantastic board members who are men who actually really care about diversity and inclusion. There's some fantastic programs we've put into place. 3%, we're sort of mostly sort of a project management, engineering, very male-dominated industry. And so in a country where 3% of engineering, manufacturing jobs are given to women at an entry level, we've put in place a program that 38% of our entry class of our trainees is now women. So what I want to share is that each one of us has the opportunity to make an impact, no matter where we are. So if we happen to be on the board, we're squeaky wheels, right? To make sure that things like that are in the CEO's objectives. Things like this are talked about as part of culture in the organization. If you happen to be a CEO, how do you bring people up inside of your organization? If you happen to be a rank and file person, right, in an organization, how do you take any colleague to be a colleague? And then finally, I think I have a lot of hope because I think this next generation in Pakistan, and also in particular, has grown up with working women as mothers. So Saira is a great example, right? She's a CEO. Her kids, her boys, I don't know if you have boys or girls, but both of them, see their mom. And I want to end with a story. There's a story that I heard recently.
We can't end with a story because Asfar is going to be very upset with us. And we love Asfar, and I promise I'm going to end on time because we have another panel in queue. And I want to end with LIIBS. So hold that story. We love everyone to be sitting at the edge of their chair so that we get to come back. So everyone, stay tuned for Henna's next story next year. LIIBS, bring us home.
I just quickly will say this, that we have a lot of hope. During COVID, women have really come up. And in the world, you've seen that the 2 best countries who came out of this crisis beginning, New Zealand has a woman leader, and so does Germany. And are better at crisis. I think they are realizing it, and that's why.
While LIIBS is adjusting her camera, we don't just have a seat at the table to fill a quota. We actually make the table better. Never forget that. Henna is going to put her story in chat so that everyone doesn't have to hold that thought. And LIIBS, we want to thank you for all your contributions, all of you incredible women. You are amazing. Thank you so much. All of you guys, thank you for everything. Fantastic.
Thank you, Shelley, and thank you all, ladies.
All right, so thank you very much. This was indeed an extremely lively, vibrant, highly informative session. Thank you, everybody. So now we come to the next session, which is the future of equality. Of course, this is a topic which is dovetailed with what these amazing speakers have just discussed. Over here, we're going to have I'm going to introduce the panelists. We're going to have Yawa Hansen-Kwao. She is the Executive Director for Emerging Public Leaders, USA and Ghana. Hello, Yawa. Are you there?
A pleasure to be here.
Very nice to have you here.
Hi,
Welcome.
Yawa. I'm very grateful to you for your presence here. Finally.
All right, and then we're also going to have Fatima Asad Said. She is the Chief Executive Officer for Abacus Consulting. Hello, Fatima. Assalamu alaikum. How are you?
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum, Fatima. How are you?
Yes.
How are you?
Very well.
Fatima is my very dear
hear
friend
me.
and my elder sister also, and we are dear family friends. And I must say that she is a true ambassador of Pakistan globally. And whatever she is doing in her own field is remarkable. Amazing, mashallah.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation.
Third panelist will be Doreen van der Wijk. She's the founder, Swirls of Life. She is joining us from the Netherlands. Hello, Doreen.
Hi, Doreen.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
All right, so the format of this particular session will be that we'll have talks by Yawa, first of all, then by Fatima, and then by Doreen. And if we have time, we're going to have a short question and answer session. Unfortunately, in this session on the future of equality, we don't have a man in the session. We did plan for one because we couldn't talk about equality without them. We were supposed to have Ron Thomas, who's the Managing Director, Strategy Focused Group MENA, but unfortunately he had to pull out because of some last minute commitments. We can obviously get Asfar to answer some of the questions instead of Ron. So now I'm going to give a quick introduction of Yawa before she starts with her talk. So she is Executive Director, Emerging Public Leaders. She is a social entrepreneur. She's a female leadership advocate. For about 10 years, she's been nurturing female leadership and social entrepreneurship in Africa through the Leading Ladies Network, a non-profit that she founded in Ghana. In May 2012, at the World Economic Forum on Africa, she was recognized as one of Africa's rising leaders, and in 2016, she was awarded an Eisenhower Fellowship in honor of her pioneering work in nurturing emerging women leaders. She served for 3 years on the foundation board of the World Economic Forum's Global Shapers community. She is currently a member of the board of directors of the Ashisi University College. She also served as a leadership consultant to UN Women, helping develop leadership curricula to enhance the capacity of women leaders in East and Southern Africa. She's also served for 2 years as a member of the advisory board of the Women's Institute for Global Leadership at the Benedictine University. So welcome, Yawa. It's our privilege to have you here, and now I'll invite you for your talk. We're all ears.
Thank you so much. It's such an honor to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation, and thank you so much for crafting a panel that looks towards the future. I am from Ghana, I am from West Africa, and it troubles me deeply that the story of global poverty seems to center on the continent that I call home. I've been interested throughout my career to look at the intersections between gender and governance and security and peace. But essentially, the question that drives my career choices has been, what is a good society and how do we construct it so that it serves every member justly? And that fundamental question has led me on different choices in my career. I currently serve as executive director of a really innovative public service leadership organization called Emerging Public Leaders. And through Emerging Public Leaders, I'm working to help identify talented and eager young people who are interested in saying yes to the high calling of public service leadership. So we work in Ghana, we work in Liberia, and we're soon to launch our program also in Kenya. And through this work, we're drawing attention to the importance of distinct groups that are ordinarily overlooked. So for the first decade of my career, I focused exclusively on women. Now I'm focused on both young men and young women. And I think that diversity, the question of diversity, has often been mostly claimed by women, but there are other groups that have been largely overlooked. I like that in your preamble you talked about the fact that we should have had a man on the panel to also talk about some of the gaps that exist. And I was in a discussion a few weeks ago where they said they foresee a situation where we will have to do large-scale empowerment programs for men because it seems like women are moving at such a great speed. So I thought I would focus my remarks on three key areas. As I think about the future of diversity, I wanted to start off first by acknowledging some of the global shifts in conversation that seem to have been fueled, partly, at least in my opinion, partly fueled by the global outrage associated with the murder of George Floyd in the US. The tragic and gruesome murder of this man prompted a worldwide conversation about equity and inclusion and really fueled a bit of, at least in my opinion, a lot more attention and fueled a little more action towards including racial equity, gender equity, and including people who have different sexual orientations, etc., into mainstream conversation. So I think that, given this wave that we have witnessed, I think I'm seeing a lot of opportunities now that are coming towards the direction of people from the developing world. I think, when I look at myself, I fit two molds. I'm a woman of color and I am African. I am, I fall into this interesting category that seems to all of a sudden be gaining a new sense of interest worldwide. But I think equally so in the developing world. When I think about the future of equity, I also think about youth and including youth voices in large-scale national, regional, community-based leadership. When you look at the climate crisis as one of the key issues this next generation will be grappling with, we have to include that generation in the conversations about how to craft solutions. I think it's an exciting time for governments to start actively and deliberately finding ways to include the voices and include the participation of young people, particularly those from communities that are ordinarily underrepresented in governance systems. So for example, our organization is going through this process where we now have a renewed focus on identifying refugees, for example, internally displaced people. There are so many conflicts all across Africa that are causing people to be displaced. How are displaced young people being educated and supported in a time like this? It's becoming increasingly important to us to focus on people living with disability, for example. How do we make sure that the conversation about equity doesn't become cannibalized by just the idea of gender? Has been an interesting kind of realization that I've been unpacking both professionally and personally. And then I think the third scope is, how do we, in many ways, challenge and examine our preconceived notions of power? And I think a lot of what equity and inclusion needs to be looking at is really power dynamics and power relationships. So for example, I've been involved in my work in talking about having very frank conversations about the funding relationships that exist between a funder and governments, or funders and organizations that they support. It's that saying that he who pays the piper calls the tune. I come from a country where a large percentage of our national budget is donor funded, for example. And so every government in the developing world is facing these challenges of having to grapple with competing priorities. And I have been interested in really supporting the public service fellows in our program to understand what these power dynamics look like. And I think part of the equity conversation has to address power, the imbalances of power. A few weeks ago, our organization during the Skoll World Forum hosted a panel that looked at that, and we called it the elephant in the room. That oftentimes we say one thing: we want to see more women, we want to see more women of color, we want to see more young people represented in positions of power. In the panel that just ended, I love what they were saying about having more seats at the table, expanding the table, or creating your own table. This is really great rhetoric. But as I think about the future of equity, it has to be balanced with a real confrontation about power and power relationships and those imbalances, particularly whether it's a Western aid agency operating in a sub-Saharan African country, for example, or, a wealthy philanthropist, pulling the strings on what an organization can and cannot do because they are the ones, funding the work. So I think it's an exciting time to even discuss the issues of equity. I think also that my personal journey, I have seen a lot of shifts, things that used to be kind of taboo considerations, like a woman leading a major company or being president of a country. Those are no longer mind-boggling realities. Those are no longer mind-boggling considerations. They are actually realities. And I'd love to see more of that happen in these other pockets of communities that I think have been overlooked. I want to see more and more young people. In Ghana, for example, we hosted a really great conversation with one of the youngest ministers, who's the Minister of Information here. And he talked about, actually, if we think about it, 20 years ago, a story like his would not have been possible. And I want to see more examples of that, integrating young people, particularly in the governance space, because I think the trajectory we're in a global health pandemic, which is partly why we're not sitting in the same room now. But I think that this pandemic has told us or shown a light on the importance of creating strong networks that of young, trusted public servants that can respond in times of crisis, to make sure that public services continue, to make sure that the communities that are underserved in times like this get the help that they need, because that's really the promise of good governance, that citizens will get served. I also think that as I round up my remarks and open up to take some questions or reactions, I also think that this is a moment where I would love us to focus on kind of what binds us as humans. I think people have always seen the question or the issue of equity as a power game. Like, if I get more equitable consideration, you lose. It's not a zero-sum game. I think that that spirit of unity and that spirit of doing unto others as you would have done to you needs to be rekindled and nurtured if the future that we're all hoping our children and their children's children will enjoy will be a bright one. So I will pause there. Those are my top line, high level ideas I came to the conversation hoping to share. And I, will pause here for any questions or reactions.
All right. So thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you very much, Yava. We will get back to you with some questions that I have in mind. Please hang in there. You're with us for another 15 minutes?
That's correct.
All right, so we'll try to get a couple of questions in before that. Thank you very much. It was very interesting. Now I'm going to come to Fatima. Fatima is an integral part of the top leadership at Abacus Consulting, which is a leading international professional services firm committed to transforming clients by delivering world-class technology, consulting and outsourcing solutions through high-performing people and global partnerships. Over more than 24 years, Fatima's professional experience embodies thought leadership and delivering progressive solutions in corporate governance, digital transformation, strategic change, human capital management, enterprise technology solutions, and project leadership across multiple sectors. An MBA graduate from the Lahore University of Management Sciences, she started her career with Coopers & Lybrand International and then PricewaterhouseCoopers. Her leadership journey includes serving on various boards as an independent director, such as the Lahore University of Management Sciences, Faisal Bank, Kashif Foundation, Bata Pakistan, and Caravan Crafts Foundation. She holds a corporate director certification from Harvard Business School, and she's a member of the Harvard Corporate Directors, Diversity and Inclusion Hub, Leadership Council, and Women Executives on Boards forums. Welcome, Fatima, and we're looking forward to a very interesting talk by you. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Rabia. That was a very generous introduction. I always say I've got much more to learn, and it's a journey that we make together. And I believe that's also a part of when we talk about equality and equity. This particular session and this topic, when Asfar shared that he would like me to speak at it, it is a challenge because it focuses on many elements that face us as humans. Fundamentally, equality talks about humanity and the concept of human rights and the concept of different categories of rights, whether it is at the government level or a citizen level or within organizations and communities as well. My colleague earlier, Mrs. Yava, did mention from a social perspective and societal challenges as well. My conversation is more from a corporate perspective, given my own experience as well, and how the cooperation can impact communities positively and from a sustainable standpoint. Now, we've heard over the last couple of days some incredible thoughts and insights starting from government leaders, their perspective of where Pakistan is and what the vision is, and we're going into corporate leadership, innovation, transformation, as well as inclusiveness in organization frameworks. And fundamentally, and of course, the diversity and inclusion discussion, which focused on the gender category of diversity. As we all understand, diversity has many categories, whether it is race or age or nationality, etc. So the list goes on. But fundamentally, we start with the concept of equality. And, just a basic definition of what does it mean, really, in very simple terms. So in my mind, it's about an individual who should have an equal opportunity to make the most of their lives and of their talents, wherever they are, in whatever nation that they reside in and whichever organization or community they belong to. Now, if we fast forward that discussion into where we are today globally, in a COVID world, we are not post-COVID yet. The world has gone through some incredible disruption. Many of my colleagues who have spoken in the previous sessions have alluded to that and how it's impacted their personal lives as well as their professional lives and their organizations and the challenges that they have. But I would like to link the future of equality into 4 or 5 main focus areas, which would be perhaps as a business leader, I would say this is something that I worry about as well. And in that, the linkages to impacting community and the linkages to building an ecosystem where the government and the private sector and the public sector work in tandem, in collaboration, to ensure that fundamentally equality is at the basis of how programs and frameworks are designed. We start off with governance. Governance obviously is very key, whether it is at the government level, the national government level. We explore constitutions which are set up for various countries around the world, within Pakistan as well. If you look at the Constitution of Pakistan, Article 25, I believe, talks about the rights of the citizens, irrespective of race or minority or gender. And that is the fundamental right of a citizen. Now you go into an organization, what does the board have essentially a responsibility to do? It is the tone at the top that drives the sustainability and the vision of any organization. if that is the case, then at the center and the heart of those strategic plans is the human factor and the culture that drives it and the value system that drives it. So fundamentally, what we're talking about is within an organization, the board has a very critical role to play in ensuring that the direction that is set above and beyond the regulatory framework that is there, specific to each country, and the legislative environment that exists, is what message are we sending in order to ensure that we are not only on point in terms of delivering on our business objectives, but we are taking care of all categories of employees who are part of our organization. And in that, of course, linking up to the diversity and inclusion mandate, more so in a post-COVID world, more so in this world where there is disruption, whether it is technology, whether it is climate change, whether it is opportunities that are coming up, which for which skills have not been developed, or organizations still have to relearn and reskill their employees in order to get to that point of enabling the organization to achieve their objectives. So it starts again from developing not only a very strong governance framework, but ensuring there are monitoring mechanisms which firmly take into account the quantitative measures which will, of course, evaluate and assess and guide the organization in delivering and keeping a balance between the culture and is it equitable? Is there the conversation of equality and the mandate of equality is firmly driving these strategic objectives. The second element is, and the challenge I would say, is accelerated digitization. Now, we talked about, or we've heard about cybersecurity. We've talked about challenges of data privacy as well. We've also talked about a new ecosystem that is emerging, where the young generation category and even the older generations, whether it's Generation Y or Z, definitely the millennials, are taking a conscious decision not to follow the corporate path, if I may use that word, and set up their own businesses and go the entrepreneurial way. Digitization is enabling them. But again, within that enablement, is there fairness and equity in giving them that opportunity to start their own businesses, whether it is from a legislative perspective, from a governance perspective, or obviously from the economic fabric that exists. The support that comes in from the financial institutions is key to enable the startups and the entrepreneurs to take up that challenge and create jobs and create new opportunities for the economy. The third element is talent practices. Now, there is definitely a war for talent, more so with this conversation, this narrative starting on the Great Resignation, where they speak about the option for, or the choice that not only the young generation, but employees have. They've had a taste of working remotely. They had a taste of working on flexible terms, on their own terms. And now they are choosing to get involved in jobs or careers which will continue and enable them to have that flexibility. They're looking for jobs from that perspective. So that puts a lot of pressure on organizations not only to retain, but attract top talent. And in that, there is a risk, there is a danger of organizations then focusing on ensuring that they are attracting the right talent, because there is obviously a need for the organization, but not really paying too much attention on the diversity metrics and the components of diversity. That may take a hit. It may impact the priority of diversity metrics within the organization. So this is something that that business leaders must attend to. The second element of retention and talent practices is our organizations focused on reskilling and engaging their employees to give them a direction of a world which is extremely uncertain, extremely unpredictable. The long term, in my view, is now 3 years. When you are building a business plan, we're looking at, of course, there's a long-term vision, but the plans are now scaled down to 3 years. What kind of skill sets do we run? Where do we need to invest in terms of technology, in terms of people, in terms of infrastructure, etc.? What is the business model which will work to ensure sustainability and growth? The fourth element is well-being, health and wellness, especially mental wellness. That is something that is a huge risk at this point in time as we come out of the COVID situation at a personal level as well as at an organization level. And the exhaustion that is there when there is an overlap of individuals working from home, and they have to attend to their personal priorities, their family priorities, as well as ensure that they deliver on their mandate as far as work priorities are concerned, whatever their work constitutes. So are organizations doing enough? Are they also ensuring that the inclusive strategies and frameworks that they have in place are not marginalizing underrepresented categories of employees as well? The challenges are different. We heard in the previous panel as well about if there are women in the workplace, are there inclusive, segmented, and unique talent and HR policies in place to ensure that they have a safe and secure environment which nurtures them, taking into account what the priority of the woman is. And similarly, it would go for other categories of diverse employees that an organization would have. And lastly, of course, is the environment, where we talk about climate change. That is a top priority. Global leaders are continuing to talk about that. With that is the potential crisis of water or food, and how it would impact the ecosystem that exists within organization. Of course, there is a migration taking place where there are countries in continued conflict, unfortunately. Are there enough jobs being created? So fundamentally, if we talk about these 5 aspects, and as the world evolves and as the world understands the impact of the disruption that is taking place, are we as humans aware and discerning enough that compassion is key to driving our culture, to driving our value system, to driving the business frameworks that we have in place? And I link it back to the governance conversation, that it starts at the boardroom level or higher than that at the country level, at the national level as well. What kind of environment are we providing which is safe for individuals to truly be nurtured, and are their rights really being attended to, whether they are an employee or a citizen of a particular country? I feel in Pakistan there is some remarkable work that is being done. There is a vision of 2025. Hina mentioned it earlier in the panel discussion, talking about women inclusivity. Obviously, there's the element of financial inclusivity, but providing that there are initiatives, there are some steps that the Pakistan government has taken from an education perspective, from inclusiveness of the underrepresentative and low-income categories, from a health perspective as well, providing them financial funding as well, and also providing them safe and secure spaces where they can speak up so their voices are heard. So that is commendable, but it is a long way that we still have to go. And fundamentally, equality talks about how you define humanity, and are we still putting that as a priority? So in my wrap-up comments, I would say one of my favorite quotes, that as human beings, as people, either we are equal in humanity or we're brothers or sisters in faith. And that is fundamentally how organizations need to be very cognizant of the fact that we are responsible for the well-being of every individual that is associated with our organization. Thank you.
Well, equality is how you define humanity. This is what I've taken away from your very, very on-point talk. Thank you very much, Fatima. I do have one question, though, and I'm going to need a very quick answer because we are a little short in time. In terms of the steps to be taken at an organizational level and then also at a government level, since you have been a woman leader for a long time, what do you think is a better approach of achieving diversity, equality, inclusion, of achieving equality and equity? Is it more top-down or is it more bottom-up? And how have you experienced both, or have you been pushed more by one and less by the other? And also when I say top-down, I'm talking about the government level as well. Your thoughts, please.
Okay, so I would rather focus on my own experience as a corporate leader, and not only in terms of my own organization, but also the boards that I sit. It's definitely the tone at the top. That defines the way forward. It gives a very clear direction to individuals who have to obviously implement it, execute. So just as any board would provide a long-term vision on what the purpose of that organization is and what are the key priorities, I guess you could replicate that at a government level as well. So you define what is the mandate, what are the priorities, and the next step is, do we have the right people in place who are responsible for drawing up the execution strategies? And is that aligned to what the tone at the top is? And secondly, thirdly, how do we communicate? I feel where we go wrong is we may achieve alignment in terms of business objectives and the execution plan, but sometimes where the boat gets rocked is ineffective communication, because then it becomes a bottom-up approach. Does someone in your organization at the nth level, at the junior-most level, truly understand this concept of equality? Do they actually understand what kind of culture the tone at the top is trying to drive? So if we are to continuously have that conversation and also have that feedback mechanism, the monitoring mechanisms in ensuring that the KPIs and the quantitative metrics are set is extremely important. We've spoken about, and I believe in some of the talks, there was conversation around ESG. Now, ESG essentially, it is being framed as part of many governance frameworks in the US and Europe as well. It's really the quantitative metrics. CSR is the more qualitative aspect, but it's been taken to the next level. And I think that is a great step in ensuring that it is just not about shareholder value, it's all about the stakeholder value, which includes communities and how it cascades down within the organization. So it starts at the tone at the top, but mechanisms have to be put into place so the bottom-up approach is aligned.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to come to Doreen. Doreen is the founder, Swirls of Life, the Netherlands. She is devoted to contributing to society, and some years back she made a radical decision to invest her time, her energies and her money in herself and in her research. So when you said, Fatima, that equality is how you define humanity, that is the tone I think that is set for Doreen's talk, because she believes that humans are better for the world in their natural state of being rather than doing. And her mission is to co-create this new reality. So with this, I give the podium to Doreen and would love to hear your views now, Doreen.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Fatima, for making the bridge. I'm really curious on a question level is, what do we envision when we talk about equality or equity? And I think it's a really broad and complicated term, and it's also a complicated problem. and I think what Fatima also said, it's there is more to learn than that we have solutions. And I would have loved to have a discussion with the both of the ladies and to hear their perspectives, because I don't have any answers. I have more questions than answers. So I can just share what my feeling is saying. And when I was listening to both perspectives, and when I was asking these questions in my environment the last couple of days to get some input for this moment, and no one really had one answer. So I think that is also makes the discussion so hard. There is no one definition of this, and how can we as humanity give space that there is space for all these different interpretations and different needs and different values of what equality, equity, only already the terminology has different perspectives. So yeah, I have more questions around what do we envision as humanity, and when we had a further discussion about what is equality, you can then have different versions of equality, equity, but what problem do we actually solve? And I heard, I hope I pronounce her name proper, Yava say about it is about different things, but she said at the end, it is about humanity, and it's also what Fatima said, it is about humanity. And then if we strip down again, what as humanity connects us, and again, I don't have answers, so I only have philosophical questions on this. I wonder, did we find a solution for before that we even define before the finding the problem, because what problem are we solving with this? So I don't know if someone if we can have a panel discussion on this question, because I would really love to hear what Fatima and Hava have to say about this. So I'm not sure if that is possible. I don't know where to look because I have no.
On the questions that Doreen
Sorry,
has been
are you
asking.
asking me?
Yes. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. So would you like to comment on some of the questions that Doreen has been posing?
So what, for example, if I hear to your story, Fatima, in your company, what is equity or equality solving in your company? So what do you envision when you give a long word, but what do you personally envision and feel about it?
So, as an organization, our value system is extremely sacrosanct, if I use that word. It is something that is fundamentally not changed since we started our operations back in 1987. It's almost been 35 years of Abacus now. And one of the clauses that has been consistent throughout the changes and the evolution that we've made as an organization, going from one office and just one or two employees to today 3,000 employees across 4 countries, it's been a remarkable journey. But that clause remains, where equal opportunity for all, irrespective of race, creed, nationality, gender, age, etc. And I feel that is an indication of the value system that was fundamentally the foundation of this organization. And it also drives the mindset at the leadership level. So when we talk about equality, everyone, you're right, there is no one answer to this. Everyone perhaps has a different vision or a perspective of what equality means to them or equity means to them. Even the definition between equality and equity, there's much discussion and there's a gap. So equality is where equal, but that is not necessarily equitable. And how do you ensure there's equity is ensuring, for example, the programs that you design in terms of rewarding your employees, in recognizing their efforts, in ensuring that the commitments that is made by an organization are honored according to what they're supposed to achieve in terms of results.
But
so
how
it
is
not? Sorry, please.
So I was just wondering how this is linking to your end. Is like, how is this linked to humanity? And I will give context why I'm asking this. I give a little bit of perspective. So the main question what pops up in my head is, what are we measuring? When do we succeed? Because one example here is that we have created a system where people can have jobs, which is everywhere in the world, particularly here in, and I think this is also common for the rest of the world. If you fit in the system, you can succeed to be successful. Link it to equality or equity. If you are not fitting into the rules, then you will have less chances to be successful. And one of my friends who is a brilliant artist, he's a brilliant person, but at the same time, we would define him as autism. So he has autism. I don't want to say it, but just to make my point. Therefore, he cannot work in our system. And he always says it really upright, I'm not wrong, the system is wrong, they cannot work with me. There's nothing wrong with me. So, but getting it back to humanity and when do we succeed? If we, like, what is equity for this person, equality, when he cannot even enter the system? So that's why I'm like conflicted with the corporate versus humanity, is what do we measure as a success then?
Well, you ask very interesting questions, and obviously every individual would have a different perspective in terms of their value system. But as a business leader, I would say that when I talk about values, you're right, they're subjective, they are more qualitative in nature. The way you would dovetail it in terms of perhaps, let's say there is a situation between two employees within your organization, there is conflict. How does that conflict get resolved? What are the driving factors of managing that conflict? And is there a compassionate ground that the final decision on that is being driven? Or is it more about a sort of a heartless approach, if I may use that term? Because it's all about bringing in the money, for example. But at what cost?
Yeah.
Are you compromising the fundamental dignity of that individual in order to bring in that extra dollar for your organization?
Yeah.
Are you also compromising the respect that individuals should have for each other when they're having a conversation? 3, which I think the world needs to learn as well, agree to disagree. So we can all have different points of view, and we have a right to an opinion. We talk about equality, we talk about rights. All of us have a right to our opinion. We may be fundamentally poles apart in that, but that does not give us the right to be disrespectful or obnoxious to the other.
Or excluded to something.
So that has an impact, a negative impact on the culture of any organization as well. That can be replicated in how we deal with our customers, how we deal with our stakeholders. And that basically links up to the fundamentals of humanity, of compassion, of integrity, of courtesy. And you can visibly see that in any organization, because sustainability, when we talk about organizational or business sustainability, is driven by relationships, quite frankly speaking. Relationships within the organization and outside the organization. The ecosystem, how is it linked up in order to deliver on the objectives? but the fabric and the DNA is the value system and the behavior.
So if I may, Fatima, from the conversation that you two have been having, Doreen and Fatima, there are two questions that have come to my mind. One is, what are some of the creative ways in which any organization or your organization can source candidates from underrepresented communities, number one. And secondly, how do you engage them without marking them or tokenizing them or making them feel that way just because they're different, which is a challenge because you do want to engage them, you do want to sort of include them, but you also do not want to make them feel that they are being given this treatment because they are special or because they are underrepresented. So how do you balance that?
The question is to me or Doreen?
Mainly to you, Fatima. I took a cue from what Doreen was saying when she mentioned her friend, but Doreen can also give an answer. But first, you please.
Essentially, Rabia, it goes back to the conversation on diversity and inclusion. So diversity perhaps talks about the metrics and the numbers. Are we representing different categories of diversity? As we mentioned, we've talked about different categories, which age, generational is also one of them. And the other aspect is, have we designed as an organization inclusive strategies which would enable a safe and nurturing environment for these individuals who are representing, as you mentioned, underrepresented communities or other categories of diversity, whether it's disability or gender, etc. So what the action point over here is when talent acquisition strategies are put in place. One, is it consciously a policy that if we are looking at, let's say, one position, let's say if the top 5 candidates for the best people for the job are selected, is there a rule or a process which says at least one needs to be a female or one needs to be from underrepresented represented communities or from minorities? Is that something which has been formulated in terms of how the process has been defined or the procedure has been defined? 2 is ensuring that those who are the decision makers are complying with that particular strategy as well. So metrics have to be put into place. 3, when someone is selected from a minority or an underrepresented category, what has the organization done to ensure that they feel safe and secure and nurtured in that organization? So, for example, if there is someone who has a who is physically challenged or has other perhaps mental wellness challenges, has the organization set up resources or environments which will make them comfortable? So it's not a one-size-fits-all. It has to be a segmented approach. And that's what organizations have to do. We have individuals within our organizations who are from different categories as well. The idea is, 1, the value system, respect for all. 2, are we providing that? Do we have, for example, wheelchair ramps for individuals who are physically disabled, they can't walk? Do we have monitors or computer screens for those who are visually impaired, for example, or any other aspect which has to be dovetailed into the inclusiveness part of how do you cater and really ensure that there is sustainability of representation. That's also very important. So when we talk about sustainability of organizations, we have to ensure sustainability of talent as well and retention of talent.
Well, thank you. I think there are so many questions and so many sub-issues in this area that we need a session just on this, but unfortunately we are running out of time. Thank you very much, Doreen. Thank you so much, Fatima. And Yawa had to leave earlier. Otherwise, we did want to continue discussing with her as well. So looking forward to seeing you again soon. And once again, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Doreen. Thank you, Fatma.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All the best.
Bye-bye.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the final and concluding session of 4th edition of Leaders in Islamabad Business Summit. And the digital world is now visible to everyone. Everyone is utilizing the digital mediums. This is age of digital economy. And one of my very dear friend, Professor Michael Sung, is with us now. And topic for his talk is digitizing finance. Michael, thank you for your presence here, and greetings from Islamabad, your favorite Islamabad.
Thank you very much, Aspar. Honestly, it's always an honor and pleasure. Since the first time I came to your conference a few years ago, this has been really amazing experience. So happy to be here again. I'm hoping to actually give the audience a good understanding of what's actually going on. So actually, I have 30 minutes.
Yes,
and actually,
I want to share one personal thing that, first of all, Michael was a speaker of the 3rd edition of Leaders in Islamabad Business Summit as well. He participated in our future summit as well. And he is a very dear friend, a very good human. I remember that 2 years back, my father was hospitalized and he was in Karachi, Michael, and he visited only for 24 hours. He especially came to meet my father and spend some time with my father. I always remember his gesture, and this is the level of our friendship. And he's also the board of advisor members of National Conferences Group. But Rabia will introduce him more with his brief profile. And unfortunately, your talking time is only 18 to 20 minutes because of running of our, yes.
Okay.
So over to you, Rabia.
So, hello, Michael. Very nice to be introduced to you. For our global audiences, we'll just have a short introduction of you. So, Professor Michael Sung is a technology venture builder. He's an investor. He has founded various companies in high-tech industries, ranging from artificial intelligence to blockchain to semiconductors and new materials. He is the chairman of Carbon Blue Innovations, a cross-border tech transfer and venture building platform that is focused on rapidly commercializing and scaling internationally sourced blockchain, fintech, and digital finance innovation to developing countries. He has a strong background in cross-border technology transfer, strategic industry engagement, business model innovation, and high-tech entrepreneurship. He is also the founding co-director of the Fuden Fanhai Fintech Research Center. His applied research includes digital finance, fintech policy and regulation, AI and blockchain innovation, digital asset investment banking, and so on. He is faculty at the Chinese Institute of Economics and Finance, a national-level think tank focused on thought leadership for finance innovation and fintech policy and best practices. With this, I'll hand over the mic to you, Dr. Sung, for your talk.
Okay, thank you very much. I had prepared the slides, but it was actually 88 slides, and now I only have 18, 20 minutes. So I think I'm just going to freeform it a little bit, right? I think let's just have a discussion about what's going on in the world. I think it's very, very interesting, right? So the topic is digital finance and how we're going to digitize the world, right? So in the first digital revolution, which happened 20 years ago, everybody knows about the internet, right? This was about the digitization of information, right? So you took a lot of offline information, whether it's library books or, offline computers. We had computers back then, but that information was not connected to the online world, right? And we basically democratized the access to information. This was very, very fundamental, right? So before, people who had information had a very compelling advantage. Now information became democratized. It could actually access, and the ability to build business models on top of that, namely e-commerce, and in the next generation, the sort of social internet with things like Facebook, was very, very fundamental, right? So everybody's seen what that has done, right? It's basically been about 20 years, and now the GDP of first world countries like the US and in China is roughly 40% digital, right? The Googles and the Facebooks and the eBays and the Amazons of the world, right? So we're now seeing a massive transformation in the world, right? Pre-digitization of information to post-digitization and that kind of thing, right? Now we're talking about a new digital revolution. And instead of digitizing information, we are digitizing value, okay, which is actually even more fundamental, right? Anything of value can now be digitized, the same way that we have actually digitized information. So whether that's real estate, which is 60% of global wealth, which is the most unfungible asset class there is, right? Fine art, right? It's probably the best performing alternative asset class, but I bet you most of the people in the audience do not invest in fine art. Why? Because it's still in a very offline process, very bespoke, very, 1%, only the people with access, right? Imagine if we can actually take fractional ownership of art, package it in a digital asset, be able to trade it in a very fungible way, right? And beyond that, commodities, right? Gold, oil, wheat, stocks and bonds. These are all the familiar asset classes there is. Imagine now that we can actually package these assets in a digital form where now we can exchange that value in a peer-to-peer fashion, okay, without any intermediaries, with all the associated efficiencies, that kind of thing. And it's not just offline assets like real estate, whatever, anything of value, okay, even abstract value, a person's future net worth, right? Imagine the ability of that person to be able to issue a token the same way that you issue an IPO stock or bond of a company can now be encapsulated in a digital asset, that kind of thing. So this is truly, truly fundamental. The exchange of value is essentially equivalent to the economy, right? The global economy, and things like cross-border payments, which is the digitization of money, which is one form of value. This is truly fundamental, right? So what we can do now is bring to bear all the financialization techniques, right? That everybody's familiar with in the stock and bond market, right? We have portfolio analysis, we have index funds, we have futures, we have all sorts of hedging strategies, right? Imagine that we can take that financialization machinery and now apply it to any and all asset classes there are. That is the new digital revolution that's happening right now, right? And it's a very exciting times, right? I've been talking about it for quite a few years, but it's only in the last year or two that I would say that it's gotten real institutional traction, right? So Jamie Dimon from JP Morgan is very famous a number of years ago to have said that Bitcoin is a scam and all these digital assets are a scam. And then a couple of years later, he's issuing JP Morgan coin. He's tokenizing, creating essentially a digital currency SWIFT, okay, through his ecosystem. Okay, so the world has changed. And now where are we now? We're talking about 86% of central banks in the world, according to Bank of International Settlements, BIS, is actively researching their own digital currency strategy. Okay, we have endowments and pension funds, insurance companies, and even central banks who are getting exposure to digital assets, right? These are the most conservative of all financial institutions who are now allocating. JP Morgan now, Jamie Dimon notably, his company is now saying to their investors, right, with trillions of AUM, that they should invest 5%, 10% into digital assets. Okay, so indeed, the world has changed, right? How has it changed? Because now in the world, in the most, I would say, conservative financial ecosystems in the world, think places like Switzerland, Singapore, Hong Kong, Germany, the US, all the regulatory clarity is now in place. Okay, how to actually play with digital assets in a regulatory way, where the SEC from the US, or the MAS, or the FINMA from Switzerland can all say with clarity that that's the case, right? So the legal aspects of this, the KYC, AML, money laundering aspects of this, even the tax implications. I'm a U.S. citizen. The very first thing that actually I have to fill out on the 1040 form these days on a tax form is, do you have digital assets? They actually 2 or 3 times. Do you have digital assets? And if so, we're going to tax it, right? So the world has changed, right? Even a handful of years ago, you might say, oh, Bitcoin, Ethereum, all these things, we don't know. It's outside the regulatory ecosystem. Now the world is switching into digital assets. And the UN has done a study to show that by 2027, there's going to be 24 trillion, 1,000 billion worth of digital assets. Okay, to give you a context of what that means, that's actually 1/4 of the broader money supply, which is about 96 trillion. Okay, that means all money. Okay, that means institutional money. 1/4 of that is going to be digitized within a half decade and change. Okay, but within 3 years, according to BIS, 1/5 of the world's population will be using the digital currencies of the central banks of their country. Okay? So indeed, this means massive, massive institutional adoption from central banks, from financial institutions like Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan and BlackRock are all moving into this space. Okay? So this is a very, very exciting period of time, right? Because once we actually digitize, there's a wholesale digitization of value. Again, analogous to what has happened 20 years ago with the digitization of information, right? And so, indeed, in 2020 was a major pivotal year because of COVID, right? Because COVID, if you think about it, right, is, it caused a lot of offline businesses to suffer dramatically. Anything offline, restaurants, airlines, etc., they have suffered dramatically. Anything online, Google, Amazon, Alibaba, has tripled their stock in the last years. Okay, so digitization becomes massively energized because of the COVID situation, right? It actually, I deal with a lot of cross-border payment companies, right? In the payments industry, they say that 10 years of adoption growth has happened in the last year because of COVID, right? Because now we got to do trade, we got to facilitate business, and the offline versions of things with paper and all the old ways of doing things does not suffice. Okay, so we're really seeing the sort of like perfect storm where regulations coming into place, the technology, things like blockchain. You might have heard of blockchain. Everybody's heard of blockchain. They don't know what it is. I'll make it simple. Blockchain is the next generation internet, where we have additional ways of ensuring trusted transfer of value in a trusted way through the technology where you don't actually trust the endpoint. So we can actually allow the peer-to-peer sharing of, say, value, data, digital assets in a very transparent and trusted way. That's what blockchain is. And now it's become a very fundamental aspect of the world, right? So I think, it's very interesting to see the world change in this fashion. And, I think one of the things that I like to promote is the fact that China is leading the world in all aspects of this, okay? In the infrastructure, the blockchain infrastructure, in end of 2019, Xi Jinping announced 2 major initiatives, okay? One was the issuance of a national digital currency called the digital RMB, or ECNY, DCP. That has now catalyzed the world. The reason why 86% of central banks around the world are looking at this is in part because of what China is being the first moving force. And they're going to issue their digital currency by the Olympics, which is 6 months from now. Okay, so by the winter of 2022, at the Beijing Olympics, China will issue their digital currency. And again, according to BIS, because of that, the 86% of central banks are looking at that as a domino effect. And it's not just central banks. right? That's the institutional side. But actually, if you've been following, within the last year, in 2020, there's been the rise of what we call stable coins, private money, okay, catalyzed by Facebook, which in June of 2019 announced their intent to issue a private stablecoin, private money. That's very interesting. Actually, caused the whole world to go in upheaval. Why? Because Facebook is a private company, 2.3 billion people. Okay, that's more than China and India combined. Okay, and if that private company, which arguably does not have the best track record for privacy or society in mind, it's a very profit-driven company, can issue a money that can circumvent the money supply of central bank digital currencies, the sovereignty of a national currency. That's a huge deal, and that's why there was a lot of pushback on that. Right? But now things are actually becoming much more regulated. Okay, so within the next few years, there will already stable coins or private side digital currencies is a $100 billion market, right? With over $2 trillion worth of transactional volume. And that's just beginning. Okay, so I think the world indeed has changed. So what does the world look like? In a couple of years, every central bank is going to issue their own digital currency. Christine Lagarde from the European Central Bank is now going to issue a digital euro. And all of these digital currencies, because of the technology, will be able to bilaterally settle with each other, right? Without the use of the existing international monetary system, i.e. SWIFT. Okay, SWIFT is a 60-year-old bank-to-bank transfer protocol for money, and we don't need that anymore. That's like using the postal service when everybody's on email. That literally is the analogy. Okay? When everybody's on email, they're not going to need to use SWIFT or the postal service anymore. Okay? And even more provocatively, they're not going to need to use a reserve currency, such as the US dollar, right? And so the world is changing, right? This sounds very, very disruptive because it is, right? Within a few years, when all these central banks, like the euro, and then Christine Lagarde is very outright on camera in the media saying, we are trying to reduce dependence of the US dollar. We're going to promote the euro, and we're going to digitize the euro, and that euro can now bilaterally settle with every other country in the world, their digital versions, without the US dollar in between. This is actually very, very fundamental, right? So I think, the one aspect is the digitization of money, but even broader and even more, I would say, important is the digitization of value. Okay, and actually that's something that will happen again by 2027, according to the UN. There's going to be $24 trillion worth of assets which will do this. But in the short term, right, I think that if you look at the trends, actually, there's going to be massive amounts of digitization of all sorts of assets. Okay, within a decade, it's going to be digitization of everything. Right? But where is the first mover thing that's going to happen? I believe, I run the FinTech Research Center at Fudan. We're looking at the digitization of real estate. Okay, one of the, again, 60% of global wealth, one of the most unfungible asset classes there is. Carbon credits, gold, oil. Okay, all of this will happen within a half a decade. Okay? But the first mover, I believe, is going to be capital markets, okay? Because the financial institutions are going to be more attuned to digitizing things like stocks and bonds. Okay? And I believe something that the audience in Islamabad and Pakistan should look at is in green bonds in particular. Right? Green bonds is now a $500 billion market. Okay? And we have 130 financial institutions in the world. We're talking about Goldman's, JP Morgan, BlackRock, so that's with $47 trillion of AUM representing a significant fraction of all the financial ecosystem in the world, wants to move signed a UN environmental pact to take that AUM and put it into sustainable financing. So literally there's trillions of dollars that want to flow into sustainable financing, green financing, right? And then you got China. You know, China with Xi Jinping saying that they want to be carbon neutral by 2060, requiring $21 trillion worth of investment over the next few decades. So literally China is opening up their capital markets to be able to fund Xi Jinping's, you know, this is Xi Jinping's legacy, to fund the sustainable development over the next few 5-year plans of development, right? And I think what's very interesting is this green bonds. If you look at the fundamental aspects of things, it's a compliance issue, right? JP Morgan and BlackRock cannot take their trillions of dollars and invest into green bonds unless they can provably say that the use of funds are in green financing. And that's a very, very good use case for blockchain, right? So already I'm actually working with some of the top investment banks in China to be able to tokenize or digitize green bonds. And I believe that's a multi-trillion-dollar spigot of activity that's going to happen over the next few years, right? So I think this is actually a few trends going on, right? It's the digitization of money, but again, it's the digitization of all value on top of that, right? And you know, I will point out that China again is leading the world in this. Whether it's blockchain infrastructure, next generation internet. You know, the old way of doing Belt and Road was let's fund ports, right? Let's fund infrastructure. You know, like high-speed rail and railroads and things like that. Okay, the new version of this, okay, is digital infrastructure, right? Blockchain infrastructure, digital economy infrastructure, okay? And on top of that digital economy infrastructure will flow the digital RMB.
Michael, you have 2 minutes now.
Eventually, all the digitized assets on top, right? So
Michael,
I think this is a fundamental thing that we're seeing a very unique period in history in 2021. Where this is all happening. I believe that it's actually going to be catalyzed by China because China is the largest trade partner in most of the developing world. And of course, Pakistan being also a very, strategic
Michael, last 1 minute for you. Last 1 minute.
Okay, very good, very good. I'll finish up. Yeah. So I'll finish up in summary, which is to say that the digitization of value, everybody should be looking at this. So as if I said to everybody in the audience, in 1999, you guys should be looking at internet. It could be important, right? I think the next phase of development will be the digitization of value in all this sense, and we should be developing that as well. So hopefully you guys should be looking at this and excited to find ways to connect to the leaders in the Islamabad community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for a wonderful talk like always, and very important message to the world community, and especially in this part of the world. And I am grateful to you on behalf of organizers, Nutshell Conferences Group and Martin Dow Group and all our partners. And as a friend also, I am always grateful to you for your love and care with me. And same is my gesture for you. And next time we will host you in Pakistan physically, hopefully, after the normalization of this COVID environment. And business is normal in Pakistan. Pakistan is doing well, and we manage COVID very well overall. So my concluding remarks for this conference, 4th edition of Leaders in Islamabad Business Summit, that this was our effort, our initiative, despite all the hurdles. 3 times we postponed the dates without announcing, but we postponed the dates because of the lockdown, the COVID environment, and finally we initiated to host 1-day hybrid and 1-day virtual to at least moving forward to host and initiate these activities. I'm grateful to all our partners, our co-host Martin Dow, the leadership, because Martin Dow and Nutshell Group jointly hosted this conference, and we initiated in 2017 together. I'm very grateful to our energy partner K Electric, our technology partners SAP and Siemens, our telecom partners PTCL and Ufone, our sponsors Faisal Bank, UBL, Abacus Consulting, S&P Global, NBP Funds, Mobiling Microfinance Bank, Q Mobile, our strategic partners, Overseas Investor Chambers of Commerce Industry, Corporate Pakistan Group, STZA, Special Technology Zone Authority, our diversity partner, FQ, our knowledge partners, ACCA and IOBM, both are our regular partners. We are like one organizations, ACCA, IOBM, Institute of Business Management, and Nutshell Group, and our hospitality partner, Serena Hotels, where we hosted yesterday, and from where we are hosting right now this virtual session. So next year dates, the 5th edition, the 5th anniversary, we will celebrate on 9th and 10th of March 2022, inshallah, at Serena Hotel, Islamabad. And over to you, Rabia, for your concluding remarks, and later on we will conclude this conference.
It has been an absolute pleasure for me as well, personally, since I've recently joined the Nutshell Group. And it has also been a wonderful, I've witnessed the business communities come together. I think that this initiative is one of the top initiatives at the national level to bring people from diverse backgrounds and diverse perspectives together, continuing the legacy of the Leaders in Islamabad Business Summit for the 4th time, and we hope that next year when we have this, we are able to do it physically in Islamabad. So till then, all of you who have joined us from Pakistan and from overseas, thank you very much. Stay connected, and we look forward to connecting with you in several different ways.
And I'm especially grateful to all our speakers, panelists, and moderators, President of Pakistan, His Excellency Dr. Arif Alvi, our Governor Sindh, Governor State Bank of Pakistan, our federal ministers, all these speakers from Pakistan and abroad, from all over the world, and all the participants who attended physically and virtually. All the videos are available on YouTube channel of Nutshell Conferences and on Facebook pages of Nutshell Group, Martin Dow, and ACCA. And we will share further summaries and photographs on our pages. And my last comment is that Pakistan is a land of opportunities. Pakistan's potential is huge. And my message to world community is, especially to investors, especially to business community, to visit Pakistan, interact with the Pakistani audience. We will facilitate you, our government will facilitate you, and we will engage you with the right stakeholders. Invest in Pakistan, visit Pakistan. One of the most beautiful places in the world are located in Pakistan. I love beaches. I visited one of the best beaches in the world, but I'm sharing with you that one of the best beaches in the world are also located in Pakistan. Our belt of Gwadar, our belt of Ormara, and many other places, our mountains, our green mountains, our valleys, our rivers, one of the most beautiful places. Visit Pakistan. We will host you. We will host you from our heart. We will care for you. And Pakistan Zindabad, Pakistan Paindabad. See you inshallah ta'ala on March 9 and 10, 2022 at Serena Hotel, Islamabad, the most beautiful federal capital in the world. Allah Hafiz.
Allah Hafiz.